Section 24 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. Wednesday, March 7, 1906. Susy's biography. Susy and her father escort Mrs. Clemens to train, then go over Brooklyn Bridge. On the way to Vassar they discuss German profanity. Mr. Clemens tells of the sweet and profane German nurse. The arrival at Vassar and the dreary reception, told by Susy. The reading, etc. Mr. Clemens' opinion of girls. He is to talk to the Barnard girls this afternoon. From Susy's biography. The next day Mama planned to take the 4 o'clock car back to Hartford. We rose quite early that morning and went to the Vienna bakery and took breakfast there. From there we went to a German bookstore and bought some German books for Clara's birthday. Then Mama and I went to do some shopping, and Papa went to see General Grant. After we had finished doing our shopping we went home to the hotel together. When we entered our rooms in the hotel we saw on the table a vase full of exquisite red roses. Mama, who is very fond of flowers, exclaimed, "Oh, I wonder who could have sent them." We both looked at the card in the midst of the roses and saw that it was written on in Papa's handwriting. It was written in German. "Liebes Geschenke on die Mama." I am sure I didn't say "on." That is Susy's spelling, not mine. S.L.C. Mama was delighted. Papa came home and gave Mama her ticket, and after visiting a while with her went to see Major Pond, and Mama and I sat down to our lunch. After lunch most of our time was taken up with packing, and at about 3 o'clock we went to escort Mama to the train. We got on board the train with her and stayed with her about 5 minutes, and then we said good-by to her, and the train started for Hartford. It was the first time I had ever been away from home without Mama in my life, although I was 13 years old. Papa and I drove back to the hotel and got Major Pond, and then went to see the Brooklyn Bridge. We went across it to Brooklyn on the cars, and then walked back across it from Brooklyn to New York. We enjoyed looking at the beautiful scenery, and we could see the bridge move under the intense heat of the sun. We had a perfectly delightful time, but were pretty tired when we got back to the hotel. The next morning we rose early, took our breakfast, and took an early train to Poughkeepsie. We had a very pleasant journey to Poughkeepsie. The Hudson was magnificent, shrouded with beautiful mist. When we arrived at Poughkeepsie it was raining quite hard, which fact greatly disappointed me, because I very much wanted to see the outsides of the buildings of Vassar College, and as it rained that would be impossible. It was quite a long drive from the station to Vassar College, and Papa and I had a nice long time to discuss and laugh over German profanity. One of the German phrases Papa particularly enjoys is, "O heilige Maria Mutter Jesus." Jean has a German nurse, and this was one of her phrases. There was a time when Jean exclaimed, "Ach Gott!" to every trifle, but when Mama found it out she was shocked and instantly put a stop to it. It brings that pretty little German creature vividly before me, a sweet and innocent and plump little creature, with peachy cheeks, a clear-souled little maiden, and without offense, notwithstanding her profanities, and she was loaded to the eyebrows with them. She was a mere child. She was not 15 yet. She was just from Germany, and knew no English. She was always scattering her profanities around, and they were such a satisfaction to me that I never dreamed of such a thing as modifying her. For my own sake I had no disposition to tell on her. Indeed, I took pains to keep her from being found out. I told her to confine her religious expressions to the children's quarters, and urged her to remember that Mrs. Clemens was prejudiced against pieties on week days. To the children the little maid's profanities sounded natural and proper and right, because they had been used to that kind of talk in Germany, and they attached no evil importance to it. It grieves me that I have forgotten those vigorous remarks. I long hoarded them in my memory as a treasure, but I remember one of them still, because I heard it so many times. The trial of that little creature's life was the children's hair. She would tug and strain with her comb, accompanying her work with her misplaced pieties. And when finally she was through with her triple job, she always fired up and exploded her thanks toward the sky, where they belonged, in this form: Gott sei Dank, ich bin schön fertig mit dem Gottverdammtes Herr. I believe I am not quite brave enough to translate it. From Susy's biography. We at length reached Vassar College, and she looked very finely, her buildings and her grounds being very beautiful. We went to the front door and rang the bell. The young girl who came to the door wished to know who we wanted to see. Evidently we were not expected. Papa told her who we wanted to see, and she showed us to the parlor. We waited. No one came, and waited. No one came. Still no one came. It was beginning to seem pretty awkward. "Oh, well, this is a pretty piece of business," Papa exclaimed. At length we heard footsteps coming down the long corridor, and Miss C., the lady who had invited Papa, came into the room. She greeted Papa very pleasantly, and they had a nice little chat together. Soon the lady principal also entered, and she was very pleasant and agreeable. She showed us to our rooms, and said she would send for us when dinner was ready. We went into our rooms, but we had nothing to do for half an hour except to watch the raindrops as they fell upon the window panes. At last we were called to dinner, and I went down without Papa, as he never eats anything in the middle of the day. I sat at the table with the lady principal, and enjoyed very much seeing all the young girls trooping into the dining room. After dinner I went around the college with the young ladies, and Papa stayed in his room and smoked. When it was supper time, Papa went down and ate supper with us, and we had a very delightful supper. After supper the young ladies went to their rooms to dress for the evening. Papa went to his room, and I went with the lady principal. At length the guests began to arrive, but Papa still remained in his room until called for. Papa read in the chapel. It was the first time I had ever heard him read in my life, that is, in public. When he came out on the stage, I remember the people behind me exclaimed, "Oh, how queer he is! Isn't he funny?" I thought Papa was very funny, although I did not think him queer. He read "A Trying Situation" and "The Golden Arm," a ghost story that he heard down South when he was a little boy. "The Golden Arm" Papa had told me before, but he had startled me so that I did not much wish to hear it again. But I had resolved this time to be prepared, and not to let myself be startled, but still Papa did, and very, very much. He startled the whole roomful of people, and they jumped as one man. The other story was also very funny and interesting, and I enjoyed the evening inexpressibly much. After Papa had finished reading we all went down to the collation in the dining room, and after that there was dancing and singing. Then the guests went away, and Papa and I went to bed. The next morning we rose early, took an early train for Hartford, and reached Hartford at half past 2 o'clock. We were very glad to get back. How charitably she treats that ghastly experience! It is a dear and lovely disposition, and a most valuable one, that can brush away indignities and discourtesies and seek and find the pleasanter features of an experience. Susy had that disposition, and it was one of the jewels of her character that had come to her straight from her mother. It is a feature that was left out of me at birth, and at 70 I have not yet acquired it. I did not go to Vassar College professionally, but as a guest and gratis. Aunt Clara, Mrs. Stanchfield, was a graduate of Vassar, and it was to please her that I inflicted that journey upon Susy and myself. The invitation had come to me from both the lady mentioned by Susy and the president of the college, a sour old saint who has probably been gathered to his fathers long ago, and I hope they enjoy him. I hope they enjoy his society. I think I can get along without it in either end of the next world. We arrived at the college in that soaking rain, and Susy has described, with just a suggestion of dissatisfaction, the sort of reception we got. Susy had to sit in her damp clothes half an hour while we waited in the parlor. Then she was taken to a fireless room and left to wait there again, as she has stated. I do not remember that president's name, and I am sorry. He did not put in an appearance until it was time for me to step upon the platform in front of that great garden of young and lovely blossoms. He caught up with me and advanced upon the platform with me, and was going to introduce me. I said in substance, "You have allowed me to get along without your help thus far, and if you will retire from the platform I will try to do the rest without it." I did not see him any more, but I detest his memory. Of course my resentment did not extend to the students, and so I had an unforgettable good time talking to them. And I think they had a good time, too, for they responded as one man, to use Susy's unimprovable phrase. Girls are charming creatures. I shall have to be twice 70 years old before I change my mind as to that. I am to talk to a crowd of them this afternoon, students of Barnard College, the sex's annex to Columbia University, and I think I shall have just as pleasant a time with those lassies as I had with the Vassar girls 21 years ago. End of Section 24, Wednesday, March 7, 1906. Section 25 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Thursday, March 8, 1906. Letter from brother of Captain Tonkray. Mr. Clemens replied that original of Huckleberry Finn was Tom Blankenship. Tom's father, town drunkard. Describes Tom's character. Death of Indian Joe. Storm which came that night. Incident of the Episcopal sextons and their reforms. Mr. Dawson's school in Hannibal. Arch Fuqua's greatest gift. For 30 years I have received an average of a dozen letters a year from strangers who remember me, or whose fathers remember me as boy and young man. But these letters are almost always disappointing. I have not known these strangers, nor their fathers. I have not heard of the names they mention. The reminiscences to which they call my attention have had no part in my experience, all of which means that these strangers have been mistaking me for somebody else. But at last I have the refreshment, this morning, of a letter from a man who deals in names that were familiar to me in my boyhood. The writer encloses a newspaper clipping which has been wandering through the press for 4 or 5 weeks, and he wants to know if his brother, Captain Tonkray, was really the original of Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn dead, original of Mark Twain's famous character, had led quiet life in Idaho. By direct wire to the Times. Wallace, Idaho, February 2nd. Exclusive dispatch. Captain A. O. Tonkray, commonly known as Huckleberry Finn, said to be the original of Mark Twain's famous character, was found dead in his room at Murray this morning from heart failure. Captain Tonkray, a native of Hannibal, Missouri, was 65 years old. In early life he ran on steamboats on the Mississippi and the Missouri rivers, in frequent contact with Samuel L. Clemens, and tradition has it Mark Twain later used Tonkray as his model for Huckleberry Finn. He came to Murray in 1884 and had been living a quiet life since. I have replied that Huckleberry Finn was Tom Blankenship. As this writer evidently knew the Hannibal of the '40s, he will easily recall Tom Blankenship. Tom's father was at one time town drunkard, an exceedingly well defined and unofficial office of those days. He succeeded General I forget the General's name. Note Gaines. And for a time he was sole and only incumbent of the office, but afterward Jimmy Finn proved competency and disputed the place with him, so we had 2 town drunkards at one time, and it made as much trouble in that village as Christendom experienced in the 14th century, when there were 2 popes at the same time. In Huckleberry Finn I have drawn Tom Blankenship exactly as he was. He was ignorant, unwashed, insufficiently fed, but he had as good a heart as ever any boy had. His liberties were totally unrestricted. He was the only really independent person, boy or man, in the community, and by consequence he was tranquilly and continuously happy, and was envied by all the rest of us. We liked him, we enjoyed his society, and as his society was forbidden us by our parents, the prohibition trebled and quadrupled its value, and therefore we sought and got more of his society than of any other boys. I heard 4 years ago that he was justice of the peace in a remote village in Montana, and was a good citizen and greatly respected. During Jimmy Finn's term he was not exclusive, he was not finical, he was not hypercritical, he was largely and handsomely democratic, and slept in the deserted tanyard with the hogs. My father tried to reform him once, but did not succeed. My father was not a professional reformer. In him the spirit of reform was spasmodic. It only broke out now and then, with considerable intervals between. Once he tried to reform Injun Joe. That also was a failure. It was a failure, and we boys were glad, for Injun Joe, drunk, was interesting and a benefaction to us, but Injun Joe sober was a dreary spectacle. We watched my father's experiments upon him with a good deal of anxiety, but it came out all right, and we were satisfied. Injun Joe got drunk oftener than before, and became intolerably interesting. I think that in Tom Sawyer I starved Injun Joe to death in the cave, but that may have been to meet the exigencies of romantic literature. I can't remember now whether the real Injun Joe died in the cave or out of it, but I do remember that the news of his death reached me at a most unhappy time, that is to say, just at bedtime on a summer night, when a prodigious storm of thunder and lightning accompanied by a deluging rain that turned the streets and lanes into rivers caused me to repent and resolve to lead a better life. I can remember those awful thunder bursts, and the white glare of the lightning yet, and the wild lashing of the rain against the window panes. By my teachings I perfectly well knew what all that wild rumpus was for. Satan had come to get Injun Joe. I had no shadow of doubt about it. It was the proper thing when a person like Injun Joe was required in the underworld, and I should have thought it strange and unaccountable if Satan had come for him in a less spectacular way. With every glare of lightning I shriveled and shrank together in mortal terror, and in the interval of black darkness that followed I poured out my lamentings over my lost condition and my supplications for just one more chance, with an energy and feeling and sincerity quite foreign to my nature. But in the morning I saw that it was a false alarm, and concluded to resume business at the old stand and wait for another reminder. The axiom says history repeats itself. A week or two ago my nephew by marriage, Edward Loomis, dined with us, along with his wife, my niece, née Julie Langdon. He is vice president of the Delaware and Lackawanna railway system. The duties of his office used to carry him frequently to Elmira, New York. The exigencies of his courtship carried him there still oftener, and so in the course of time he came to know a good many of the citizens of that place. At dinner he mentioned a circumstance which flashed me back over about 60 years and landed me in that little bedroom on that tempestuous night. He said Mr. Buckley was sexton of the Episcopal Church in Elmira, and had been for many years the competent superintendent of all the church's worldly affairs, and was regarded by the whole congregation as a stay, a blessing, a priceless treasure. But he had a couple of defects, not large defects, but they seemed large when flung against the background of his profoundly religious character. He drank a good deal, and he could outswear a brakeman. A movement arose to persuade him to lay aside these vices, and after consulting with his pal, who occupied the same position as himself in the other Episcopal church, and whose defects were duplicates of his own, and had inspired regret in the congregation whom he was serving, they concluded to try for reform, not wholesale, but half at a time. They took the liquor pledge and waited for results. During 9 days the results were entirely satisfactory, and they were recipients of many compliments and much congratulation. Then on New Year's Eve they had business a mile and a half out of town, just beyond the New York state line. Everything went well with them that evening in the bar room of the inn, but at last the celebration of the occasion by those villagers came to be of a burdensome nature. It was a bitter cold night, and the multitudinous hot toddies that were circulating began, by and by, to exert a powerful influence upon the new prohibitionists. At last Buckley's friend remarked, "Buckley, does it occur to you that we are outside the diocese?" That ended Reform No. 1. Then they took a chance in Reform No. 2. For a while that one prospered, and they got much applause. One morning this step-nephew of mine, Loomis, met Buckley on the street and said, "You have made a gallant struggle against those defects of yours. I am aware that you failed on No. 1, but I am also aware that you are having better luck with No. 2." "Yes," Buckley said, "No. 2 is all right and sound up to date, and we are full of hope." Loomis said, "Buckley, of course you have your troubles like other people, but they never show on the outside. I have never seen you when you were not cheerful. Are you always cheerful? Really always cheerful?" "Well, no," he said. "No, I can't say that I am always cheerful, but well, you know that kind of a night that comes you wake up way in the night, and the whole world is sunk in gloom, and there are storms and earthquakes and all sorts of disasters in the air threatening, and you get cold and chill. And when that happens to me I recognize how sinful I am, and it goes all clear to my heart and wrings it, and I have such terrors and terrors. Oh, they are indescribable, those terrors that assail and thrill me, and I slip out of bed and get on my knees and pray and pray and pray, and promise that I will be good, etc. And then, you know, in the morning the sun shines out so lovely, and the birds sing, and the whole world is so beautiful, and, b'God, I rally. Now I will quote a brief paragraph from this letter which I received from Mr. Tonkray. He says: "You no doubt are at a loss to know who I am. I will tell you. In my younger days I was a resident of Hannibal, Missouri, and you and I were schoolmates attending Mr. Dawson's school, along with Sam and Will Bowen and Andy Fuqua and others whose names I have forgotten. I was then about the smallest boy in school for my age, and they called me Little Aleck Tonkray for short." I don't remember Aleck Tonkray, but I knew those other people as well as I knew the town drunkards. I remember Dawson's schoolhouse perfectly. If I wanted to describe it I could save myself the trouble by conveying the description of it to those pages from Tom Sawyer. I can remember the drowsy and inviting summer sounds that used to float in through the open windows from that distant boy paradise, Cardiff Hill, and mingle with the murmurs of the studying pupils and make them the more dreary by the contrast. I remember Andy Fuqua, the oldest pupil, a man of 25. I remember the youngest pupil, Nanny Owsley, a child of 7. I remember George Robards, 18 or 20 years old, the only pupil who studied Latin. I remember vaguely the rest of the 25 boys and girls. I remember Mr. Dawson very well. I remember his boy Theodore, who was as good as he could be. In fact, he was inordinately good, extravagantly good, offensively good, detestably good, and he had pop eyes, and I would have drowned him if I had had a chance. In that school we were all about on an equality, and, so far as I remember, the passion of envy had no place in our hearts except in the case of Arch Fuqua, the other one's brother. Of course we all went barefoot in the summer time. Arch Fuqua was about my own age, 10 or 11. In the winter we could stand him, because he wore shoes then, and his great gift was hidden from our sight, and we were enabled to forget it. But in the summer he was a bitterness to us. He was our envy, for he could double back his big toe and let it fly, and you could hear it snap 30 yards. There was not another boy in the school that could approach this feat. He had not a rival as regards a physical distinction, except in Theodore Eddy, who could work his ears like a horse. But he was no real rival, because you couldn't hear him work his ears. So all the advantage lay with Arch Fuqua. End of Section 25, Thursday, March 8, 1906. Section 26 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, March 9, 1906. Mr. Clemens tells of several of his schoolmates in Mr. Dawson's Hannibal School: George Robards and Mary Moss, John Robards, who traveled far, John Garth and Helen Kercheval. Mr. Kercheval's slave woman and his apprentice saved Mr. Clemens from drowning in Bear Creek. Meredith, who became a guerrilla chief in Civil War. Will and Sam Bowen, Mississippi pilots, died of yellow fever. I am talking of a time 60 years ago and upward. I remember the names of some of those classmates, and by fitful glimpses even their faces rise before me for a moment, only just long enough to be recognized, then they vanish. I catch glimpses of George Robards, the Latin pupil, slender, pale, studious, bending over his book and absorbed in it, his long, straight black hair hanging down below his jaws like a pair of curtains on the sides of his face. I can see him give his head a toss and flirt one of the curtains back around his head, to get it out of his way, apparently, really to show off. In that day it was a great thing among the boys to have hair of so flexible a sort that it could be flung back in that way, with a flirt of the head. George Robards was the envy of us all, for there was no hair among us that was so competent for this exhibition as his. My hair was a dense ruck of short curls, and so was my brother Henry's. We tried all kinds of devices to get these crooks straightened out so that they would flirt, but we never succeeded. Sometimes by soaking our heads and then combing and brushing our hair down tight and flat to our skulls, we could get it straight temporarily, and this gave us a comforting moment of joy. But the first time we gave it a flirt it all shriveled into curls again, and our happiness was gone. George was a fine young fellow in all ways. He and Mary Moss were sweethearts and pledged to eternal constancy from a time when they were merely children. But Mr. Lakeman arrived now and became a resident. He took an important position in the little town at once, and maintained it. He brought with him a distinguished reputation as a lawyer. He was educated, cultured. He was grave even to austerity. He was dignified in his conversation and deportment. He was a rather oldish bachelor, as bachelor's oldishness was estimated in that day. He was a rising man. He was contemplated with considerable awe by the community, and as a catch he stood at the top of the market. That blooming and beautiful thing, Mary Moss, attracted his favor. He laid siege to her and won. Everybody said she accepted him to please her parents, not herself. They were married, and everybody again testifying said he continued her schooling all by himself, proposing to educate her up to standard and make her a meet companion for him. These things may have been true, they may not have been true, but they were interesting. That is the main requirement in a village like that. George went away presently to some far off region, and there he died of a broken heart, everybody said. That could be true, for he had good cause. He would go far before he would find another Mary Moss. How long ago that little tragedy happened! None but the Whiteheads know about it now. Lakeman is dead these many years, but Mary still lives, and is still beautiful, although she has grandchildren. I saw her and one of her married daughters when I went out to Missouri 4 years ago to receive an honorary LL.D. from Missouri University. John Robards was the little brother of George, a wee chap with silky golden curtains to his face, which dangled to his shoulders and below, and could be flung back ravishingly. When he was 12 years old he crossed the plains with his father amid the rush of gold seekers of '49, and I remember the departure of the cavalcade when it spurred westward. We were all there to see and to envy, and I can still see that proud little chap sailing by on a great horse, with his long locks streaming out behind. We were all on hand to gaze and envy when he returned, 2 years later, in unimaginable glory, for he had traveled. None of us had ever been 40 miles from home, but he had crossed the continent. He had been in the gold mines, that fairyland of our imagination, and he had done a still more wonderful thing. He had been in ships on the actual ocean, in ships on 3 actual oceans, for he had sailed down the Pacific and round the Horn among icebergs and through snowstorms and wild wintry gales, and sailed on and turned the corner and flown northward in the trades and up through the blistering equatorial waters, and there in his brown face were the proofs of what he had been through. We would have sold our souls to Satan for the privilege of trading places with him. I saw him when I was out at that Missouri trip 4 years ago. He was old then, though not quite so old as I, and the burden of life was upon him. He said his granddaughter, 12 years old, had read my books and would like to see me. It was a pathetic time, for she was a prisoner in her room and marked for death, and John knew that she was passing swiftly away. 12 years old, just her grandfather's age when he rode away on that great journey. In her I seemed to see that boy again. It was as if he had come back out of that remote past and was present before me in his golden youth. Her malady was heart disease, and her brief life came to a close a few days later. Another of those schoolboys was John Garth, and one of the prettiest of the schoolgirls was Helen Kercheval. They grew up and married. He became a prosperous banker and a prominent and valued citizen, and a few years ago he died, rich and honored. He died. It is what I have to say about so many of those boys and girls. The widow still lives, and there are grandchildren. I saw John's tomb when I made that Missouri visit. Mr. Kercheval had an apprentice in the early days, when I was 9 years old, and he had also a slave woman who had many merits. But I can't feel either very kindly or forgivingly toward either that good apprentice boy or that good slave woman, for they saved my life. One day when I was playing on a loose log which I supposed was attached to a raft, but it wasn't, it tilted me into Bear Creek, and when I had been under water twice and was coming up to make the third and fatal descent, my fingers appeared above the water, and that slave woman seized them and pulled me out. Within a week I was in again, and that apprentice had to come along just at the wrong time, and he plunged in and dived, pawed around on the bottom and found me, and dragged me out, emptied the water out of me, and I was saved again. I was drowned 7 times after that before I learned to swim, once in Bear Creek and 6 times in the Mississippi. I do not now know who the people were who interfered with the intentions of a Providence wiser than themselves, but I hold a grudge against them yet. Another schoolmate was John Meredith, a boy of a quite uncommonly sweet and gentle disposition. He grew up, and when the Civil War broke out he became a sort of guerrilla chief on the Confederate side, and I was told that in his raids upon Union families in the country parts of Monroe County, in earlier times the friends and familiars of his father, he was remorseless in his devastations and sheddings of blood. It seems almost incredible that this could have been that gentle comrade of my school days, yet it can be true, for Robespierre when he was young was like that. John has been in his grave many and many a year. Will Bowen was another classmate, and so was his brother Sam, who was his junior by a couple of years. Before the Civil War broke out both became St. Louis and New Orleans pilots. While Sam was still very young he had a curious adventure. He fell in love with a girl of 16, only child of a very wealthy German brewer. He wanted to marry her, but he and she both thought that the papa would not only not consent, but would shut his door against Sam. The old man was not so disposed, but they were not aware of that. He had his eye upon them, and it was not a hostile eye. That indiscreet young couple got to living together surreptitiously. Before long the old man died. When the will was examined it was found that he had left the whole of his wealth to Mrs. Samuel A. Bowen. Then the poor things made another mistake. They rushed down to the French suburb Carondelet and got a magistrate to marry them and date the marriage back a few months. The old brewer had some nieces and nephews and cousins, and different kinds of assets of that sort, and they traced out the fraud and proved it and got the property. This left Sam with a girl wife on his hands and the necessity of earning a living for her at the pilot wheel. After a few years Sam and another pilot were bringing a boat up from New Orleans when the yellow fever broke out among the few passengers and the crew. Both pilots were stricken with it, and there was nobody to take their place at the wheel. The boat was landed at the head of Island 82 to wait for succor. Death came swiftly to both pilots, and there they lie buried, unless the river has cut the graves away and washed the bones into the stream, a thing which has probably happened long ago. End of Section 26, Friday, March 9, 1906. Section 27 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, March 12, 1906. Mr. Clemens comments on the killing of 600 Moros, men, women, and children, in a crater bowl near Jolo, in the Philippines, our troops commanded by General Wood. Contrast this battle with various other details of our military history. The newspaper's attitude toward the announcements, the President's message of congratulations. We will stop talking about my schoolmates of 60 years ago for the present, and return to them later. They strongly interest me, and I am not going to leave them alone permanently. Strong as that interest is, it is for the moment pushed out of the way by an incident of today which is still stronger. This incident burst upon the world last Friday in an official cablegram from the commander of our forces in the Philippines to our government at Washington. The substance of it was as follows: A tribe of Moros, dark-skinned savages, had fortified themselves in the bowl of an extinct crater not many miles from Jolo, and as they were hostiles and bitter against us because we have been trying for 8 years to take their liberties away from them, their presence in that position was a menace. Our commander, General Leonard Wood, ordered a reconnaissance. It was found that the Moros numbered 600, counting women and children; that their crater bowl was in the summit of a peak or mountain 2,200 feet above sea level, and very difficult of access for Christian troops and artillery. Then General Wood ordered a surprise, and went along himself to see the order carried out. Our troops climbed the heights by devious and difficult trails, and even took some artillery with them. The kind of artillery is not specified, but in one place it was hoisted up a sharp acclivity by tackle a distance of some 300 feet. Arriving at the rim of the crater, the battle began. Our soldiers numbered 540. They were assisted by auxiliaries consisting of a detachment of native constabulary in our pay, their numbers not given, and by a naval detachment whose numbers are not stated. But apparently the contending parties were about equal as to number, 600 men on our side on the edge of the bowl, 600 men, women, and children in the bottom of the bowl. Depth of the bowl, 50 feet. General Wood's order was, "Kill or capture the 600." The battle began. It is officially called by that name. Our forces, firing down into the crater with their artillery and their deadly small arms of precision, the savages furiously returning the fire, probably with brickbats, though this is merely a surmise of mine, as the weapons used by the savages are not nominated in the cablegram. Heretofore the Moros have used knives and clubs mainly, also ineffectual trade muskets, when they had any. The official report stated that the battle was fought with prodigious energy on both sides during a day and a half, and that it ended with a complete victory for the American arms. The completeness of the victory is established by this fact, that of the 600 Moros not one was left alive. The brilliancy of the victory is established by this other fact, to wit, that of our 600 heroes only 15 lost their lives. General Wood was present and looking on. His order had been, "Kill or capture those savages." Apparently our little army considered that the "or" left them authorized to kill or capture according to taste, and that their taste had remained what it has been for 8 years in our army out there, the taste of Christian butchers. The official report quite properly extolled and magnified the heroism and gallantry of our troops, lamented the loss of the 15 who perished, and elaborated the wounds of 32 of our men who suffered injury, and even minutely and faithfully described the nature of the wounds, in the interest of future historians of the United States. It mentioned that a private had one of his elbows scraped by a missile, and the private's name was mentioned. Another private had the end of his nose scraped by a missile. His name was also mentioned, by cable, at $1.50 a word. Next day's news confirmed the previous day's report, and named our 15 killed and 32 wounded again, and once more described the wounds and gilded them with the right adjectives. Let us now consider 2 or 3 details of our military history. In one of the great battles of the Civil War, 10% of the forces engaged on the two sides were killed and wounded. At Waterloo, where 400,000 men were present on the two sides, 50,000 fell, killed and wounded, in 5 hours, leaving 350,000 sound and all right for further adventures. 8 years ago, when the pathetic comedy called the Cuban War was played, we summoned 250,000 men. We fought a number of showy battles, and when the war was over we had lost 268 men out of our 250,000 in killed and wounded in the field, and just 14 times as many by the gallantry of the army doctors in the hospitals and camps. We did not exterminate the Spaniards. Far from it. In each engagement we left an average of 2% of the enemy killed or crippled on the field. Contrast these things with the great statistics which have arrived from that Moro crater. There, with 600 engaged on each side, we lost 15 men killed outright, and we had 32 wounded, counting that nose and that elbow. The enemy numbered 600, including women and children, and we abolished them utterly, leaving not even a baby alive to cry for its dead mother. This is incomparably the greatest victory that was ever achieved by the Christian soldiers of the United States. Now then, how has it been received? The splendid news appeared with splendid display heads in every newspaper in this city of 4,013,000 inhabitants on Friday morning, but there was not a single reference to it in the editorial columns of any one of those papers. The news appeared again in all the evening papers of Friday, and again those papers were editorially silent upon our vast achievement. Next day's additional statistics and particulars appeared in all the morning papers, and still without a line of editorial rejoicing or a mention of the matter in any way. These additions appeared in the evening papers of that same day, Saturday, and again without a word of comment. In the columns devoted to correspondence in the morning and evening papers of Friday and Saturday nobody said a word about the battle. Ordinarily those columns are teeming with the passions of the citizen. He lets no incident go by, whether it be large or small, without pouring out his praise or blame, his joy or indignation about the matter in the correspondence column. But, as I have said, during those 2 days he was as silent as the editors themselves. So far as I can find out, there was only one person among our 80 millions who allowed himself the privilege of a public remark on this great occasion. That was the President of the United States. All day Friday he was as studiously silent as the rest, but on Saturday he recognized that his duty required him to say something, and he took his pen and performed that duty. If I know President Roosevelt, and I'm sure I do, this utterance cost him more pain and shame than any other that ever issued from his pen or his mouth. I am far from blaming him. If I had been in his place my official duty would have compelled me to say what he said. It was a convention, an old tradition, and he had to be loyal to it. There was no help for it. This is what he said: Washington, March 10th. Wood, Manila. I congratulate you and the officers and men of your command upon the brilliant feat of arms wherein you and they so well upheld the honor of the American flag. Signed, Theodore Roosevelt. His whole utterance is merely a convention, Not a word of what he said came out of his heart. He knew perfectly well that to pen 600 helpless and weaponless savages in a hole like rats in a trap, and massacre them in detail during a stretch of a day and a half from a safe position on the heights above was no brilliant feat of arms, and would not have been a brilliant feat of arms even if Christian America, represented by its salaried soldiers, had shot them down with Bibles and the Golden Rule instead of bullets. He knew perfectly well that our uniformed assassins had not upheld the honor of the American flag, but had done as they have been doing continuously for 8 years in the Philippines, that is to say, they had dishonored it. The next day, Sunday, which was yesterday, the cable brought us additional news, still more splendid news, still more honor for the flag. The first display head shouts this information at us in stentorian capitals: "Women slain in Moro slaughter." Slaughter is a good word. Certainly there is not a better one in the unabridged dictionary for this occasion. The next display line says, "With children they mixed in mob in crater, and all died together." They were naked savages, and yet there is a sort of pathos about it when that word children falls under your eye, for it always brings before us our perfectest symbol of innocence and helplessness, and by help of its deathless eloquence, color, creed, and nationality vanish away, and we see only that they are children, merely children, and if they are frightened and crying and in trouble, our pity goes out to them by natural impulse. We see a picture, we see the small forms, we see the terrified faces, we see the tears, we see the small hands clinging in supplication to the mother, but we do not see those children that we are speaking about. We see in their places the little creatures whom we know and love. The next heading blazes with American and Christian glory like to the sun in the zenith. Death list is now 900. I was never so enthusiastically proud of the flag till now. The next heading explains how safely our daring soldiers were located. It says, "Impossible to tell sexes apart in fierce battle on top of Mount Dajo." The naked savages were so far away, down in the bottom of that trap, that our soldiers could not tell the breasts of a woman from the rudimentary paps of a man, so far away that they couldn't tell a toddling little child from a black six-shooter. This was by all odds the least dangerous battle that Christian soldiers of any nationality were ever engaged in. The next heading says, "Fighting for 4 days." So our men were at it 4 days, instead of a day and a half. It was a long and happy picnic, with nothing to do but sit in comfort and fire the Golden Rule into those people down there, and imagine letters to write home to the admiring families, and pile glory upon glory. Those savages fighting for their liberties had the 4 days, too, but it must have been a sorrowful time for them. Every day they saw 225 of their number slain, and this provided them grief and mourning for the night, and doubtless without even the relief and consolidation of knowing that in the meantime they had slain 4 of their enemies, and wounded some more on the elbow and the nose. The closing heading says, "Lieutenant Johnson blown from parapet by exploding artillery gallantly leading charge." Lieutenant Johnson had pervaded the cablegrams from the first. He and his wound have sparked around through them like the serpentine thread of fire that goes excursioning through the black crisp fabric of a fragment of burnt paper. It reminds one of Gillette's comedy farce of a few years ago, "Too Much Johnson." Apparently Johnson was the only wounded man on our side whose wound was worth anything as an advertisement. It has made a great deal more noise in the world than has any similar event since Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and got injured. The official dispatches do not know which to admire most, Johnson's adorable wound or the 900 murders. The ecstasies flowing from army headquarters on the other side of the globe to the White House, at $1.50 a word, have set fire to similar ecstasies in the President's breast. It appears that the immortally wounded was a Rough Rider under Lieutenant Colonel Theodore Roosevelt at San Juan Hill, that twin of Waterloo, when the colonel of the regiment, the President Major General Dr. Leonard Wood, went to the rear to bring up the pills and missed the fight. The President has a warm place in his heart for anybody who was present at that bloody collision of military solar systems, and so he lost no time in cabling to the wounded hero, "How are you?" and got a cable answer, "Fine, thanks." This is historical. This will go down to posterity. Johnson was wounded in the shoulder with a slug. The slug was in a shell, for the account says the damage was caused by an exploding shell which blew Johnson off the rim. The people down in the hole had no artillery, therefore it was our artillery that blew Johnson off the rim, and so it is now a matter of historical record that the only officer of ours who acquired a wound of advertising dimensions got it at our hands, and not the enemy's. It seems more than probable that if we had placed our soldiers out of the way of our own weapons we should have come out of the most extraordinary battle in all history without a scratch. End of Section 27, Monday, March 12, 1906. Section 28 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, March 14, 1906. Moro slaughter continued. Luncheon for George Harvey. Opinions of the guests as to Moro fight. Cable from General Wood explaining and apologizing. What became of the wounded? President Roosevelt's joy over the splendid achievement. McKinley's joy over capture of Aguinaldo. The ominous paralysis continues. There has been a slight sprinkle, an exceedingly slight sprinkle, in the correspondence columns, of angry rebukes of the President for calling this cowardly massacre a brilliant feat of arms, and for praising our butchers for "holding up the honor of the flag" in that singular way, but there is hardly a ghost of a whisper about the feat of arms in the editorial columns of the papers. I hope that this silence will continue. It is about as eloquent and as damaging and effective as the most indignant words could be, I think. When a man is sleeping in a noise, his sleep goes placidly on, but if the noise stops, the stillness wakes him. This silence has continued 5 days now. Surely it must be waking the drowsy nation. Surely the nation must be wondering what it means. A 5 day silence following a world astonishing event has not happened on this planet since the daily newspaper was invented. At a luncheon party of men convened yesterday to Godspeed George Harvey, who is leaving to day for a vacation in Europe, all the talk was about the brilliant feat of arms, and no one had anything to say about it that either the President or Major General Dr. Wood or the damaged Johnson would regard as complimentary, or as proper comment to put into our histories. Harvey said he believed that the shock and shame of this episode would eat down deeper and deeper into the hearts of the nation and fester there and produce results. He believed it would destroy the Republican party and President Roosevelt. I cannot believe that the prediction will come true, for the reason that prophecies which promise valuable things, desirable things, good things, worthy things, never come true. Prophecies of this kind are like wars fought in a good cause. They are so rare that they don't count. Day before yesterday the cable note from the happy General Dr. Wood was still all glorious. There was still proud mention and elaboration of what was called the desperate hand-to-hand fight, Dr. Wood not seeming to suspect that he was giving himself away, as the phrase goes, since if there was any very desperate hand-to-hand fighting, it would necessarily happen that 900 hand-to-hand fighters, if really desperate, would surely be able to kill more than 15 of our men before their last man and woman and child perished. Very well. There was a new note in the dispatches yesterday afternoon, just a faint suggestion that Dr. Wood was getting ready to lower his tone and begin to apologize and explain. He announces that he assumes full responsibility for the fight. It indicates that he is aware that there is a lurking disposition here, amid all this silence, to blame somebody. He says there was "no wanton destruction of women and children in the fight, though many of them were killed by force of necessity because the Moros used them as shields in the hand-to-hand fighting." This explanation is better than none. Indeed, it is considerably better than none. Yet if there was so much hand-to-hand fighting, there must have arrived a time, toward the end of the 4 days' butchery, when only one native was alive. We had 600 men present. We had lost only 15. Why did the 600 kill that remaining man, or woman, or child? Dr. Wood will find that explaining things is not in his line. He will find that where a man has the proper spirit in him, and the proper force at his command, it is easier to massacre 900 unarmed animals than it is to explain why he made it so remorselessly complete. Next, he furnishes us this sudden burst of unconscious humor, which shows that he ought to edit his reports before he cables them. Many of the Moros feigned death and butchered the American hospital men who were relieving the wounded. We have the curious spectacle of hospital men going around trying to relieve the wounded savages. For what reason? The savages were all massacred. The plain intention was to massacre them all and leave none alive. Then where was the use in furnishing mere temporary relief to a person who was presently to be exterminated? The dispatches call this battue a battle. In what way was it a battle? It has no resemblance to a battle. In a battle there are always as many as 5 wounded men to 1 killed outright. When this so-called battle was over, there were certainly not fewer than 200 wounded savages lying on the field. What became of them, since not one savage was left alive? The inference seems plain. We cleaned up our 4 days' work and made it complete by butchering those helpless people. The President's joy over this achievement brings to mind an earlier presidential ecstasy. When the news came in 1901 that Colonel Funston had penetrated to the refuge of the patriot Aguinaldo in the mountains and had captured him by the use of these arts, to wit, by forgery, by lies, by disguising his military marauders in the uniform of the enemy, by pretending to be friends of Aguinaldo's, and by disarming suspicion by cordially shaking hands with Aguinaldo's officers, and in that moment shooting them down. When the cablegram announcing this brilliant feat of arms reached the White House, the newspapers said that that meekest and mildest and gentlest of men, President McKinley, could not control his joy and gratitude, but was obliged to express it in motions resembling a dance. End of Section 28, Wednesday, March 14, 1906. Section 29 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, March 5, 1906. Dictated March 15th. Mr. Clemens talks to the West Side Young Men's Christian Association in the Majestic Theater. Patrick's funeral. Luncheon next day at the Hartford Club. Mr. Clemens meets 11 of his old friends. They tell many stories. Mr. Twichell's story on board the Kanawha, about Richard Crocker's father. The Mary Ann story. Decoration Day and the Fiery Major and Mr. Twichell's interrupted prayer. Yesterday in the afternoon I talked to the West Side Young Men's Christian Association in the Majestic Theater. The audience was to have been restricted to the membership, or at least to the membership sex, but I had asked for a couple of stage boxes and had invited friends of mine of both sexes to occupy them. There was trouble out at the doors, and I became afraid that these friends would not get in. My secretary volunteered to go out and see if she could find them and rescue them from the crowd. She was a pretty small person for such a service, but maybe her lack of dimensions was in her favor rather than against it. She plowed her way through the incoming masculine wave and arrived outside, where she captured the friends, and also had an adventure. Just as the police were closing the doors of the theater and announcing to the crowd that the place was full and no more could be admitted, a flushed and excited man crowded his way to the door and got as much as his nose in, but there the officer closed the door and the man was outside. He and my secretary were, for the moment, the center of attention, she because of her solitariness in that sea of masculinity, and he because he had been defeated before folks, a thing which we all enjoy, even when we are West Side young Christians and ought to let on that we don't. The man looked down at my secretary anybody can do that without standing on a chair and he began pathetically. I say began pathetically. The pathos of his manner and his words was confined to his beginning. He began on my secretary, then shifted to the crowd for a finish. He said, "I have been a member of this West Side Young Men's Christian Association in good standing for 7 years, and have always done the best I could, yet never once got any reward." He paused half an instant, shot a bitter glance at the closed door, and added with deep feeling, "It's just my goddamned luck." I think it damaged my speech for my secretary. The speech was well enough, certainly better than the report of it in the papers, but in spite of her compliments I knew there was nothing in it so good as what she had heard outside, and by the delight which she exhibited in that outsider's eloquence I knew that she knew it. I will insert here a passage from the newspaper report, because it refers to Patrick. Definition of a gentleman. Mark Twain went on to speak of the man who left $10,000 to disseminate his definition of a gentleman. He denied that he had ever defined one, but said if he did he would include the mercifulness, fidelity, and justice the Scripture read at the meeting spoke of. He produced a letter from William Dean Howells, and said, "He writes he is just 69, but I have known him longer than that. I was born afraid of dying, not of getting old," he says. Well, I'm the other way. It's terrible getting old. You gradually lose your faculties and fascinations and become troublesome. People try to make you think you are not, but I know I'm troublesome. Then he says no part of life is so enjoyable as the 8th decade. That's true. I've just turned it, and I enjoy it very much. If old men were not so ridiculous. Why didn't he speak for himself? But, he goes on, they are ridiculous, and they are ugly. I never saw a letter with so many errors in it. Ugly. I was never ugly in my life. 40 years ago I was not so good looking. A looking glass then lasted me 3 months. Now I can wear it out in 2 days. You've been up in Hartford burying poor old Patrick. I suppose he was old, too, says Mr. Howells. No, he was not old. Patrick came to us 36 years ago, a brisk, lithe young Irishman. He was as beautiful in his graces as he was in his spirit, and he was as honest a man as ever lived. For 25 years he was our coachman, and if I were going to describe a gentleman in detail I would describe Patrick. At my own request I was his pallbearer with our old gardener. He drove me and my bride so long ago. As the little children came along he drove them too. He was all the world to them, and for all in my house he had the same feelings of honor, honesty, and affection. He was 60 years old, 10 years younger than I. Howells suggests he was old. He was not old. He had the same gracious and winning ways to the end. Patrick was a gentleman, and to him I would apply the lines: So may I be courteous to men, faithful to friends, true to my God, a fragrance in the path I trod. At the funeral I saw Patrick's family. I had seen no member of it for a good many years. The children were men and women. When I had seen them last they were little creatures. So far as I could remember I had not seen them since as little chaps they joined with ours and with the children of the neighbors in celebrating Christmas Eve around a Christmas tree in our house, on which occasion Patrick came down the chimney, apparently, disguised as St. Nicholas, and performed the part to admiration of the little and the big alike. John, our old gardener, was a fellow pallbearer with me. The rest were Irish coachmen and laborers, old friends of Patrick. The cathedral was half filled with people. I spent the night at Twichell's house that night, and at noon next day at the Hartford Club I met at a luncheon 11 of my oldest friends: Charlie Clark, editor of the Courant; Judge Hammersley of the Supreme Court; Colonel Cheney; Sam Dunham; Twichell; Rev. Dr. Parker; Charles E. Perkins; Archie Welsh. A deal of pretty jolly reminiscing was done, interspersed with mournings over beloved members of the old comradeship whose names have long ago been carved upon their gravestones. Several things were told on Twichell illustrative of his wide catholicity of feeling and conduct, and I was able to furnish something in this line myself. 3 or 4 years ago, when Sir Thomas Lipton came over here to race for the America Cup, I was invited to go with Mr. Rogers and a half a dozen other worldlings in Mr. Rogers' yacht, the Kanawha, to see the race. Mr. Rogers is fond of Twichell and wanted to invite him to go also, but was afraid to do it because he thought Twichell would be uncomfortable among those worldlings. I said I didn't think that would be the case. I said Twichell was chaplain in a fighting brigade all through the Civil War, and was necessarily familiar with about all the different kinds of worldlings that could be started. So Mr. Rogers told me, though with many misgivings, to invite him, and that he would do his best to see that the worldlings should modify their worldliness and pay proper respect and deference to Twichell's cloth. When Twichell and I arrived at the pier at 8 in the morning the launch was waiting for us. All the others were on board. The yacht was anchored out there, ready to sail. Twichell and I went aboard and ascended to the little drawing room on the upper deck. The door stood open, and as we approached we heard hilarious laughter and talk proceeding from that place, and I recognized that the worldlings were having a worldly good time. But as Twichell appeared in the door all that hilarity ceased as suddenly as if it had been shut off with an electric button, and the gay faces of the worldlings at once put on a most proper and impressive solemnity. The last word we had heard from these people was the name of Richard Croker, the celebrated Tammany leader, all round blatherskite and chief pillager of the municipal till. Twichell shook hands all round and broke out with, "I heard you mention Richard Croker. I knew his father very well indeed. He was head teamster in our brigade in the Civil War, the Sickles Brigade. A fine man, as fine a man as a person would want to know. He was always splashed over with mud, of course, but that didn't matter. The man inside the muddy clothes was a whole man, and he was educated, and he was highly educated. He was a man who had read a great deal, and he was a Greek scholar, not a mere surface scholar, but a real one. Used to read aloud from his Greek Testament, and when he hadn't it handy he could recite from it from memory, and he did it well and with spirit. Presently I was delighted to see that every now and then he would come over of a Sunday morning and sit under the trees in our camp with our boys and listen to my ministrations. I couldn't refrain from introducing myself to him, that is, I couldn't refrain from speaking to him about this, and I said, "Mr. Croker, I want to tell you what a pleasure it is to see you come and sit with my boys and listen to me, for I know what it must cost you to do this, and I want to express my admiration for a man who can put aside his religious prejudices and manifest the breadth and tolerance that you have manifested." He flushed and said with eloquent emphasis, "Mr. Twichell, do you take me for a goddamn papist?" Mr. Rogers said to me aside, "This relieves me from my burden of uneasiness." Twichell, with his big heart, his wide sympathies, and his limitless benignities and charities and generosities, is the kind of person that people of all ages and both sexes fly to for consolation and help in time of trouble. He is always being levied upon by this kind of persons. Years ago, many years ago, a soft-headed young donkey who had been reared under Mr. Twichell's spiritual ministrations sought a private interview, a very private interview, with him, and said, "Mr. Twichell, I wish you would give me some advice. It is a very important matter with me. It lies near my heart, and I want to proceed wisely. Now it is like this. I have been down to the Bermudas on the first vacation I have ever had in my life, and there I met a most charming young lady, native of that place, and I fell in love with her, Mr. Twichell. I fell in love with her, oh, so deeply. Well, I can't describe it, Mr. Twichell, I can't describe it. I have never had such feelings before, and they just consume me, they burn me up. When I got back here I found I couldn't think of anybody but that girl. I wanted to write to her, but I was afraid. I was afraid. It seemed too bold. I ought to have taken advice, perhaps, but really I was not myself. I had to write. I couldn't help it. So I wrote to her. I wrote to her as guardedly as my feelings would allow, but I had the sense all the time that I was too bold. I was too bold. She wouldn't like it. Well, sometimes I almost think maybe she would answer, but then there would come a colder wave and I would say, no, I shall never hear from her, she will be offended. But at last, Mr. Twichell, a letter has come. I don't know how to contain myself. I want to write again, but I may spoil it. I may spoil it, and I want your advice. Tell me if I had better venture. Now, here she has written. Here is her letter, Mr. Twichell. She says this. She says, you say in your letter you wish it could be your privilege to see me half your time. How would you like it to see me all the time? What do you think of that, Mr. Twichell? How does that strike you? Do you think she is not offended? Do you think that that indicates a sort of a shadowy leaning toward me? Do you think it, Mr. Twichell? Could you say that? Well, Twichell said, I would not like to be too sanguine. I would not like to commit myself too far. I would not like to put hopes into your mind which could fail of fruition. But on the whole, daring is a good thing in these cases. Sometimes daring, a bold front, will accomplish things that timidity would fail to accomplish. I think I would write her, guardedly, of course, but write her. Oh, Mr. Twichell, oh, you don't know how happy you do make me. I'll write her right away, but I'll be guarded. I'll be careful, careful. Twichell read the rest of the letter, saw that this girl was just simply throwing herself at this young fellow's head, and was going to capture him by fair means or foul, but capture him. But he sent the young fellow away to write the guarded letter. In due time he came with the girl's second letter, and said, Mr. Twichell, will you read that? Now, read that. How does that strike you? Is she kind of leaning my way? I wish you could say so, Mr. Twichell. You see there what she says? She says, you offer to send me a present of a ring. I did it, Mr. Twichell. I declare it was a bold thing, but I couldn't help it. I did that intrepid thing, and that is what she says. You offer to send me a ring, but my father is going to take a little vacation excursion in the New England States, and he is going to let me go with him. If you should send the ring here it might get lost. We shall be in Hartford a day or two. Won't it be safer to wait till then, and you put it on my finger yourself? What do you think of that, Mr. Twichell? How does it strike you? Is she leaning? Is she leaning? Well, Twichell said, I don't know about that. I must not be intemperate. I must not say things too strongly, for I might be making a mistake. But I think, on the whole, I think she is leaning, I do. I think she is leaning. Oh, Mr. Twichell, it does my heart so much good to hear you say that. Mr. Twichell, if there was anything I could do to show my gratitude for those words, well, you see the condition I am in, and to have you say that. Twichell said, "Now, wait a minute. Now, let's not make any mistake here. Don't you know that this is a most serious position? It can have the most serious results upon two lives. You know there is such a thing as a mere passing fancy that sets a person's soul on fire for the moment. That person thinks it is love, and that it is permanent love, that it is real love. Then he finds out by and by that it was but a momentary insane passion, and then perhaps he has committed himself for life, and he wishes he was out of that predicament. Now let us make sure of this thing. I believe that if you try and conduct yourself wisely and cautiously, I don't feel sure, but I believe that if you conduct yourself wisely and cautiously, you can beguile that girl into marrying you." "Oh, Mr. Twichell, I can't express—" "Well, never mind expressing anything. What I am coming at is this. Let us make sure of our position. If this is real love, go ahead. If it is nothing but a passing fancy, drop it right here, for both your sakes. Now, tell me, is it real love? If it is real love, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Have you some way of proving to your entire satisfaction that this is real, genuine, lasting, permanent love?" "Mr. Twichell, I can tell you this. You can judge for yourself. From the time that I was a baby in the cradle up, Mr. Twichell, I have had to sleep close to my mother, with a door open between, because I have always been subject to the most horrible nightmares, and when they break out my mother has to come running from her bed and appease me, and comfort me, and pacify me. Now then, Mr. Twichell, from the cradle up, whenever I got hit with those nightmare convulsions, I have always sung out, 'Mama, Mama, Mama.' Now I sing out, 'Mary Ann, Mary Ann, Mary Ann.'" So they were married. They moved to the West, and we know nothing more about the romance. 15 or 20 years ago Decoration Day happened to be more like the 4th of July for temperature than like the 30th of May. Twichell was orator of the day. He pelted his great crowd of old Civil War soldiers for an hour in the biggest church in Hartford, while they mourned and sweltered. Then they marched forth and joined the procession of other old soldiers, and tramped through clouds of dust to the cemetery and began to distribute the flags and the flowers, a tiny flag and a small basket of flowers to each military grave. This industry went on and on and on, everybody breathing dust, for there was nothing else to breathe, everybody streaming with perspiration, everybody tired and wishing it was over. At last there was but one basket of flowers left, only one grave still undecorated. A fiery little major, whose patience was all gone, was shouting, "Corporal Henry Jones, Company C, 14th Connecticut Infantry." No response. Nobody seemed to know where that corporal was buried. The major raised his note a degree or two higher. "Corporal Henry Jones, Company C, 14th Connecticut Infantry. Doesn't anybody know where that man is buried?" No response. Once, twice, three times he shrieked again, with his temper ever rising higher and higher. "Corporal Henry Jones, Company C, 14th Connecticut Infantry. Doesn't anybody know where that man is buried?" No response. Then he slammed the basket of flowers on the ground and said to Twichell, "Proceed with the finish." The crowd massed themselves together around Twichell with uncovered heads. The silence and solemnity interrupted only by subdued sneezings, for these people were buried in the dim cloud of dust. After a pause, Twichell began an impressive prayer, making it brief to meet the exigencies of the occasion. In the middle of it he made a pause. The drummer thought he was through, and let fly a rub-a-dub-dub, and the little major stormed out, "Stop that drum!" Twichell tried again. He got almost to the last word safely, when somebody trod on a dog, and the dog let out a howl of anguish that could be heard beyond the frontier. The major said, "God damn that dog!" and Twichell said, "Amen." End of Section 29, Monday, March 5, 1906. Dictated March 15th. Section 30 of Mark Twain's Autobiography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, March 16, 1906. Schoolmates of 60 years ago: Mary Miller, one of Mr. Clemens' first sweethearts; Artemisia Briggs, another; Mary Lacy, another; Jimmy McDaniel, to whom Mr. Clemens told his first humorous story; Mr. Richmond, Sunday school teacher, afterwards owner of Tom Sawyer's Cave, which is now being ground into cement; Hickman, the showy young captain; Royal Gridley and the sack of flour incident; the 11 Jew boys called 22; George Butler, nephew of Ben Butler; the incident of getting into bed with Will Bowen to catch the measles, and the successful and nearly fatal case which resulted. We will return to those school children of 60 years ago. I recall Mary Miller. She was not my first sweetheart, but I think she was the first one that furnished me a broken heart. I fell in love with her when she was 18 and I 9, but she scorned me, and I recognized that this was a cold world. I had not noticed that temperature before. I believe I was as miserable as a grown man could be. But I think that this sorrow did not remain with me long. As I remember it, I soon transferred my worship to Artemisia Briggs, who was a year older than Mary Miller. When I revealed my passion to her she did not scoff at it, she did not make fun of it. She was very kind and gentle about it, but she was also firm, and said she did not want to be pestered by children. And there was Mary Lacy. She was a schoolmate, but she also was out of my class because of her advanced age. She was pretty wild and determined and independent. She was ungovernable, and was considered incorrigible. But that was all a mistake. She married, and at once settled down, and became in all ways a model matron, and was as highly respected as any matron in the town. 4 years ago she was still living, and had been married 50 years. Jimmy McDaniel was another schoolmate. His age and mine about tallied. His father kept the candy shop, and he was the most envied little chap in the town, after Tom Blankenship, for although we never saw him eating candy, we supposed that it was, nevertheless, his ordinary diet. He pretended that he never ate it, didn't care for it, because there was nothing forbidden about it. There was plenty of it, and he could have as much of it as he wanted. Still, there was circumstantial evidence that suggested that he only scorned candy in public to show off, for he had the worst teeth in town. He was the first human being to whom I ever told a humorous story, so far as I can remember. This was about Jim Wolfe and the cats, and I gave him that tale the morning after that memorable episode. I thought he would laugh his remaining teeth out. I had never been so proud and happy before, and I have seldom been so proud and happy since. I saw him 4 years ago when I was out there. He was working in a cigar-making shop. He wore an apron that came down to his knees, and a beard that came nearly half as far, and yet it was not difficult for me to recognize him. He had been married 54 years. He had many children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and also even posterity. They all said thousands, yet the boy to whom I had told the cat story when we were 14 years old was still present in that cheerful little old man. Artemisia Briggs got married not long after refusing me. She married Richmond, the stone mason, who was my Methodist Sunday school teacher in the earliest days, and he had one distinction which I envied him. He was a very kindly and considerate Sunday school teacher, and patient and compassionate, so he was the favorite teacher with us little chaps. In that school they had slender, oblong, pasteboard blue tickets, each with a verse from the Testament printed on it, and you could get a blue ticket by reciting 2 verses. By reciting 5 verses you could get 3 blue tickets, and you could trade these at the bookcase and borrow a book for a week. I was under Mr. Richmond's spiritual care every now and then for 2 or 3 years, and he was never hard upon me. I always recited the same 5 verses every Sunday. He was always satisfied with the performance. He never seemed to notice that these were the same 5 foolish virgins that he had been hearing about every Sunday for months. I always got my tickets and exchanged them for a book. They were pretty dreary books, for there was not a bad boy in the entire bookcase. They were all good boys and good girls and drearily uninteresting, but they were better society than none, and I was glad to have their company and disapprove of it. 20 years ago Mr. Richmond had become possessed of Tom Sawyer's cave in the hills 3 miles from town, and had made a tourist resort of it. In 1849, when the gold seekers were streaming through our little town of Hannibal, many of our grown men got the gold fever, and I think that all the boys had it. On the Saturday holidays in summer time we used to borrow skiffs whose owners were not present, and go down the river 3 miles to the cave hollow, and there we staked out claims and pretended to dig gold, panning out $half a day at first, 2 or 3 times as much later, and by whole fortunes as our imaginations became inured to the work. Stupid and unprophetic lads, we were doing this in play and never suspecting. Why, that cave hollow and all the adjacent hills were made of gold, but we did not know it. We took it for dirt. We left its rich secret in its own peaceful possession, and grew up in poverty, and went wandering about the world, struggling for bread, and this because we had not the gift of prophecy. That region was all dirt and rocks to us, yet all it needed was to be ground up and scientifically handled, and it was gold. That is to say, the whole region was a cement mine, and they make the finest kind of Portland cement there now, 5,000 barrels a day, with a plant that cost $2,000,000. Several months ago a telegram came to me from there saying that Tom Sawyer's Cave was now being ground into cement. Would I like to say anything about it in public? But I had nothing to say. I was sorry we lost our cement mine, but it was not worth while to talk about it at this late day, and to take it all around, it was a painful subject anyway. There are 7 miles of Tom Sawyer's Cave, that is to say, the lofty ridge which conceals that cave stretches down the bank of the Mississippi 7 miles to the town of Saverton. For a little while Reuel Gridley attended that school of ours. He was an elderly pupil. He was perhaps 22 or 23 years old. Then came the Mexican War, and he volunteered. A company of infantry was raised in our town, and Mr. Hickman, a tall, straight, handsome athlete of 25, was made captain of it, and had a sword by his side and a broad yellow stripe down the leg of his gray uniform pants. And when that company marched back and forth through the streets in its smart uniform, which it did several times a day for drill, its evolutions were attended by all the boys whenever the school hours permitted. I can see that marching company yet, and I can almost feel again the consuming desire that I had to join it. But they had no use for boys of 12 and 13, and before I had a chance in another war the desire to kill people to whom I had not been introduced had passed away. I saw the splendid Hickman in his old age. He seemed about the oldest man I had ever seen, an amazing and melancholy contrast with the showy young captain I had seen preparing his warriors for carnage so many, many years before. Hickman is dead. It is the old story. As Susy said, what is it all for? Reuel Gridley went away to the wars, and we heard of him no more for 15 or 16 years. Then one day in Carson City, while I was having a difficulty with an editor on the sidewalk, an editor better built for war than I was, I heard a voice say, "Give him the best you've got, Sam. I'm at your back." It was Reuel Gridley. He said he had not recognized me by my face, but by my drawling style of speech. He went down to the Rees River mines about that time, and presently he lost an election bet in his mining camp, and by the terms of it he was obliged to buy a 50-pound sack of self-rising flour and carry it through the town, preceded by music, and deliver it to the winner of the bet. Of course the whole camp was present and full of fluid and enthusiasm. The winner of the bet put up the sack at auction for the benefit of the United States Sanitary Fund, and sold it. The purchaser put it up for the fund and sold it. The excitement grew and grew. The sack was sold over and over again for the benefit of the fund. The news of it came to Virginia City by telegraph. It produced great enthusiasm, and Reuel Gridley was begged by telegraph to bring the sack and have an auction in Virginia City. He brought it. An open barouche was provided, also a brass band. The sack was sold over and over again at Gold Hill, then was brought up to Virginia City toward night and sold again, netting $20,000 or $30,000 for the Sanitary Fund. Gridley carried it across California, selling it at various towns. He sold it for large sums in Sacramento and in San Francisco. He brought it East, sold it in New York and in various other cities, finally carried it out to a great fair in St. Louis, went on selling it, finally made it up into small cakes and sold those at $1 apiece. First and last, the sack of flour, which had originally cost $5, perhaps, netted more than $200,000 for the Sanitary Fund. Reuel Gridley has been dead these many, many years. It is the old story. In that school were the first Jews I had ever seen. It took me a good while to get over the awe of it. To my fancy they were clothed invisibly in the damp and cobwebby mold of antiquity. They carried me back to Egypt, and in imagination I moved among the pharaohs and all the shadowy celebrities of that remote age. The name of the boys was Levin. We had a collective name for them, which was the only really large and handsome witticism that was ever born on those premises. We called them 22, and even when the joke was old and had been worn threadbare, we always followed it with the explanation to make sure that it would be understood. Twice 11, 22. There were other boys whose names remain with me. Irving Ayers, but no matter, he's dead. George Butler, whom I remember as a child of 7, wearing a blue leather belt with a brass buckle, and hated and envied by all the boys on account of it. He was a nephew of General Ben Butler, and fought gallantly at Ball's Bluff and in several other actions of the Civil War. He is dead, long and long ago. Will Bowen, dead long ago. Ed Stevens, dead long ago, and John Briggs were special mates of mine. John is still living. In 1845, when I was 10 years old, there was an epidemic of measles in the town, and it made a most alarming slaughter among the little people. There was a funeral almost daily, and the mothers of the town were nearly demented with fright. My mother was greatly troubled. She worried over Pamela and Henry and me, and took constant and extraordinary pains to keep us from coming into contact with the contagion. But upon reflection I believed that her judgment was at fault. It seemed to me that I could improve upon it if left to my own devices. I cannot remember now whether I was frightened about the measles or not, but I clearly remember that I grew very tired of the suspense I suffered on account of being continually under the threat of death. I remember that I got so weary of it, and so anxious to have the matter settled, one way or the other, and promptly, that this anxiety spoiled my days and nights. I had no pleasure in them. I made up my mind to end this suspense and settle this matter one way or the other and be done with it. Will Bowen was dangerously ill with the measles, and I thought I would go down there and catch them. I entered the house by the front way and slipped along through rooms and halls, keeping sharp watch against discovery, and at last I reached Will's bedroom in the rear of the house on the second floor and got into it uncaptured. But that was as far as my victory reached. His mother caught me there a moment later and snatched me out of the house and gave me a most competent scolding and drove me away. She was so scared that she could hardly get her words out, and her face was white. I saw that I must manage better next time, and I did. I hung about the lane at the rear of the house and watched through cracks in the fence until I was convinced that the conditions were favorable. Then I slipped through the back yard and up the back way and got into the room and into the bed with Bill Bowen without being observed. I don't know how long I was in the bed. I only remember that Will Bowen as society had no value for me, for he was too sick to even notice that I was there. When I heard his mother coming, I covered up my head, but that device was a failure. It was dead summertime. The cover was nothing more than a limp blanket or sheet, and anybody could see that there were two of us under it. It didn't remain two very long. Mrs. Bowen snatched me out of that bed and conducted me home herself, with a grip on my collar which she never loosened until she delivered me into my mother's hands along with her opinion of that kind of a boy. It was a good case of measles that resulted. It brought me within a shade of death's door. It brought me to where I no longer felt any interest in anything, but, on the contrary, felt a total absence of interest, which was most placid and tranquil and sweet and delightful and enchanting. I have never enjoyed anything in my life any more than I enjoyed dying that time. I was, in effect, dying. The word had been passed and the family notified to assemble around the bed and see me off. I knew them all. There was no doubtfulness in my vision. They were all crying, but that did not affect me. I took but the vaguest interest in it, and that merely because I was the center of all this emotional attention, and was gratified by it and felt complimented. When Dr. Cunningham had made up his mind that nothing more could be done for me, he put bags of hot ashes all over me. He put them on my breast, on my wrists, on my ankles, and so, very much to his astonishment, and doubtless to my regret, he dragged me back into this world and set me going again. End of Section 30, Friday, March 16, 1906. Section 31 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, March 21, 1906. Mental telegraphy. Letter from Mr. Jock Brown. Search for Dr. John Brown's letters a failure. Mr. Twichell and his wife, Harmony, have an adventure in Scotland. Mr. Twichell's picture of a military execution. letter relating to foundation of the Players Club, the mismanagement which caused Mr. Clemens to be expelled from the club. He is now an honorary member. Certainly mental telegraphy is an industry which is always silently at work, oftener than otherwise perhaps when we are not suspecting that it is affecting our thought. A few weeks ago, when I was dictating something about Dr. John Brown of Edinburgh, and our pleasant relations with him during 6 weeks there, and his pleasant relations with our little child Susy, he had not been in my mind for a good while, a year perhaps, but he has often been in my mind since, and his name has been frequently upon my lips and as frequently falling from the point of my pen. About a fortnight ago I began to plan an article about him and about Marjorie Fleming, whose first biographer he was, and yesterday I began the article. Today comes a letter from his son Jock, from whom I had not previously heard for a good many years. He has been engaged in collecting his father's letters for publication. This labor would naturally bring me into his mind with some frequency, and I judge that his mind telegraphed his thoughts to me across the Atlantic. I imagine that we get most of our thoughts out of somebody else's mind by mental telegraphy, and not always out of heads of acquaintances, but, in the majority of cases, out of the heads of strangers, strangers far removed, Chinamen, Hindus, and all manner of remote foreigners whose language we should not be able to understand, but whose thoughts we can read without difficulty. 7 Greenhill Place, Edinburgh, 8th March, 1906. Dear Mr. Clemens, I hope you remember me, Jock, son of Dr. John Brown. At my father's death I handed to Dr. J. T. Brown all the letters I had to my father, as he intended to write his life, being his cousin and lifelong friend. He did write a memoir, published after his death in 1901, but he made no use of the letters, and it was little more than a critique of his writings. If you care to see it I shall send it. Among the letters which I got back in 1902 were some from you and Mrs. Clemens. I have now got a large number of letters written by my father between 1830 and 1882, and intend publishing a selection in order to give the public an idea of the man he was. This I think they will do. Miss E. T. McLaren is to add the necessary notes. I now write to ask you if you have letters from him, and if you will let me see them and use them. I enclose letters from yourself and Mrs. Clemens, which I should like to use, 15 sheets typewritten, though I did not write as I should to you on the death of Mrs. Clemens. I was very sorry to hear of it through the papers, and as I now read these letters she rises before me, gentle and lovable as I knew her. I do hope you will let me use her letter. It is most beautiful. I also hope you will let me use yours. I am, yours very sincerely, John Brown. We searched for Dr. John's letters, but without success. I do not understand this. There ought to be a good many, and none should be missing, for Mrs. Clemens held Dr. John in such love and reverence that his letters were sacred things in her eyes, and she preserved them and took watchful care of them. During our 10 years' absence in Europe many letters and like memorials became scattered and lost, but I think it unlikely that Dr. Johns have suffered this fate. I think we shall find them yet. These thoughts about Jock bring back to me the Edinburgh of 33 years ago, and the thought of Edinburgh brings to my mind one of Reverend Joe Twichell's adventures. A quarter of a century ago Twichell and Harmony, his wife, visited Europe for the first time, and made a stay of a day or two in Edinburgh. They were devotees of Scott, and they devoted that day or two to ransacking Edinburgh for things and places made sacred by contact with the magician of the North. Toward midnight on the second night they were returning to their lodgings on foot. A dismal and steady rain was falling, and by consequence they had George Street all to themselves. Presently the rainfall became so heavy that they took refuge from it in a deep doorway, and there in the black darkness they discussed with satisfaction all the achievements of the day. Then Joe said, "It has been hard work and a heavy strain on the strength, but we have our reward. There isn't a thing connected with Scott in Edinburgh that we haven't seen or touched, not one. I mean the things a stranger could have access to. There is one we haven't seen, but it's not accessible. A private collection of relics and memorials of Scott, of great interest, but I do not know where it is. I can't get on the track of it. I wish we could, but we can't. We've got to give the idea up. It would be a grand thing to have a sight of that collection, Harmony." A voice out of the darkness said, "Come upstairs and I will show it to you." And the voice was as good as its word. The voice belonged to the gentleman who owned the collection. He took Joe and Harmony upstairs, fed them and refreshed them, and while they examined the collection he chatted and explained. When they left at 2 in the morning they realized that they had had the star time of their trip. Joe has always been on hand when anything was going to happen, except once. He got delayed in some vexatious and unaccountable way, or he would have been blown up at Petersburg when the mined defenses of that place were flung heavenward in the Civil War. When I was in Hartford the other day he told me about another of his long string of providential opportunities. I think he thinks Providence is always looking out for him when interesting things are going to happen. This was the execution of some deserters during the Civil War. When we read about such things in history we always have the same picture: blindfolded men kneeling with their heads bowed, a file of stern and alert soldiers fronting them with their muskets ready, an austere officer in uniform standing apart who gives sharp, terse orders: "Make ready, take aim, fire." There is a belch of flame and smoke, the victims fall forward expiring, the file shoulders arms, wheels, marches erect and stiff-legged off the field, and the incident is closed. Joe's picture is different, and I suspect that it is the true one, the common one. In this picture the deserters requested that they might be allowed to stand, not kneel, that they might not be blindfolded, but permitted to look the firing file in the eye. These requests were granted. The men stood erect and soldierly. They kept their color. They did not blench. Their eyes were steady. But these things could not be said of any other of the persons present. A general of brigade sat upon his horse, white-faced, white as a corpse. The officer commanding the squad was white-faced, white as a corpse. The firing file were white-faced, and their forms wobbled, so that the wobble was transmitted to their muskets when they took aim. The officer of the squad could not command his voice, and his tone was weak and poor, not brisk and stern. When the file had done its deadly work, it did not march away, martially erect and stiff-legged. It wobbled. This picture commends itself to me as being the truest one that any one has yet furnished of a military execution. In searching for Dr. Brown's letters, a failure, we have made a find which we were not expecting. Evidently it marks the foundation of the Players Club, and so it has value for me. Daly's Theater, New York, January 2, 1888. Mr. Augustine Daly will be very much pleased to have Mr. S. L. Clemens meet Mr. Booth, Mr. Barrett, and Mr. Palmer and a few friends at lunch on Friday next, January 6, at 1 o'clock in Delmonico's, to discuss the formation of a new club which it is thought will claim your interest. R.S.V.P. All the founders, I think, were present at that luncheon, among them Booth, Barrett, Palmer, General Sherman, Bispham, Aldrich, and the rest. I do not recall the other names. I think Lawrence Hutton states in one of his books that the club's name, the Players, had been already selected and accepted before this luncheon took place, but I take that to be a mistake. I remember that several names were proposed, discussed, and abandoned at the luncheon; that finally Thomas Bailey Aldrich suggested that compact and simple name, The Players, and that even that happy title was not immediately accepted. However, the discussion was very brief. The objections to it were easily routed and driven from the field, and the vote in its favor was unanimous. I lost my interest in the club 3 years ago for cause, but it has lately returned to me, to my great satisfaction. Mr. Booth's bequest was a great and generous one, but he left two. The other one was not much of a benefaction. It was a relative of his who needed a support. As secretary he governed the club and its board of managers like an autocrat from the beginning until 3 or 4 months ago, when he retired from his position superannuated. From the beginning I left my dues and costs to be paid by my business agent in Hartford, Mr. Whitmore. He attended to all business of mine. I interested myself in none of it. When we went to Europe in '91 I left a written order in the secretary's office, continuing Whitmore in his function of paymaster of my club dues. Nothing happened until a year had gone by. Then a bill for dues reached me in Europe. I returned it to the secretary and reminded him of my order, which had not been changed. Then for a couple of years the bills went to Whitmore, after which a bill came to me in Europe. I returned it with previous remarks repeated, but about every 2 years the sending of bills to me would be resumed. I sent them back with the usual remarks. Twice the bills were accompanied by offensive letters from the secretary. These I answered profanely. At last we came home in 1901. No bills came to me for a year. Then we took a residence at Riverdale on the Hudson, and straightway came a player's bill for dues. It was a weary, and I put it in the wastebasket. 10 days later the bill came again, and with it a shadowy threat. I wastebasketed it. After another 10 days the bill came once more, and this time the threat was in a concreted condition. It said very peremptorily that if the bill were not paid within a week I would be expelled from the club and posted as a delinquent. This went the way of its predecessors, into the wastebasket. On the named day I was posted as expelled. Robert Reed, David Munro, and other special friends in the club were astonished and put themselves in communication with me to find out what this strange thing meant. I explained to them. They wanted me to state the case to the management and require a reconsideration of the decree of expulsion, but I had to decline that proposition, and therefore things remained as they were until a few months ago, when the ancient secretary retired from the autocracy. The boys thought that my return to the club would be plain and simple sailing now, but I thought differently. I was no longer a member. I could not become a member without consenting to be voted for by the board, like any other candidate, and I would not do that. The management had expelled me upon the mere statement of a clerk that I was a delinquent. They had not asked me to testify in my defense. They might properly argue from that I had not all of a sudden become a rascal, and that I might be able to explain the situation if asked. The board's whole proceeding had been like all the board's proceedings from the beginning, arbitrary, insolent, stupid. That board's proper place from the beginning was the idiot asylum. I could not allow myself to be voted for again, because from my view of the matter I had never lawfully and legitimately ceased to be a member. However, a way fair and honorable to all concerned was easily found to bridge the separating crack. I was made an honorary member, and I have been glad to resume business at the old stand. End of Section 31. Wednesday, March 21, 1906. Section 32 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, March 22, 1906. Susy's biography. Langdon's illness and death. Susy tells of interesting men whom her father met in England and Scotland. Dr. John Brown, Mr. Charles Kingsley, Mr. Henry W. Stanley, Sir Thomas Hardy, Mr. Henry Irving, Robert Browning, Sir Charles Dilke, Charles Reade, William Black, Lord Houghton, Frank Buckland, Tom Hughes, Anthony Trollope, Tom Hood, Dr. MacDonald, and Harrison Ainsworth. Mr. Clemens tells of meeting Lewis Carroll, of luncheon at Lord Houghton's. Letters from Mr. and Mrs. Clemens to Dr. Brown. Mr. Clemens' regret that he did not take Mrs. Clemens for a last visit to Dr. Brown. From Susy's biography. I stopped in the middle of Mama's early history to tell about our trip to Vassar, because I was afraid I would forget about it. Now I will go on where I left off. Some time after Miss Emma Nye died, Papa took Mama and little Langdon to Elmira for the summer. When in Elmira, Langdon began to fail, but I think Mama did not know just what was the matter with him. I was the cause of the child's illness. His mother trusted him to my care, and I took him for a long drive in an open barouche for an airing. It was a raw, cold morning, but he was well wrapped about with furs, and in the hands of a careful person no harm would have come to him. But I soon dropped into a reverie and forgot all about my charge. The furs fell away and exposed his bare legs. By and by the coachman noticed this, and I arranged the wraps again, but it was too late. The child was almost frozen. I hurried home with him. I was aghast at what I had done, and I feared the consequences. I have always felt shame for that treacherous morning's work, and have not allowed myself to think of it when I could help it. I doubt if I had the courage to make confession at that time. I think it most likely that I have never confessed until now. From Susy's Biography. At last it was time for Papa to return to Hartford, and Langdon was real sick at that time, but still Mama decided to go with him, thinking the journey might do him good. But after they reached Hartford he became very sick, and his trouble proved to be diphtheria. He died about a week after Mama and Papa reached Hartford. He was buried by the side of Grandpa at Elmira, New York. Susy rests there with them. S.L.C. After that Mama became very, very ill, so ill that there seemed great danger of death, but with a great deal of good care she recovered. Some months after Mama and Papa, and Susy, who was perhaps 14 or 15 months old at the time, S.L.C., went to Europe and stayed for a time in Scotland and England. In Scotland Mama and Papa became very well acquainted with Dr. John Brown, the author of Rab and His Friends, and he met, but was not so well acquainted with, Mr. Charles Kingsley, Mr. Henry M. Stanley, Sir Thomas Hardy, grandson of the Captain Hardy to whom Nelson said, "Kiss me, Hardy," when dying on shipboard, Mr. Henry Irving, Robert Browning, Sir Charles Dilke, Mr. Charles Reade, Mr. William Black, Lord Houghton, Frank Buckland, Mr. Tom Hughes, Anthony Trollope, Tom Hood, son of the poet, and Mama and Papa were quite well acquainted with Dr. MacDonald and family, and Papa met Harrison Ainsworth. I remember all these men very well indeed, except the last one. I do not recall Ainsworth. By my count Susy mentions 14 men. They are all dead except Sir Charles Dilke and Mr. Tom Hughes. We met a great many other interesting people, among them Lewis Carroll, author of the immortal Alice, but he was only interesting to look at, for he was the stillest and shyest full-grown man I have ever met, except Uncle Remus. Dr. MacDonald and several other lively talkers were present, and the talk went briskly on for a couple of hours, but Carroll sat still all the while, except that now and then he answered a question. His answers were brief. I do not remember that he elaborated any of them. At a dinner at Smalley's we met Herbert Spencer. At a large luncheon party at Lord Houghton's we met Sir Arthur Helps, who was a celebrity of world wide fame at the time, but is quite forgotten now. Lord Elcho, a large, vigorous man, sat at some distance down the table. He was talking earnestly about Godalming. It was a deep and flowing and unarticulated rumble, but I got the Godalming pretty clearly every time it broke free of the rumble, and as all the strength was on the first end of the word, it startled me every time, because it sounded so like swearing. In the middle of the luncheon Lady Houghton rose, remarked to the guests on her right and on her left in a matter-of-fact way, "Excuse me, I have an engagement," and without further ceremony she went off to meet it. This would have been doubtful etiquette in America. Lord Houghton told a number of delightful stories. He told them in French, and I lost nothing of them but the nubs. I will insert here one or two of the letters referred to by Jock Brown in the letter which I received from him a day or two ago, and which we copied into yesterday's record. June 22, 1876. Dear Dr. Brown, indeed I was a happy woman to see the familiar handwriting. I do hope that we shall not have to go so long again without a word from you. I wish you could come over to us for a season. It seems as if it would do you good, you and yours would be so very welcome. We are now where we were 2 years ago, on the farm on the top of a high hill where my sister spends her summers. The children are grown fat and hearty, feeding chickens and ducks twice a day, and are keenly alive to all the farm interests. Mr. J. T. Fields was with us with his wife a short time ago, and you may be sure we talked most affectionately of you. We do so earnestly desire that you may continue to improve in health. Do let us know of your welfare as often as possible. Love to your sister. Kind regards to your son, please. As ever affectionately, your friend, Livy L. Clemens. Dear Dr. Brown, we had grown so very anxious about you that it was a great pleasure to see the dear familiar handwriting again, but the contents of the letter did make us inexpressibly sad. We have talked so much since about your coming to see us. Would not the change do you good? Could you not trust yourself with us? We would do everything to make you comfortable and happy that we could, and you have so many admirers in America that would be so happy and proud to welcome you. Is it not possible for you to come? Perhaps the entire change would give you a new and healthier lease of life. Our children are both well and happy. I wish that you could see them. Susy is very motherly to the little one. Mr. Clemens is hard at work on a new book now. He has a new book of sketches recently out, which he is going to send you in a few days. Most of the sketches are old, but some few are new. Oh, Dr. Brown, how can you speak of your life as a wasted one? What you have written has alone done an immense amount of good, and I know, for I speak from experience, that one must get good every time they meet and chat with you. I receive good every time I even think of you. Can a life that produces such an effect on others be a wasted life? I feel that while you live the world is sweeter and better. You ask if Clara is queer and wistful and commanding like your Susy. We think she is more queer, more quaint, perhaps more commanding, but not nearly so wistful in her ways as your Susy. I must leave a place for Mr. C. Do you think about coming to us? Give my love to your sister and your son. Affectionately, Livy L. Clemens. Dear Doctor, if you and your son Jock only would run over here, what a welcome we would give you, and besides, you would forget cares and the troubles that come of them. To forget pain is to be painless. To forget care is to be rid of it. To go abroad is to accomplish both. Do try the prescription. Always with love, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. Livy, you haven't signed your letter. Don't forget that. S.L.C. P.P.S. I hope you will excuse Mr. Clemens' P.S. to me. It is characteristic for him to put it right on the letter. Livy, L.C. S.L.C. to Dr. Brown's son Jock. Hartford, June 1, 1882. Dear Mr. Brown, I was 3,000 miles from home at breakfast in New Orleans when the damp morning paper revealed the sorrowful news among the cable's dispatches. There was no place in America, however remote, or however rich or poor or high or humble, where words of mourning for your honored father were not uttered that morning, for his works had made him known and loved all over the land. To Mrs. Clemens and me the loss is a personal one, and our grief, the grief which one feels for one who was peculiarly near and dear. Mrs. Clemens has never ceased to express regret that we came away from England the last time without going to see him, and often we have since projected a voyage across the Atlantic for the sole purpose of taking him by the hand and looking into his kind eyes once more before he should be called to his rest. We both thank you greatly for the Edinburgh papers which you sent. My wife and I join in affectionate remembrances and greetings to yourself and your aunt, and in the sincere tender of our sympathies. Faithfully yours, S. L. Clemens. P.S. Our Susy is still Megalopus. He gave her that name. Can you spare us a photograph of your father? We have none but the one taken in group with ourselves. It was my fault that she never saw Dr. John in life again. How many crimes I committed against that gentle and patient and forgiving spirit! I always told her that if she died first, the rest of my life would be made up of self-reproaches for the tears I had made her shed, and she always replied that if I should pass from life first she would never have to reproach herself with having loved me the less devotedly or the less constantly because of those tears. We had this conversation again, and for the 1,000th time, when the night of death was closing about her, though we did not suspect that. In the letter last quoted above I say Mrs. Clemens has never ceased to express regret that we came away from England the last time without going to see him. I think that that was intended to convey the impression that she was a party concerned in our leaving England without going to see him. It is not so. She urged me, she begged me, she implored me to take her to Edinburgh to see Dr. John, but I was in one of my devil moods, and I would not do it. I would not do it because I should have been obliged to continue the courier in service until we got back to Liverpool. It seemed to me that I had endured him as long as I could. I wanted to get aboard ship and be done with him. How childish it all seems now, and how brutal that I could not be moved to confer upon my wife a precious and lasting joy because it would cause me a small inconvenience. I have known few meaner men than I am. By good fortune this feature of my nature does not often get to the surface, and so I doubt if any member of my family, except my wife, ever suspected how much of that feature there was in me. I suppose it never failed to arrive at the surface when there was opportunity, but it was, as I have said, the opportunities have been so infrequent that this worst detail of my character has never been known to any but two persons, Mrs. Clemens, who suffered from it, and I, who suffer from the remembrance of the tears it caused her. End of Section 32, Friday, March 22, 1906. Section 33 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, March 23, 1906. Some curious letter superscriptions which have come to Mr. Clemens. Our inefficient postal system under Postmaster General Key. Reminiscences of Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Story of Reverend Charlie Stowe's little boy. A good many years ago Mrs. Clemens used to keep as curiosities some of the odd and strange superscriptions that decorated letters that came to me from strangers in out-of-the-way corners of the earth. One of these superscriptions was the work of Dr. John Brown, and the letter must have been the first one he wrote me after we came home from Europe in August or September '74. Evidently the doctor was guessing at our address from memory, for he made an amusing mess of it. The superscription was as follows: Mr. S. L. Clemens, Mark Twain, Hartford, New York, near Boston, USA. Now, then comes a fact which is almost incredible, to wit, the New York Post Office, which did not contain a single salaried idiot who could not have stated promptly who the letter was for and to what town it should go, actually sent that letter to a wee little hamlet hidden away in the remoteness of the vast state of New York. For what reason? Because that lost and never previously heard of hamlet was named Hartford. The letter was returned to the New York Post Office from that hamlet. It was returned innocent of the suggestion, "Try Hartford, Connecticut," although the hamlet's postmaster knew quite well that that was the Hartford the writer of the letter was seeking. Then the New York Post Office opened the envelope, got Dr. John's address out of it, then enclosed it in a fresh envelope, and sent it back to Edinburgh. Dr. John then got my address from Menzies, the publisher, and sent the letter to me again. He also enclosed the former envelope, the one that had had the adventures, and his anger at our postal system was like the fury of an angel. He came the nearest to being bitter and offensive than ever he came in his life, I suppose. He said that in Great Britain it was the postal department's boast that by no ingenuity could a man so disguise and conceal a Smith or a Jones or a Robinson in a letter address that the Department couldn't find that man, whereas then he let fly at our system, which was apparently designed to defeat a letter's attempts to get to its destination when humanly possible. Dr. John was right about our department at that time, but that time did not last long. I think Postmaster General Key was in office then. He was a new broom, and he did some astonishing sweeping for a while. He made some cast iron rules which worked great havoc with the nation's correspondence. It did not occur to him rational things seldom occurred to him that there were several millions of people among us who seldom wrote letters, who were utterly ignorant of postal rules, and who were quite sure to make blunders in writing letter addresses whenever blunders were possible, and that it was the government's business to do the very best it could by the letters of these innocents and help them get to their destinations, instead of inventing ways to block the road. Key suddenly issued some boiler iron rules. One of them was that a letter must go to the place named on the envelope, and the effort to find its man must stop there. He must not be searched for. If he wasn't at the place indicated, the letter must be returned to the sender. In the case of Dr. John's letter the post office had a wide discretion, not so very wide either. It must go to Hartford. That Hartford must be near Boston. It must also be in the State of New York. It went to the Hartford that was farthest from Boston, but it filled the requirement of being in the State of New York, and it got defeated. Another rule instituted by Key was that letter superscription could not end with Philadelphia or Chicago or San Francisco or Boston or New York, but in every case must add the State, or go to the dead letter office. Also, you could not say New York, N.Y. You must add the word city to the first New York, or the letter must go to the dead letter office. During the first 30 days of the dominion of this singular rule 1,600,000 tons of letters, more or less, went to the dead letter office from the New York post office alone. The dead letter office could not contain them, and they had to be stacked up outside the building. There was not room outside the building inside the city, so they were formed into a rampart around the city, and if they had had it there during the Civil War we should not have had so much trouble and uneasiness about an invasion of Washington by the Confederate armies. They could neither have climbed over or under that breastwork, nor bored nor blasted through it. Mr. Key was soon brought to a more rational frame of mind. Then a letter arrived for me enclosed in a fresh envelope. It was from a village priest in Bohemia or Galicia, and was boldly addressed Mark Twain, somewhere. It had traveled over several European countries. It had met with hospitality and with every possible assistance during its wide journey. It was ringed all over on both sides with a chain mail mesh of postmarks. There were 19 of them altogether, and one of them was a New York postmark. The postal hospitalities had ceased at New York, within 3 hours and a half of my home, There the letter had been opened, the priest's address ascertained, and the letter had then been returned to him, as in the case of Dr. John Brown. Among Mrs. Clemens's collection of odd addresses was one on a letter from Australia, worded thus: "Mark Twain, God knows where." That superscription was noted by newspapers. Note: This letter was originally mailed in New York by Brander Matthews and Francis Wilson. Newspapers here and there and yonder, while it was on its travels, and doubtless suggested another odd superscription invented by some stranger in a far off land, and this was the wording of it: "Mark Twain, somewhere. Try Satan." That stranger's trust was not misplaced. Satan courteously sent it along. This morning's mail brings another of these novelties. It comes from France, from a young English girl, and is addressed "Mark Twain, care of President Roosevelt, the White House, Washington, America, U.S.A." It was not delayed, but came straight along bearing the Washington postmark of yesterday. In a diary which Mrs. Clemens kept for a little while, a great many years ago, I find various mentions of Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, who was a near neighbor of ours in Hartford, with no fences between; and in those days she made as much use of our grounds as of her own in pleasant weather. Her mind had decayed, and she was a pathetic figure. She wandered about all the day long in the care of a muscular Irish woman. Among the colonists of our neighborhood the doors always stood open in pleasant weather. Mrs. Stowe entered them at her own free will, and as she was always softly slippered and generally full of animal spirits, she was able to deal in surprises, and she liked to do it. She would slip up behind a person who was deep in dreams and musings, and fetch a war whoop that would jump that person out of his clothes. And she had other moods. Sometimes we would hear gentle music in the drawing room, and would find her there at the piano singing ancient and melancholy songs with infinitely touching effect. Her husband, old Professor Stowe, was a picturesque figure. He wore a broad slouch hat. He was a large man and solemn. His beard was white and thick and hung far down on his breast. His nose was enlarged and broken up by a disease which made it look like a cauliflower. The first time our little Susy ever saw him she encountered him on the street near our house, and came flying wide-eyed to her mother and said, "Santa Claus has got loose." End of Section 33, Friday, March 23, 1906. Section 34 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, March 26, 1906. Mr. Clemens comments on newspaper clipping. Tells Mr. Howells the scheme of this autobiography. Tells the newspaper account of girl who tried to commit suicide. Newspapers in remote villages and in great cities contrasted. Remarks about Captain E. L. Marsh and Dick Higham. Higbie's letter, and Herald letter to Higbie. Baby advice in a car. Old man got it. 5-year-old gave it. Mother said, "Shut up." A benevolent looking old man clung to a strap in a crowded Broadway car bound uptown Saturday afternoon. In a corner seat in front of him huddled a weak looking little woman, who clasped a baby to her breast. Beside her sat another child, a girl perhaps 5 years old, who seemed to be attracted by the old man's kindly face, for she gazed at him and the baby with her bright, intelligent eyes opened wide. He smiled at her interest and said to her, "My, what a nice baby! Just such a one as I was looking for. I am going to take it." "You can't," declared the little girl quickly. "She's my sister." "What? Won't you give her to me?" "No, I won't." "But," he insisted, and there was real wistfulness in his tones, "I haven't a baby in my home." "Then write to God. He'll send you one," said the child confidently. The old man laughed. So did the other passengers, but the mother evidently scented blasphemy. "Tilly," she said, "shut up and behave yourself." That is a scrap which I have cut from this morning's Times. It is prettily done, charmingly done, done with admirable ease and grace, with the ease and grace that are born of feeling and sympathy as well as of practice with the pen. Every now and then a newspaper reporter astonishes me with felicities like this. I was a newspaper reporter myself 44 years ago and during 3 subsequent years, but as I remember it, I and my comrades never had time to cast our things in a fine literary mold. That scrap will be just as touching and just as beautiful 300 years hence as it is now. I intend that this autobiography shall become a model for all future autobiographies when it is published after my death, and I also intend that it shall be read and admired a good many centuries because of its form and method, a form and method whereby the past and the present are constantly brought face to face, resulting in contrasts which newly fire up the interest all along like contact of flint with steel. Moreover, this autobiography of mine does not select from my life its showy episodes, but deals merely in the common experiences which go to make up the life of the average human being, and the narrative must interest the average human being because these episodes are of a sort which he is familiar with in his own life, and in which he sees his own life reflected and set down in print. The usual conventional autobiographer seems to particularly hunt out those occasions in his career when he came into contact with celebrated persons, whereas his contacts with the uncelebrated were just as interesting to him, and would be to his reader, and were vastly more numerous than his collisions with the famous. Howells was here yesterday afternoon, and I told him the whole scheme of this autobiography, and its apparently systemless system, only apparently seamless, for it is not that. It is a deliberate system, and the law of the system is that I shall talk about the matter which for the moment interests me, and cast it aside and talk about something else the moment its interest for me is exhausted. It is a system which follows no charted course, and is not going to follow any such course. It is a system which is a complete and purposed jumble, a course which begins nowhere, follows no specified route, and can never reach an end while I am alive, for the reason that if I should talk to the stenographer 2 hours a day for 100 years I should still never be able to set down a tenth part of the things which have interested me in my lifetime. I told Howells that this autobiography of mine would live a couple of 1,000 years without any effort, and would then take a fresh start and live the rest of the time. He said he believed it would, and asked me if I meant to make a library of it. I said that that was my design, but that if I should live long enough the set of volumes could not be contained merely in a city, it would require a state, and that there would not be any multi-billionaire alive, perhaps, at any time during its existence, who would be able to buy a full set, except on the installment plan. Howells applauded, and was full of praises and endorsement, which was wise in him and judicious. If he had manifested a different spirit, I would have thrown him out of the window. I like criticism, but it must be my way. Day before yesterday there was another of those happy literary efforts of the reporters, and I meant to cut it out and insert it to be read with a sad pleasure in future centuries, but I forgot and threw the paper away. It was a brief narrative, but well stated. A poor little starved girl of 16, clothed in a single garment in midwinter, albeit properly speaking this is spring, was brought in her pendant rags before a magistrate by a policeman, and the charge against her was that she had been found trying to commit suicide. The judge asked her why she was moved to that crime, and she told him in a low voice, broken by sobs, that her life had become a burden which she could no longer bear, that she worked 16 hours a day in a sweatshop, that the meager wage she earned had to go toward the family support, that her parents were never able to give her any clothes or enough to eat, that she had worn this same ruined garment as long back as she could remember, that her poor companions were her envy, because often they had a penny to spend for some pretty trifle for themselves, that she could not remember when she had had a penny for such a purpose. The court, the policemen, and the other spectators cried with her, a sufficient proof that she told her pitiful tale convincingly and well, and the fact that I also was moved by it at second hand is proof that that reporter delivered it from his heart through his pen, and did his work well. In the remote parts of the country the weekly village newspaper remains the same curious production it was when I was a boy 60 years ago on the banks of the Mississippi. The metropolitan daily of the great city tells us every day about the movements of Lieutenant General So and so and Rear-Admiral So and so, and what the Vanderbilts are doing. These great dailies keep us informed of Mr. Carnegie's movements and sayings. They tell us what President Roosevelt said yesterday, and what he is going to do today. They tell us what the children of his family have been saying, just as the princelings of Europe are daily quoted, and we notice that the remarks of the Roosevelt children are distinctly princely, in that the things they say are rather notably not worth while. Now the court circular of the remote village newspaper has always dealt, during these 60 years, with the comings and goings and sayings of its local princelings. They have told us during all those years, and they still tell us, what the principal grocery man is doing, and how he has bought a new stock. They tell us that relatives are visiting the ice cream man, that Miss Smith has arrived to spend a week with the Joneses, and so on and so on. And all that record is just as intensely interesting to the villagers as is the record I have just been speaking of the doings and sayings of the colossally conspicuous personages of the United States. This shows that human nature is all alike. It shows that we like to know what the big people are doing, so that we can envy them. It shows that the big personage of a village bears the same proportion to the little people of the village that the President of the United States bears to the nation. It shows that conspicuousness is the only thing necessary in a person to command our interest and, in a larger or smaller sense, our worship. We recognize that there are no trivial occurrences in life if we get the right focus on them. In a village they are just as prodigious as they are when the subject is a personage of national importance. The Swangos, from the Hazel Green, Kentucky Herald. Dr. Bill Swango is able to be in the saddle again. Aunt Rhode Swango visited Joseph Catron and wife Sunday. Mrs. Shiloh Swango attended the auction at Maytown Saturday. W. W. Swango has a nice bunch of cattle ready for the Mount Sterling market. James Murphy bought 10 head of cattle from W. W. Swango last week. Mrs. John Swango of Montgomery County visited Shiloh Swango and family last week. Mrs. Sarah Ellen Swango, wife of Wash, the noted turkey trader of Valeria, was the guest of Mrs. Ben Murphy Saturday and Sunday. Now, that is a very genuine and sincere and honest account of what the Swangos have been doing lately in the interior of Kentucky. We see at a glance what a large place that Swango tribe hold in the admiration and worship of the villagers of Hazel Green, Kentucky. In this account change Swango to Vanderbilt, then change it to Carnegie, next time change it to Rockefeller, next time change it to the President, next time to the Mayor of New York. Captain E. L. Marsh, former Elmiran, who died at Des Moines, Iowa, recently. Captain E. L. Marsh, aged 64 years, died at Des Moines, Iowa, a week ago Friday, February 23rd, after a long illness. The deceased was born in Enfield, Tompkins County, New York, in 1842, later came to Elmira to live with his parents, and in 1857 left Elmira to locate in Iowa, where he has lived the greater part of the time since, the only exception being brief times of residence in the South and East. He enlisted in Company D of the 2nd Iowa at Des Moines, and was elected a captain in that regiment. He served throughout the war with marked courage and efficiency. After the war, Captain Marsh went to New Orleans, where he remained during most of the Reconstruction period, and then went to New York, where he engaged in paving business for several years. He went back to Des Moines in 1877 and resided there during the almost 30 years since. He engaged in the real estate business there with great success. He was married in 1873 and is survived by his wife and 2 children. Captain Marsh was a member of the Loyal Legion, Commandery of Iowa, and was senior vice commander of the Order for Iowa. He was a member of the GAR also, and a member of the Congregational Church. Captain Marsh was the son of Mr. and Mrs. Shepard Marsh, and Mrs. Marsh was twin sister of the late Mrs. Jervis Langdon of this city. Captain Marsh was a very dear and close friend of his cousin, General Charles J. Langdon of Elmira. This clipping from a Des Moines, Iowa newspaper arrives this morning. Ed Marsh was a cousin of my wife, and I remember him very well. He was present at our wedding 36 years ago, and was a handsome young bachelor. Aside from my interest in him as a cousin of my young bride, he had another interest for me in the fact that in his company of the 2nd Iowa Infantry was Dick Higham. 5 years before the war, Dick, a good-natured, simple-minded, winning lad of 17, was an apprentice in my brother's small printing office in Keokuk, Iowa. He had an old musket, and he used to parade up and down with it in the office, and he said he would rather be a soldier than anything else. The rest of us laughed at him and said he was nothing but a disguised girl, and that if he were confronted by the enemy he would drop his gun and run. But we were not good prophets. By and by, when President Lincoln called for volunteers, Dick joined the 2nd Iowa Infantry about the time that I was thrown out of my employment as Mississippi River pilot and was preparing to become an imitation soldier on the Confederate side in Rawls County, Missouri. The 2nd Iowa was moved down to the neighborhood of St. Louis and went into camp there. In some way or other it disgraced itself, and if I remember rightly, the punishment decreed was that it should never unfurl its flag again until it won the privilege by gallantry in battle. When General Grant, by and by, February, '62, was ordering the charge upon Fort Donelson, the 2nd Iowa begged for the privilege of leading the assault, and got it. Ed Marsh's company, with Dick in it, serving as a private soldier, moved up the hill and through and over the felled trees and other obstructions in the forefront of the charge, and Dick fell with a bullet through the center of his forehead, thus manfully wiping from the slate the chafing prophecy of 5 or 6 years before. Also, what was left of the 2nd Iowa finished that charge victorious, with its colors flying and never more to be furled in disgrace. Ed Marsh's sister also was at our wedding. She and her brother bore for each other an almost idolatrous love, and this endured until about a year ago. About the time of our marriage that sister married a blatherskite by the name of Talmadge Brown. He was a smart man and intemperately religious. Through his smartness he acquired a large fortune, and in his will, made shortly before his death, he appointed Ed Marsh as one of the executors. The estate was worth $1,000,000 or more, but its affairs were in a very confused condition. Ed Marsh and the other one or two executors performed their duty faithfully and without remuneration. It took them years to straighten out the estate's affairs, but they accomplished it. During the succeeding years all went pleasantly, but at last, about a year ago, some relatives of the late Talmage Brown persuaded the widow to bring suit against Ed Marsh and his fellow executors for a large sum of money which it was pretended they had either stolen or had wasted by mismanagement. That severed the devoted relationship which had existed between the brother and sister throughout their lives. The mere bringing of the suit broke Ed Marsh's heart, for he was a thoroughly honorable man, and could not bear even the breath of suspicion. He took to his bed, and the case went to court. He had no word of blame for his sister, and said that no one was to blame but the Browns. They had poisoned her mind. The case was heard in court. Then the judge threw it out with many indignant comments. But the news of the rehabilitation reached Marsh too late to save him. He did not rally. He has been losing ground gradually for the past 2 months, and now at last the end has come. This morning arrives a letter from my ancient silver mining comrade, Calvin H. Higbie, a man whom I have not seen nor had communication with for 44 years. Higbie figures in a chapter of mine in Roughing It, where the tale is told of how we discovered a rich blind lead in the Wide West mine in Aurora, or as we called that region then, Esmeralda, and how, instead of making our ownership of that exceedingly rich property permanent by doing 10 days' work on it, as required by the mining laws, he went off on a wild goose chase to hunt for the mysterious cement mine, and how I went off 9 miles to Walker River to nurse Captain John Nye through a violent case of spasmodic rheumatism or blind staggers, or some malady of the kind, and how Cal and I came wandering back into Esmeralda one night just in time to be too late to save our fortune from the jumpers. Note: Roughing It is dedicated to Higbie. I will insert here this letter, and as it will not see the light until Higbie and I are in our graves, I shall allow myself the privilege of copying his punctuation and his spelling, for to me they are a part of the man. He is as honest as the day is long. He is utterly simple-minded and straightforward, and his spelling and his punctuation are as simple and honest as he is himself. He makes no apology for them, and no apology is needed. They plainly state that he is not educated, and they as plainly state that he makes no pretense to being educated. Greenville, Plumas County, California, March 15, 1906. Samuel L. Clemens, New York City, New York. My dear Sir, 2 or 3 parties have been after me to write up my recollections of our associations in Nevada in the early '60s, and have come to the conclusion to do so, and have been jotting down incidents that came to mind for several years. What I am in doubt is the date you came to Aurora, Nevada, also the first trip you made over the Sierras to California. After coming to Neve also as near as possible, date you tended sick man on, or near Walker River, when our mine was jumped. Don't think for a moment that I intend to steal any of your thunder, but only to mention some instances that you failed to mention in any of your articles, books, etc., that I ever saw. I intend to submit the articles to you so that you can see if anything is objectionable, if so to erase same and add anything in its place you saw fit. I was burned out a few years since, and all old data went up in smoke, is the reason I ask for above dates. Have been sick more or less for 2 or 3 years, unable to earn anything to speak of, and the finances are getting pretty low, and I will admit that it is mainly for the purpose of earning a little money that my first attempt at writing will be made, and I should be so pleased to have your candid opinion of its merits, and what in your wisdom in such matters would be its value for publication. I enclose a copy of Herald in answer to inquiry I made if such an article was desired. Hoping to hear from you as soon as convenient, I remain with great respect, yours, etc., C. H. Higbie. Copy. New York, March 6, '06. C. H. Higbie, Greenville, California. Dear Sir, I should be glad indeed to receive your account of your experiences with Mark Twain. If they are as interesting as I should imagine they would be, the Herald would be quite willing to pay you very well for them, of course. It would be impossible for me to set a price on the matter until I had an opportunity of examining it. If you will kindly send it on, with the privilege of our authenticating it through Mr. Clemens, I shall be more than pleased to give you a quick decision and make you an offer as it seems worth to us. However, if you have any particular sum in mind which you think should be the price, I would suggest that you communicate with me to that effect. Yours truly, New York Herald, by George R. Minor, Sunday editor. I have written Higbie and asked him to let me do his literary trading for him. He can shovel sand better than I can, as will appear in the next chapter, but I can beat him all to pieces in the art of fleecing a publisher. End of Section 34, Monday, March 26, 1906. Section 35 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Tuesday, March 27, 1906. Higbie's spelling, Mr. Clemens' scheme for getting Higbie a job at the Pioneer. In 1863, Mr. Clemens goes to Virginia City to be sole reporter on Territorial Enterprise. Mr. Clemens tries his scheme for finding employment for the unemployed on a young St. Louis reporter with great success. Also worked the scheme for his nephew, Mr. Samuel E. Moffett. I have allowed Higbie to assist the Herald man's spelling and make it harmonize with his own. He has done it well and liberally, and without prejudice. To my mind he has improved it, for I have had an aversion to good spelling for 60 years and more, merely for the reason that When I was a boy there was not a thing I could do creditably except spell according to the book. It was a poor and mean distinction, and I early learned to disenjoy it. I suppose that this is because the ability to spell correctly is a talent, not an acquirement. There is some dignity about an acquirement, because it is a product of your own labor. It is wages earned, whereas to be able to do a thing merely by the grace of God, and not by your own effort, transfers the distinction to our heavenly home, where possibly it is a matter of pride and satisfaction, but it leaves you naked and bankrupt. Higbie was the first person to profit by my great and infallible scheme for finding work for the unemployed. I have tried that scheme now and then for 44 years. So far as I am aware, it has always succeeded, and it is one of my high prides that I invented it, and that in basing it upon what I conceived to be a fact of human nature, I estimated that fact of human nature accurately. Higbie and I were living in a cotton domestic lean-to at the base of a mountain. It was very cramped quarters, with barely room for us and the stove, wretched quarters indeed, for every now and then, between 8 in the morning and 8 in the evening, the thermometer would make an excursion of 50 degrees. We had a silver mining claim under the edge of a hill half a mile away, in partnership with Bob Howland and Horatio Phillips, and we used to go there every morning, carrying with us our luncheon, and remain all day picking and blasting in our shaft, hoping, despairing, hoping again, gradually but surely running out of funds. At last, when we were clear out and still had struck nothing, we saw that we must find some other way of earning a living. I secured a place in a nearby quartz mill to screen sand with a long-handled shovel. I hate a long-handled shovel. I never could learn to swing it properly. As often as any other way the sand didn't reach the screen at all, but went over my head and down my back inside of my clothes. It was the most detestable work I have ever engaged in, but it paid $10 a week and board, and the board was worth while, because it consisted not only of bacon, beans, coffee, bread, and molasses, but we had stewed dried apples every day in the week, just the same as if it were Sunday. But this palatial life, this gross and luxurious life, had to come to an end, and there were two sufficient reasons for it. On my side, I could not endure the heavy labor, and on the company's side they did not feel justified in paying me to shovel sand down my back. So I was discharged just at the moment that I was going to resign. If Higbie had taken that job all would have been well and everybody satisfied, for his great frame would have been competent. He was muscled like a giant. He could handle a long-handled shovel like an emperor, and he could work patiently and contentedly 12 hours on a stretch without ever hastening his pulse or his breath. Meantime he had found nothing to do, and was somewhat discouraged. He said with an outburst of pathetic longing, if I could only get a job at the Pioneer. I said, "What kind of a job do you want at the Pioneer?" He said, "Why, laborer. They get $5 a day." I said, "If that's all you want I can arrange it for you." Higbie was astonished. He said, "Do you mean to say that you know the foreman there and could get me a job, and yet have never said anything about it?" "No," I said, "I don't know the foreman." "Well," he said, "who is it you know? How is it you can get me a job?" "Why," I said, "that's perfectly simple. If you will do as I tell you to do, and don't try to improve on my instructions, you shall have the job before night." He said eagerly, "I'll obey the instructions. I don't care what they are." "Well," I said, "go there and say you want to work as a laborer, that you are tired of being idle, that you are not used to being idle and can't stand it, that you just merely want the refreshment of work and require nothing in return." He said, "Nothing?" I said, "That's it, nothing." "No wages at all?" "No, no wages at all." "Not even board?" "No, not even board. You are to work for nothing. Make them understand that you are perfectly willing to work for nothing. When they look at that figure of yours that foreman will understand that he has drawn a prize. You'll get the job." Higbie said indignantly, "Yes, a hell of a job." I said, "You said you were going to do it, and now you are already criticizing. You have said you would obey my instructions. You are always as good as your word. Clear out now and get the job." He said he would. I was pretty anxious to know what was going to happen, more anxious than I would have wanted him to find out. I preferred to seem entirely confident of the strength of my scheme, and I made good show of that confidence, but really I was very anxious. Yet I believed that I knew enough of human nature to know that a man like Higbie would not be flung out of that place without reflection when he was offering those muscles of his for nothing. The hours dragged along, and he didn't return. I began to feel better and better. I began to accumulate confidence. At sundown he did at last arrive, and I had the joy of knowing that my invention had been a fine inspiration and was successful. He said the foreman was so astonished at first that he didn't know how to take hold of the proposition, but that he soon recovered, and was evidently very glad that he was able to accommodate Higbie and furnish him the refreshment he was pining for. Higbie said, "How long is this to go on?" I said, "The terms are that you are to stay right there, do your work just as if you were getting the going wages for it. You are never to make any complaint. You are never to indicate that you would like to have wages or board. This will go on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, according to the make of that foreman. Some foremen would break down under the strain in a couple of days. There are others who would last a week. It would be difficult to find one who could stand out a whole fortnight without getting ashamed of himself and offering you wages. Now let's suppose that this is a fortnight foreman. In that case you will not be there a fortnight, because the men will spread it around that The very ablest laborer in this camp is so fond of work that he is willing and glad to do it without pay. You will be regarded as the latest curiosity. Men will come from the other mills to have a look at you. You could charge admission and get it, but you mustn't do that. Stick to your colors. When the foremen of the other mills cast their eyes upon this bulk of yours and perceive that you are worth two ordinary men, they'll offer you half a man's wages. You are not to accept until you report to your foreman. Give him an opportunity to offer you the same. If he doesn't do it, then you are free to take up with that other man's offer. Higbie, you'll be foreman of a mine or a mill inside of 3 weeks, and at the best wages going." It turned out just so, and after that I led an easy life with nothing to do, for it did not occur to me to take my own medicine. I didn't want a job as long as Higbie had one. One was enough for so small a family, and so during many succeeding weeks I was a gentleman of leisure, with books and newspapers to read, and stewed dried apples every day for dinner, the same as Sunday, and I wanted no better career than this in this life. Higbie supported me handsomely, never once complained of it, never once suggested that I go out and try for a job at no wages and keep myself. That would be in 1862. I parted from Higbie about the end of '62, or possibly it could have been the beginning of '63, and went to Virginia City, for I had been invited to come there and take William H. Wright's place as sole reporter on the Territorial Enterprise, and do Wright's work for 3 months while he crossed the plains to Iowa to visit his family. However, I have told all about this in Roughing It. I have never seen Higbie since, in all these 44 years. Shortly after my marriage in 1870 I received a letter from a young man in St. Louis who was possibly a distant relative of mine. I don't remember now about that, but his letter said that he was anxious and ambitious to become a journalist, and would I send him a letter of introduction to some St. Louis newspaper, and make an effort to get him a place as a reporter. It was the first time I had had an opportunity to make a new trial of my great scheme. I wrote him and said I would get him a place on any newspaper in St. Louis. He could choose the one he preferred, but he must promise me to faithfully follow out the instructions which I should give him. He replied that he would follow out those instructions to the letter, and with enthusiasm. His letter was overflowing with gratitude, premature gratitude. He asked for the instructions. I sent them. I said he must not use a letter of introduction from me or from any one else. He must go to the newspaper of his choice and say that he was idle and weary of being idle and wanted work, that he was pining for work, longing for work, that he didn't care for wages, didn't want wages, and would support himself. He wanted work. Nothing but work, and not work of a particular kind, but any kind of work they would give him to do. He would sweep out the editorial rooms. He would keep the inkstands full and the mucilage bottles. He would run errands. He would make himself useful in every way he could. I suspected that my scheme would not work with everybody, that some people would scorn to labor for nothing, and would think it matter for self-contempt. Also, that many persons would think me a fool to suggest such a project. Also, that many persons would not have character enough to go into the scheme in a determined way and test it. I was interested to know what kind of a candidate this one was, but of course I had to wait some time to find out. I had told him he must never ask for wages, he must never be beguiled into making that mistake, that sooner or later an offer of wages would come from somewhere, and in that case he must go straight to his employer and give him the opportunity to offer him the like wages, in which case he must stay where he was, that as long as he was in anybody's employ he must never ask for an advance of wages. That would always come from somewhere else if he proved his worthiness. The scheme worked again. That young fellow chose his paper, and during the first few days he did the sweeping out and other humble work, and kept his mouth shut. After that the staff began to take notice of him. They saw that they could employ him in lots of ways that saved time and effort for them at no expense. They found that he was alert and willing. They began presently to widen his usefulness. Then he ventured to risk another detail of my instructions. I had told him not to be in a hurry about it, but to make his popularity secure first. He took up that detail now. When he was on his road between office and home, and when he was out on errands, he kept his eyes open, and whenever he saw anything that could be useful in the local columns he wrote it out, then went over it and abolished adjectives, went over it again and extinguished other surplusages, and finally, when he got it boiled down to the plain facts with the ruffles and other embroideries all gone, he laid it on the city editor's desk. He scored several successes, and saw his stuff go into the paper unpruned. Presently the city editor, when short of help, sent him out on an assignment. He did his best with it, and with good results. This happened with more and more frequency. It brought him into contact with all the reporters of all the newspapers. He made friends with them, and presently one of them told him of a berth that was vacant, and that he could get it and the wages too. He said he must see his own employers first about it. In strict accordance with my instructions he carried the offer to his own employers, and the thing happened which was to be expected. They said they could pay that wage as well as any other newspaper, stay where he was. This young man wrote me 2 or 3 times a year, and he always had something freshly encouraging to report about my scheme. Now and then he would be offered a raise by another newspaper. He carried the news to his own paper. His own paper stood the raise every time, and he remained there. Finally he got an offer which his employers could not meet, and then they parted. This offer was a salary of $3,000 a year, to be managing editor on a daily in a Southern city of considerable importance, and it was a large wage for that day and region. He held that post 3 years. After that I never heard of him any more. About 1886 my nephew, Samuel E. Moffett, a youth in the twenties, lost his inherited property and found himself obliged to hunt for something to do by way of making a living. He was an extraordinary young fellow in several ways. A nervous malady had already unfitted him for attending school in any regular way, and he had come up without a school education. But this was no great harm for him, for he had a prodigious memory and a powerful thirst for knowledge. At 12 years he had picked up, through reading and listening, a large and varied treasury of knowledge, and I remember one exhibition of it which was very offensive to me. He was visiting in our house, and I was trying to build a game out of historical facts drawn from all the ages. I had put in a good deal of labor on this game, and it was hard labor, for the facts were not in my head. I had to dig them painfully out of the books. The boy looked over my work, found that my facts were not accurate, and the game, as it stood, not usable. Then he sat down and built the whole game out of his memory. To me it was a wonderful performance, and I was deeply offended. As I have said, he wrote me from San Francisco in his early twenties and said he wanted to become a journalist, and would I send him some letters of introduction to the newspaper editors of that city. I wrote back and put him strictly under those same old instructions. I sent him no letter of introduction, and forbade him to use one furnished by anybody else. He followed the instructions strictly. He went to work in the Examiner, a property of William R. Hearst. He cleaned out the editorial rooms and carried on the customary drudgeries required by my scheme. In a little while he was on the editorial staff at a good salary. After 2 or 3 years the salary was raised to a very good figure indeed. After another year or two he handed in his resignation, for in the meantime he had married and was living in Oakland or one of those suburbs, and did not like the travel to and fro between the newspaper and his home in the late hours of the night and the morning. Then he was told to stay in Oakland, write his editorials there, and send them over, and the large salary was continued. By and by he was brought to New York to serve on Mr. Hearst's New York paper, and when he finally resigned from that employment he had been in Mr. Hearst's employ 16 years without a break. Then he became an editorial writer on the New York World, with the privilege of living out of town and sending his matter in. His wage was $8,000 a year. A couple of years ago Collier's Weekly offered him an easy berth, and one which was particularly desirable in his case, since it would deal mainly with historical matters, past and present, and that was an industry which he liked. The salary was to be $10,000. He came to me for advice, and I told him to accept, which he did. When Mr. Pulitzer found that he was gone from the World he was not pleased with his managing editor for letting him go, but his managing editor was not to blame. He didn't know that Moffett was going until he received his resignation. Pulitzer offered Moffett a billet for 20 years, this term to be secured in such a way that it could not be endangered by Pulitzer's death, and to this offer was added the extraordinary proposition that Moffett could name his own salary. But of course Moffett remains with Collier, his agreement with Collier's having been already arrived at satisfactorily to both parties. End of Section 35, Tuesday, March 27, 1906. Section 36 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, March 28, 1906. Orion Clemens' personality, his adventure at the house of Dr. Meredith, death of Mr. Clemens' father just after having been made county judge. My brother's experience was another conspicuous example of my scheme's efficiency. I will talk about that by and by, but for the moment my interest suddenly centers itself upon his personality, moved thereto by this passing mention of him, and so I will drop other matters and sketch that personality. It is a very curious one. In all my 70 years I have not met the twin of it. Orion Clemens was born in Jamestown, Fentress County, Tennessee, in 1825. He was the family's firstborn and antedated me 10 years. Between him and me came a sister, Margaret, who died, aged 9, in 1839, in that village of Florida, Missouri, where I was born, and Pamela, mother of Samuel E. Moffett, who was an invalid all her life and died in the neighborhood of New York a year ago, aged about 75. Also there was a brother, Benjamin, who died in 1842, aged 10. Orion's boyhood was spent in that wee little log hamlet of Jamestown, up there among the knobs, so called, of East Tennessee, among a very sparse population of primitives who were as ignorant of the outside world and as unconscious of it as the other wild animals were that inhabited the forest around. The family migrated to Florida, Missouri, then moved to Hannibal, Missouri, when Orion was 10 years old. When he was 15 or 16 he was sent to St. Louis, and there he learned the printer's trade. One of his characteristics was eagerness. He woke with an eagerness about some matter or other every morning. It consumed him all day. It perished in the night, and he was on fire with a fresh new interest next morning before he could get his clothes on. He exploited in this way 365 red-hot new eagernesses every year of his life, until he died sitting at a table with a pen in his hand in the early morning, jotting down the conflagration for that day, and preparing to enjoy the fire and smoke of it until night should extinguish it. He was then 72 years old, but I am forgetting another characteristic, a very pronounced one. That was his deep glooms, his despondencies, his despairs. These had their place in each and every day, along with the eagernesses. Thus his day was divided no, not divided, mottled, from sunrise to midnight, with alternating brilliant sunshine and black cloud. Every day he was the most joyous and hopeful man that ever was, I think, and also every day he was the most miserable man that ever was. While he was in his apprenticeship in St. Louis, he got well acquainted with Edward Bates, who was afterward in Mr. Lincoln's first cabinet. Bates was a very fine man, an honorable and upright man, and a distinguished lawyer. He patiently allowed Orion to bring to him each new project. He discussed it with him and extinguished it by argument and irresistible logic at first. But after a few weeks he found that this labor was not necessary, that he could leave the new project alone and it would extinguish itself the same night. Orion thought he would like to become a lawyer. Mr. Bates encouraged him, and he studied law nearly a week, then, of course, laid it aside to try something new. He wanted to become an orator. Mr. Bates gave him lessons. Mr. Bates walked the floor, reading from an English book aloud, and rapidly turning the English into French, and he recommended this exercise to Orion. But as Orion knew no French, he took up that study and wrought at it with enthusiasm 2 or 3 days, then gave it up. During his apprenticeship in St. Louis he joined a number of churches, one after another, and taught in the Sunday schools, changing his Sunday school every time he changed his religion. He was correspondingly erratic in his politics, Whig today, Democrat next week, and anything fresh that he could find in the political market the week after. I may remark here that throughout his long life he was always trading religions and enjoying the change of scenery. I will also remark that his sincerity was never doubted, his truthfulness was never doubted, and in matters of business and money his honesty was never questioned. Notwithstanding his forever recurring caprices and changes, his principles were high, always high, and absolutely unshakable. He was the strangest compound that ever got mixed in a human mold. Such a person as that is given to acting upon impulse and without reflection. That was Orion's way. Everything he did with conviction and enthusiasm, and with a vainglorious pride in the thing he was doing, and no matter what that thing was, whether good, bad, or indifferent, he repented of it every time in sackcloth and ashes before 24 hours had sped. Pessimists are born, not made. Optimists are born, not made. But I think he was the only person I have ever known in whom pessimism and optimism were lodged in exactly equal proportions. Except in the matter of grounded principle, he was as unstable as water. You could dash his spirits with a single word. You could raise them into the sky again with another one. You could break his heart with a word of disapproval. You could make him as happy as an angel with a word of approval. And there was no occasion to put any sense or any vestige of mentality of any kind into these miracles. Anything you might say would answer. He had another conspicuous characteristic, and it was the father of those which I have just spoken of. This was an intense lust for approval. He was so eager to be approved, so girlishly anxious to be approved by anybody and everybody, without discrimination, that he was commonly ready to forsake his notions, opinions, and convictions at a moment's notice in order to get the approval of any person who disagreed with them. I wish to be understood as reserving his fundamental principles all the time. He never forsook those to please anybody. Born and reared among slaves and slaveholders, he was yet an abolitionist from his boyhood to his death. He was always truthful, he was always sincere, he was always honest and honorable, but in light matters, matters of small consequence, like religion and politics and such things, he never acquired a conviction that could survive a disapproving remark from a cat. He was always dreaming. He was a dreamer from birth, and this characteristic got him into trouble now and then. Once, when he was 23 or 24 years old, and was become a journeyman, he conceived the romantic idea of coming to Hannibal without giving us notice, in order that he might furnish to the family a pleasant surprise. If he had given notice, he would have been informed that we had changed our residence, and that gruff old bass-voiced sailor-man, Dr. Meredith, our family physician, was living in the house which we had formerly occupied, and that Orion's former room in that house was now occupied by Dr. Meredith's two ripe old maid sisters. Orion arrived at Hannibal per steamboat in the middle of the night, and started with his customary eagerness on his excursion, his mind all on fire with his romantic object, and building and enjoying his surprise in advance. He was always enjoying things in advance. It was the make of him. He never could wait for the event, but he must build it out of dream stuff and enjoy it beforehand. Consequently, sometimes, when the event happened, he saw that it was not as good as the one he had invented in his imagination, and so he had lost profit by not keeping the imaginary one and letting the reality go. When he arrived at the house he went around to the back door and slipped off his boots and crept upstairs, and arrived at the room of those old maids without having wakened any sleepers. He undressed in the dark and got into bed and snuggled up against somebody. He was a little surprised, but not much, for he thought it was our brother Ben. It was winter, and the bed was comfortable, and the supposed Ben added to the comfort, and so he was dropping off to sleep very well satisfied with his progress so far, and full of happy dreams of what was going to happen in the morning. But something else was going to happen sooner than that, and it happened now. The old maid that was being crowded squirmed and struggled, and presently came to a half-waking condition, and protested against the crowding. That voice paralyzed Orion. He couldn't move a limb. He couldn't get his breath. And the crowded one began to paw around, found Orion's new whiskers, and screamed, "Why, it's a man!" This removed the paralysis, and Orion was out of the bed and clawing around in the dark for his clothes in a fraction of a second. Both maids began to scream, so Orion did not wait to get his whole outfit. He started with such parts of it as he could grab. He flew to the head of the stairs and started down, and he was paralyzed again at that point because he saw the faint yellow flame of a candle soaring up the stairs from below, and he judged that Dr. Meredith was behind it, and he was. He had no clothes on to speak of, but no matter, he was well enough fixed for an occasion like this, because he had a butcher knife in his hand. Orion shouted to him, and this saved his life, for the doctor recognized his voice. Then in those deep, sea-going bass tones of his that I used to admire so much when I was a little boy, he explained to Orion the change that had been made, told him where to find the Clemens family, and closed with some quite unnecessary advice about posting himself before he undertook another adventure like that, advice which Orion probably never needed again as long as he lived. When my father died in 1847, the disaster happened, as is the customary way with such things, just at the very moment when our fortunes had changed and we were about to be comfortable once more, after several years of grinding poverty and privation which had been inflicted upon us by the dishonest act of one Ira Stout, to whom my father had lent several $1,000s, a fortune in those days and in that region. My father had just been elected clerk of the surrogate court. This modest prosperity was not only quite sufficient for us and for our ambitions, but he was so esteemed, held in such high regard and honor throughout the county, that his occupancy of that dignified office would, in the opinion of everybody, be his possession as long as he might live. He went to Palmyra, the county seat, to be sworn in, about the end of February. In returning home, horseback, 12 miles, a storm of sleet and rain assailed him, and he arrived at the house in a half-frozen condition. Pleurisy followed, and he died on the 24th of March. Thus our splendid new fortune was snatched from us, and we were in the depth of poverty again. It is the way such things are accustomed to happen. The Clemens family was penniless again. Orion came to the rescue. End of section 36, Wednesday, March 28, 1906. Section 37 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. Thursday, March 29, 1906. Mr. Clemens as apprentice to Mr. Ament. Wilhelm II's dinner and the potato incident. The printing of Rev. Alexander Campbell's sermon. Incident of dropping watermelon on Henry's head. Orion buys Hannibal Journal, which is a failure. Then he goes to Muscatine, Iowa, and marries. Mr. Clemens starts out alone to see the world, visits St. Louis, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, then goes to Muscatine and works in Orion's office, finds $50 bill, thinks of going to explore the Amazon and collect coca, gets Horace Bixby to train him as pilot, starts with Orion for Nevada when Orion is made secretary to Territory of Nevada. But I am in error. Orion did not come to Hannibal until 2 or 3 years after my father's death. He remained in St. Louis. He was a journeyman printer, and earning wages. Out of his wage he supported my mother and my brother Henry, who was 2 years younger than I. My sister Pamela helped in this support by taking piano pupils. Thus we got along, but it was pretty hard sledding. I was not one of the burdens, because I was taken from school at once upon my father's death and placed in the office of the Hannibal Courier as printer's apprentice, and Mr. Ament, the editor and proprietor of the paper, allowed me the usual emolument of the office of apprentice, that is to say, board and clothes, but no money. The clothes consisted of 2 suits a year, but one of the suits always failed to materialize, and the other suit was not purchased so long as Mr. Ament's old clothes held out. I was only about half as big as Ament. Consequently his shirts gave me the uncomfortable sense of living in a circus tent, and I had to turn up his pants to my ears to make them short enough. There were 2 other apprentices. One was Wales McCormick, 17 or 18 years old, and a giant. When he was in Ament's clothes they fitted him as the candle mold fits the candle. Thus he was generally in a suffocated condition, particularly in the summer time. He was a reckless, hilarious, admirable creature. He had no principles and was delightful company. At first we 3 apprentices had to feed in the kitchen with the old slave cook and her very handsome and bright and well-behaved young mulatto daughter. For his own amusement, for he was not generally laboring for other people's amusement, Wales was constantly and persistently and loudly and elaborately making love to that mulatto girl, and distressing the life out of her and worrying the old mother to death. She would say, "Now, Mars Wales, can't you behave yourself?" With encouragement like that, Wales would naturally renew his attentions and emphasize them. It was killingly funny to Ralph and me, and to speak truly, the old mother's distress about it was merely a pretense. She quite well understood that by the customs of slaveholding communities it was Wales's right to make love to that girl if he wanted to, but the girl's distress was very real. She had a refined nature, and she took all Wales's extravagant love-making in earnest. We got but little variety in the way of food at that kitchen table. There wasn't enough of it, anyway. So we apprentices used to keep alive by arts of our own. That is to say, we crept into the cellar nearly every night by a private entrance which we had discovered, and we robbed the cellar of potatoes and onions and such things, and carried them down town to the printing office, where we slept on pallets on the floor, and cooked them at the stove, and had very good times. Wales had a secret of cooking a potato which was noble and wonderful and all his own. Since Wales's day I have seen a potato cooked in that way only once. It was when Wilhelm II, Emperor of Germany, commanded my presence at a private feed toward the end of the year 1891, and when that potato appeared on the table it surprised me out of my discretion and made me commit the unforgivable sin before I could get a grip on my discretion again. That is to say, I made a joyful exclamation of welcome over the potato, addressing my remark to the Emperor at my side without waiting for him to take the first innings. I think he honestly tried to pretend that he was not shocked and outraged, but he plainly was, and so were the other half dozen grandees who were present. They were all petrified, and nobody could have said a word if he had tried. The ghastly silence endured for as much as half a minute, and would have lasted until now, of course, if the Emperor hadn't broken it himself, for no one else there would have ventured that. It was at half-past 6 in the evening, and the frost did not get out of the atmosphere entirely until close upon midnight, when it did finally melt away or wash away under generous floods of beer. As I have indicated, Mr. Ament's economies were of a pretty close and rigid kind. By and by, when we apprentices were promoted from the basement to the ground floor, and allowed to sit at the family table along with the one journeyman, Pet McMurray, the economies continued. Mrs. Ament was a bride. She had attained to that distinction very recently, after waiting a good part of a lifetime for it, and she was the right woman in the right place, according to the Amantian idea, for she did not trust the sugar bowl to us, but sweetened our coffee herself. That is, she went through the motions. She didn't really sweeten it. She seemed to put one heaping teaspoonful of brown sugar into each cup, but according to Wales that was a deceit. He said she dipped the spoon in the coffee first to make the sugar stick, and then scooped the sugar out of the bowl with the spoon upside down, so that the effect to the eye was a heaped up spoon, whereas the sugar on it was nothing but a layer. This all seems perfectly true to me, and yet that thing would be so difficult to perform that I suppose it really didn't happen, but was one of Wales's lies. I have said that Wales was reckless, and he was. It was the recklessness of ever bubbling and indestructible good spirits flowing from the joy of youth. I think there wasn't anything that vast boy wouldn't do to procure 5 minutes' entertainment for himself. One never knew where he would break out next. Among his shining characteristics was the most limitless and adorable irreverence. There didn't seem to be anything serious in life for him. There didn't seem to be anything that he revered. Once the celebrated founder of the at that time new and widespread sect called Campbellites arrived in our village from Kentucky, and it made a prodigious excitement. Farmers and their families drove or tramped into the village from miles around to get a sight of the illustrious Alexander Campbell, and to have a chance to hear him preach. When he preached in a church many had to be disappointed, for there was no church that would begin to hold all the applicants. So, in order to accommodate all, he preached in the open air, in the public square, and that was the first time in my life that I had realized what a mighty population this planet contains when you get them all together. He preached a sermon on one of these occasions which he had written especially for that occasion. All the Campbellites wanted it printed, so that they could save it and read it over and over again, and get it by heart. So they drummed up $16, which was a large sum then, and for this great sum Mr. Ament contracted to print 500 copies of that sermon and put them in yellow paper covers. It was a 16-page duodecimo pamphlet, and it was a great event in our office. As we regarded it, it was a book, and it promoted us to the dignity of book printers. Moreover, no such mass of actual money as $16 in one bunch had ever entered that office on any previous occasion. People didn't pay for their paper and for their advertising in money. They paid in dry goods, sugar, coffee, hickory wood, oak wood, turnips, pumpkins, onions, watermelons, and it was very seldom indeed that a man paid in money, and when that happened we thought there was something the matter with him. We set up the great book in pages, 8 pages to a form, and by help of a printer's manual we managed to get the pages in their apparently crazy but really sane places on the imposing stone. We printed that form on a Thursday. Then we set up the remaining 8 pages, locked them into a form, and struck a proof. Wales read the proof, and presently was aghast, for he had struck a snag, and it was a bad time to strike a snag, because it was Saturday. It was approaching noon. Saturday afternoon was our holiday, and we wanted to get away and go fishing. At such a time as this Wales struck that snag, and showed us what had happened. He had left out a couple of words in a thin-spaced page of solid matter, and there wasn't another break line for 2 or 3 pages ahead. What in the world was to be done? Overrun all those pages in order to get in the 2 missing words? Apparently there was no other way. It would take an hour to do it. Then a revise must be sent to the great minister. We must wait for him to read the revise. If he encountered any errors we must correct them. It looked as if we might lose half the afternoon before we could get away. Then Wales had one of his brilliant ideas. In the line in which the out had been made occurred the name Jesus Christ. Wales reduced it in the French way to J.C. It made room for the missing words, but it took 99% of the solemnity out of a particularly solemn sentence. We sent off the revise and waited. We were not intending to wait long. In the circumstances we meant to get out and go fishing before that revise should get back, but we were not speedy enough. Presently that great Alexander Campbell appeared at the far end of that 60-foot room, and his countenance cast a gloom over the whole place. He strode down to our end, and what he said was brief, but it was very stern, and it was to the point. He read Wales a lecture. He said, "So long as you live, don't you ever diminish the Saviour's name again. Put it all in." He repeated this admonition a couple of times to emphasize it. Then he went away. In that day the common swearer of the region had a way of their own of emphasizing the Saviour's name when they were using it profanely, and this fact intruded itself into Wales's incorrigible mind. It offered him an opportunity for a momentary entertainment which seemed to him to be more precious and more valuable than even fishing and swimming could afford. So he imposed upon himself the long and weary and dreary task of overrunning all those 3 pages in order to improve upon his former work, and incidentally and thoughtfully improve upon the great preacher's admonition. He enlarged the offending J.C. into Jesus H. Christ. Wales knew that that would make prodigious trouble, and it did, but it was not in him to resist it. He had to succumb to the law of his make. I don't remember what his punishment was, but he was not the person to care for that. He had already collected his dividend. It was during my first year's apprenticeship in the Courier office that I did a thing which I have been trying to regret for 55 years. It was a summer afternoon, and just the kind of weather that a boy prizes for river excursions and other frolics, but I was a prisoner. The others were all gone holidaying. I was alone and sad. I had committed a crime of some sort, and this was the punishment. I must lose my holiday, and spend the afternoon in solitude besides. I had the printing office all to myself, there in the 3rd story. I had one comfort, and it was a generous one while it lasted. It was the half of a long and broad watermelon, fresh and red and ripe. I gouged it out with a knife, and I found accommodation for the whole of it in my person, though it did crowd me until the juice ran out of my ears. There remained then the shell, the hollow shell. It was big enough to do duty as a cradle. I didn't want to waste it, and I couldn't think of anything to do with it which could afford entertainment. I was sitting at the open window which looked out upon the sidewalk of the main street 3 stories below, when it occurred to me to drop it on somebody's head. I doubted the judiciousness of this, and I had some compunctions about it, too, because so much of the resulting entertainment would fall to my share and so little to the other person. But I thought I would chance it. I watched out of the window for the right person to come along, the safe person, but he didn't come. Every time there was a candidate, he or she turned out to be an unsafe one, and I had to restrain myself. But at last I saw the right one coming. It was my brother Henry. He was the best boy in the whole region. He never did harm to anybody. He never offended anybody. He was exasperatingly good. He had an overflowing abundance of goodness, but not enough to save him this time. I watched his approach with eager interest. He came strolling along, dreaming his pleasant summer dream, and not doubting but that Providence had him in his care. If he had known where I was he would have had less confidence in that superstition. As he approached, his form became more and more foreshortened. When he was almost under me he was so foreshortened that nothing of him was visible from my high place except the end of his nose and his alternately approaching feet. Then I poised the watermelon. calculated my distance, and let it go hollow side down. The accuracy of that gunnery was beyond admiration. He had about 6 steps to make when I let that canoe go, and it was lovely to see those two bodies gradually closing in on each other. If he had had 7 steps to make, or 5 steps to make, my gunnery would have been a failure. But he had exactly the right number to make, and that shell smashed down right on the top of his head and drove him into the earth up to the chin, the chunks of that broken melon flying in every direction like a spray. I wanted to go down there and condole with him, but it would not have been safe. He would have suspected me at once. I expected him to suspect me anyway, but as he said nothing about this adventure for 2 or 3 days, I was watching him in the meantime in order to keep out of danger. I was deceived into believing that this time he didn't suspect me. It was a mistake. He was only waiting for a sure opportunity. Then he landed a cobblestone on the side of my head, which raised a bump there so large that I had to wear 2 hats for a time. I carried this crime to my mother, for I was always anxious to get Henry into trouble with her, and could never succeed. I thought that I had a sure case this time when she should come to see that murderous bump. I showed it to her, but she said it was no matter. She didn't need to inquire into the circumstances. She knew I had deserved it, and the best way would be for me to accept it as a valuable lesson, and thereby get profit out of it. About 1849 or 1850, Orion severed his connection with the printing house in St. Louis, and came up to Hannibal and bought a weekly paper called the Hannibal Journal, together with its plant and its goodwill, for the sum of $500 cash. He borrowed the cash at 10% interest from an old farmer named Johnson, who lived 5 miles out of town. Then he reduced the subscription price of the paper from $2 to $1. He reduced the rates for advertising in about the same proportion, and thus he created one absolute and unassailable certainty, to wit, that the business would never pay him a single cent of profit. He took me out of the Courier office and engaged my services in his own at $3.50 a week, which was an extravagant wage, but Orion was always generous, always liberal with everybody except himself. It cost him nothing in my case, for he never was able to pay me a single penny as long as I was with him. By the end of the first year he found he must make some economies. The office rent was cheap, but it was not cheap enough. He could not afford to pay rent of any kind, so he moved the whole plant into the house we lived in, and it cramped the dwelling place cruelly. He kept that paper alive during 4 years, but I have at this time no idea how he accomplished it. Toward the end of each year he had to turn out and scrape and scratch for the $50 of interest due Mr. Johnson, and that $50 was about the only cash he ever received or paid out, I suppose, while he was proprietor of that newspaper, except for ink and printing paper. The paper was a dead failure. It had to be that from the start. Finally he handed it over to Mr. Johnson, and went up to Muscatine, Iowa, and acquired a small interest in a weekly newspaper there. It was not a sort of property to marry on, but no matter. He came across a winning and pretty girl who lived in Quincy, Illinois, a few miles below Keokuk, and they became engaged. He was always falling in love with girls, but by some accident or other he had never gone so far as engagement before, and now he achieved nothing but misfortune by it, because he straightway fell in love with a Keokuk girl. At least he imagined that he was in love with her, whereas I think she did the imagining for him. The first thing he knew he was engaged to her, and he was in a great quandary. He didn't know whether to marry the Keokuk one or the Quincy one, or whether to marry both of them and suit everyone concerned. But the Keokuk girl soon settled that for him. She was a master spirit, and she ordered him to right the Quincy girl and break off that match, which he did. Then he married the Keokuk girl, and they began a struggle for life, which turned out to be a difficult enterprise and very unpromising. To gain a living in Muscatine was plainly impossible, so Orion and his new wife went to Keokuk to live, for she wanted to be near her relatives. He bought a little bit of a job printing plant, on credit of course, and at once put prices down to where not even the apprentices could get a living out of it, and this sort of thing went on. I had not joined the Muscatine migration. Just before that happened, which I think was in 1853, I disappeared one night and fled to St. Louis. There I worked in the composing room of the Evening News for a time, and then started on my travels to see the world. The world was New York City, and there was a little World's Fair there. It had just been opened where the great reservoir afterward was, and where the sumptuous public library is now being built, Fifth Avenue and 42nd Street. I arrived in New York with $2 or $3 in pocket change and a $10 bank bill concealed in the lining of my coat. I got work at villainous wages in the establishment of John A. Gray and Green in Cliff Street, and I found board in a sufficiently villainous mechanics boarding house in Duane Street. The firm paid my wages in wildcat money at its face value, and my week's wage merely sufficed to pay board and lodging. By and by I went to Philadelphia, and worked there some months as a sub on the Enquirer and the Public Ledger. Finally I made a flying trip to Washington to see the sights there, and in 1854 I went back to Mississippi Valley, sitting upright in a smoking car 2 or 3 days and nights. When I reached St. Louis I was exhausted. I went to bed on board a steamboat that was bound for Muscatine. I fell asleep at once with my clothes on, and didn't wake up for 36 hours. I worked in that little job office in Keokuk as much as 2 years, I should say, without ever collecting a cent of wages, for Orion was never able to pay anything. But Dick Hickam and I had good times. I don't know what Dick got, but it was probably only uncashable promises. One day in the midwinter of 1856 or 1857, I think it was 1856, I was coming along the main street of Keokuk in the middle of the forenoon. It was bitter weather, so bitter that that street was deserted almost. A light, dry snow was blowing here and there on the ground and on the pavement, swirling this way and that way and making all sorts of beautiful figures, but very chilly to look at. The wind blew a piece of paper past me, and it lodged against a wall of a house. Something about the look of it attracted my attention, and I gathered it in. It was a $50 bill, the only one I had ever seen, and the largest assemblage of money I had ever seen in one spot. I advertised it in the papers, and suffered more than $1,000 worth of solicitude and fear and distress during the next few days, lest the owner should see the advertisement and come and take my fortune away. As many as 4 days went by without an applicant. Then I could endure this kind of misery no longer. I felt sure that another 4 could not go by in this safe and secure way. I felt that I must take that money out of danger, so I bought a ticket for Cincinnati and went to that city. I worked there several months in the printing office of Wrightson and Company. I had been reading Lieutenant Herndon's account of his explorations of the Amazon, and had been mightily attracted by what he said of coca. I made up my mind that I would go to the headwaters of the Amazon and collect coca and trade in it and make a fortune. I left for New Orleans in the steamer Paul Jones with this great idea filling my mind. One of the pilots of that boat was Horace Bixby. Little by little I got acquainted with him, and pretty soon I was doing a lot of steering for him in his daylight watches. When I got to New Orleans I inquired about ships leaving for Para, and discovered that there weren't any, and learned that there probably wouldn't be any during that century. It had not occurred to me to inquire about these particulars before leaving Cincinnati, so there I was. I couldn't get to the Amazon. I had no friends in New Orleans, and no money to speak of. I went to Horace Bixby and asked him to make a pilot out of me. He said he would do it for $500, $100 cash in advance. So I steered for him up to St. Louis, borrowed the money from my brother-in-law, and closed the bargain. I had acquired this brother-in-law several years before. This was Mr. William A. Moffett, a merchant, a Virginian, a fine man in every way. He had married my sister Pamela, and the Samuel E. Moffett of whom I have been speaking was their son. Within 18 months I was become a competent pilot, and I served that office until the Mississippi River traffic was brought to a standstill by the breaking out of the Civil War. Meantime Orion had been sweating along with his little job office in Keokuk, and he and his wife were living with his wife's family, ostensibly as boarders, but it is not likely that Orion was ever able to pay the board. On account of charging nothing for the work done in his job office, he had almost nothing to do there. He was never able to get it through his head that work done on a profitless basis deteriorates and is presently not worth anything, and that customers are obliged to go where they can get better work, even if they must pay better prices for it. He had plenty of time, and he took up Blackstone again. He also put up a sign which offered his services to the public as a lawyer. He never got a case in those days, nor even an applicant, although he was quite willing to transact law business for nothing and furnish the stationery himself. He was always liberal that way. Presently he moved to a wee little hamlet called Alexandria, 2 or 3 miles down the river, and he put up that sign there. He got no bites. He was by this time very hard aground. But by this time I was beginning to earn a wage of $250 a month as pilot, and so I supported him thenceforth until 1861, when his ancient friend Edward Bates, then a member of Mr. Lincoln's first cabinet, got him the place of Secretary of the new Territory of Nevada, and Orion and I cleared for that country in the overland stagecoach, I paying the fares, which were pretty heavy, and carrying with me what money I had been able to save. This was $800, I should say, and it was all in silver coin, and a good deal of a nuisance because of its weight. And we had another nuisance, which was an unabridged dictionary. It weighed about 1,000 pounds, and was a ruinous expense, because the stagecoach company charged for extra baggage by the ounce. We could have kept a family for a time on what that dictionary cost in the way of extra freight, and it wasn't a good dictionary anyway. Didn't have any modern words in it, only had obsolete ones that they used to use when Noah Webster was a child. End of Section 37, Thursday, March 29, 1906. Section 38 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, March 30th, 1906. Mr. Clemens's interview with Tchaikovsky presides at a meeting of the association formed in interest of the adult blind. His first meeting with Helen Keller. Helen Keller's letter, which Mr. Clemens read at this meeting. I will drop Orion for the present, and return and pick him up by and by. For the moment I am more interested in the matters of to-day than I am in Orion's adventures and mine of 45 years ago. 3 days ago a neighbor brought the celebrated Russian revolutionist Tchaikovsky to call upon me. He is grizzled, and shows age as to exteriors, but he has a Vesuvius inside, which is a strong and active volcano yet. He is so full of belief in the ultimate and almost immediate triumph of the revolution and the destruction of the fiendish autocracy that he almost made me believe and hope with him. He has come over here expecting to arouse a conflagration of noble sympathy in our vast nation of 80 millions of happy and enthusiastic free men. But honesty obliged me to pour some cold water down his crater. I told him what I believed to be true, that our Christianity, which we have always been so proud of, not to say so vain of, is now nothing but a shell, a sham, a hypocrisy; that we have lost our ancient sympathy with oppressed peoples struggling for life and liberty; that when we are not coldly indifferent to such things we sneer at them, and that the sneer is about the only expression the newspapers and the nation deal in with regard to such things. that his mass meetings would not be attended by people entitled to call themselves representative Americans, even if they may call themselves Americans at all; that his audiences will be composed of foreigners who have suffered so recently that they have not yet had time to become Americanized and their hearts turned to stone in their breasts; that these audiences will be drawn from the ranks of the poor, not those of the rich; that they will give, and give freely, but they will give from their poverty, and the money result will not be large. I said that when our windy and flamboyant President conceived the idea, a year ago, of advertising himself to the world as the new angel of peace, and set himself the task of bringing about the peace between Russia and Japan, and had the misfortune to accomplish his misbegotten purpose, no one in all this nation except Dr. Seaman and myself uttered a public protest against this folly of follies; that at that time I believed that that fatal peace had postponed the Russian nation's imminent liberation from its age long chains indefinitely, probably for centuries; that I believed at that time that Roosevelt had given the Russian Revolution its death blow, and that I am of that opinion yet. I will mention here, in parenthesis, that I came across Dr. Seaman last night for the first time in my life, and found that his opinion also remains today as he expressed it at the time that that infamous peace was consummated. Tchaikovsky said that my talk depressed him profoundly, and that he hoped I was wrong. I said I hoped the same. He said, "Why, from this very nation of yours came a mighty contribution only 2 or 3 months ago, and it made us all glad in Russia. You raised $2 millions in a breath, in a moment, as it were, and sent that contribution, that most noble and generous contribution, to suffering Russia. Does not that modify your opinion?" "No," I said, "it doesn't. That money came not from Americans. It came from Jews, much of it from rich Jews, but the most of it from Russian and Polish Jews on the East Side; that is to say, it came from the very poor. The Jew has always been benevolent. Suffering can always move a Jew's heart and tax his pocket to the limit. He will be at your mass meetings. But if you find any Americans there, put them in a glass case and exhibit them. It will be worthy 50 cents a head to go and look at that show and try to believe in it." He asked me to come to last night's meeting and speak, but I had another engagement and could not do it. Then he asked me to write a line or two, which could be read at the meeting, and I did that cheerfully. From the New York Times: "Arms to free Russia. Tchaikovsky's appeal. Revolutionist speaks to cheering audience of 3,000. Says the battle is near. Mark Twain writes that he hopes czars and grand dukes will soon become scarce." "Tovarischi," when Nicholas Tchaikovsky, hailed by his countrymen here as the father of the revolutionary movement in Russia, spoke this word last night in Grand Central Palace, 3,000 men and women rose to their feet, waved their hats, and cheered madly for 3 minutes. The word means comrades. It is the watchword of the revolutionists. The spirit of revolution possessed the mass meeting called to greet the Russian patriot now visiting New York. Fight is what he wants, and arms to fight with. He told the audience so last night, and by their cheers they promised to do their part in supplying the sinews of war. Mark Twain could not attend because he had already accepted an invitation to another meeting, but he sent this letter: Dear Mr. Tchaikovsky, I thank you for the honor of the invitation, but I am not able to accept it because Thursday evening I shall be presiding at a meeting whose object is to find remunerative work for certain classes of our blind who would gladly support themselves if they had the opportunity. My sympathies are with the Russian Revolution, of course. It goes without saying. I hope it will succeed, and now that I have talked with you I take heart to believe it will. Government by falsified promises, by lies, by treachery, and by the butcher knife for the aggrandizement of a single family of drones and its idle and vicious kin has been borne quite long enough in Russia, I should think, and it is to be hoped that the roused nation now rising in its strength will presently put an end to it and set up the republic in its place. Some of us, even the white-headed, may live to see the blessed day when czars and grand dukes will be as scarce there as I trust they are in heaven. Most sincerely yours, Mark Twain. Mr. Tchaikovsky made an impassioned appeal for help to inaugurate a real revolution and overturn the Czar and all his allies. The engagement which I spoke of to Tchaikovsky was to act as chairman at the first meeting of the association which was formed 5 months ago in the interest of the adult blind. Joseph H. Choate and I had a very good time there, and I came away with the conviction that that excellent enterprise is going to flourish, and will bear abundant fruit. The State of New York contains 6,000 listed blind persons, and also 1,000 or so who have not been searched out and listed. There are between 300 and 400 blind children. The State confines its benevolence to these. It confers upon them a book education. It teaches them to read and write. It feeds them and shelters them, and of course it pauperizes them, because it furnishes them no way of earning a living for themselves. The State's conduct toward the adult blind, and this conduct is imitated by the legislatures of most of the other States, is purely infamous. Outside of the blind asylums the adult blind person has a hard time. He lives merely by the charity of the compassionate, when he has no relatives able to support him, and now and then as a benevolence the State stretches out its charitable hand and lifts him over to Blackwell's Island and submerges him among that multitudinous population of thieves and prostitutes. But in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, and in 2 or 3 other States, associations like this new one we have formed have been at work for some years, supported entirely by private subscriptions, and the benefits conferred and the work accomplished are so fine and great that their official reports read like a fairy tale. It seems almost proven that there are not so very many things accomplishable by persons gifted with sight which a blind person cannot learn to do, and do as well as that other person. Helen Keller was to have been present last night, but she is ill in bed, and has been ill in bed during several weeks, through overwork, in the interest of the blind, the deaf, and the dumb. I need not go into any particulars about Helen Keller. She is fellow to Caesar, Alexander, Napoleon, Homer, Shakespeare, and the rest of the immortals. She will be as famous 1,000 years from now as she is to day. I remember the first time I ever had the privilege of seeing her. She was 14 years old then. She was to be at Lawrence Hutton's house on a Sunday afternoon, and 12 or 15 men and women had been invited to come and see her. Henry Rogers and I went together. The company had all assembled and had been waiting a while. The wonderful child arrived now, with her about equally wonderful teacher, Miss Sullivan. The girl began to deliver happy ejaculations in her broken speech, without touching anything and without seeing anything, of course, and without hearing anything. She seemed to quite well recognize the character of her surroundings. She said, "Oh, the books, the books! So many, many books! How lovely!" The guests were brought one after another and introduced to her. As she shook hands with each she took her hand away and laid her fingers lightly against Miss Sullivan's lips, who spoke against them the person's name. When a name was difficult Miss Sullivan not only spoke it against Miss Helen's fingers, but spelled it upon Helen's hand with her own fingers, stenographically apparently, for the swiftness of the operation was suggestive of that. Mr. Howells seated himself by Helen on the sofa, and she put her fingers against his lips, and he told her a story of considerable length, and you could see each detail of it pass into her mind and strike fire there and throw the flash of it into her face. Then I told her a long story, which she interrupted all along, and in the right places, with cackles, chuckles, and care-free bursts of laughter. Then Miss Sullivan put one of Helen's hands against her lips and spoke against it the question, "What is Mr. Clemens distinguished for?" Helen answered in her crippled speech, "For his humor." I spoke up modestly and said, "And for his wisdom." Helen said the same words instantly, "And for his wisdom." I suppose it was a case of mental telegraphy, since there was no way for her to know what it was I had said. After a couple of hours spent very pleasantly, some one asked if Helen would remember the feel of the hands of the company after this considerable interval of time, and be able to discriminate the hands and name the possessors of them. Miss Sullivan said, "Oh, she will have no difficulty about that." So the company filed past, shook hands in turn, and with each handshake Helen greeted the owner of the hand pleasantly, and spoke the name that belonged to it without hesitation until she encountered Mr. Rogers toward the end of the procession. She shook hands with him, then paused, and a reflecting expression came into her face. Then she said, "I am glad to meet you now. I have not met you before." Miss Sullivan told her she was mistaken. This gentleman was introduced to her when she first arrived in the room. But Helen was not affected by that. She said no, she never had met this gentleman before. Then Mr. Rogers said that perhaps the confusion might be explained by the fact that he had his glove on when he was introduced to Helen. Of course that explained the matter. This was not in the afternoon, as I have misstated. It was in the forenoon, and by the assemblage proceeded to the dining room and sat down to luncheon. I had to go away before it was over, and as I passed by Helen I patted her lightly on the head and passed on. Miss Sullivan called to me and said, "Stop, Mr. Clemens. Helen is distressed because she did not recognize your hand. Won't you come back and do that again?" I went back and patted her lightly on the head, and she said at once, "Oh, it's Mr. Clemens." Perhaps some one can explain this miracle, but I have never been able to do it. Could she feel the wrinkles in my hand through her hair? Some one else must answer this. I am not competent. As I have said, Helen was not able to leave her sick bed, but she wrote a letter 2 or 3 days ago to be read at the meeting, and Miss Holt, the secretary, sent it to me by a messenger at mid-afternoon yesterday. It was lucky for me that she didn't reserve it and send it to me on the platform last night, for in that case I could not have gotten through with it. I read it to the house without a break in my voice, and also without even a tremor in it that could be noticed, I think. But it was because I had read it aloud to Miss Lyon at mid-afternoon, and I knew the dangerous places and how to be prepared for them. I told the house in the beginning that I had this letter, and that I would read it at the end of the evening's activities. By and by, when the end had arrived and Mr. Choate had spoken, I introduced the letter with a few words. I said that if I knew anything about literature, here was a fine and great and noble sample of it, that this letter was simple, direct, unadorned, unaffected, unpretentious, and was moving and beautiful and eloquent, that no fellow to it had ever issued from any girl's lips since Joan of Arc, that immortal child of 17, stood alone and friendless in her chains 5 centuries ago and confronted her judges, the concentrated learning and intellect of France, and fenced with them week by week and day by day, answering them out of her great heart and her untaught but marvelous mind, and always defeated them, always camping on the field and master of it as each day's sun went down. I said I believed that this letter, written by a young woman who has been stone deaf, dumb, and blind ever since she was 18 months old, and who is one of the most widely and thoroughly educated women in the world, would pass into our literature as a classic, and remain so. I will insert the letter here. Wrentham, Massachusetts, March 27, 1906. My dear Mr. Clemens, it is a great disappointment to me not to be with you and the other friends who have joined their strength to uplift the blind. The meeting in New York will be the greatest occasion in the movement which has so long engaged my heart, and I regret keenly not to be present and feel the inspiration of living contact with such an assembly of wit, wisdom, and philanthropy. I should be happy if I could have spelled into my hand the words as they fall from your lips, and receive, even as it is uttered, the eloquence of our newest ambassador to the blind. We have not had such advocates before. My disappointment is softened by the thought that never at any meeting was the right word so sure to be spoken. But, superfluous as all other appeal must seem after you and Mr. Choate have spoken, nevertheless, as I am a woman, I cannot be silent, and I ask you to read this letter, knowing that it will be lifted to eloquence by your kindly voice. To know what the blind man needs, you who can see must imagine what it would be not to see, and you can imagine it more vividly if you remember that before your journey's end you may have to go the dark way yourself. Try to realize what blindness means to those whose joyous activity is stricken to inaction. It is to live long, long days, and life is made up of days. It is to live immured, baffled, impotent, all God's world shut out. It is to sit helpless, defrauded, while your spirit strains and tugs at its fetters, and your shoulders ache for the burden they are denied, the rightful burden of labor. The seeing man goes about his business confident and self-dependent. He does his share of the work of the world in mine, in quarry, in factory, in counting room, asking of others no boon save the opportunity to do a man's part and to receive the laborer's guerdon. In an instant accident blinds him, the day is blotted out, night envelops all the visible world. The feet which once bore him to the task with firm and confident stride stumble and halt and fear the forward step. He is forced to a new habit of idleness, which like a canker consumes the mind and destroys its beautiful faculties. Memory confronts him with his lighted past. Amid the tangled ruins of his life as it promised to be, he gropes his pitiful way. You have met him on your busy thoroughfares with faltering feet and outstretched hands, patiently dredging the universal dark, holding out for sale his petty wares, or his cap for your pennies. And this was a man with ambitions and capabilities. It is because we know that these ambitions and capabilities can be fulfilled that we are working to improve the condition of the adult blind. You cannot bring back the light to the vacant eyes, but you can give a helping hand to the sightless along their dark pilgrimage. You can teach them new skill. For work they once did with the aid of their eyes, you can substitute work that they can do with their hands. They ask only opportunity, and opportunity is a torch in darkness. They crave no charity, no pension, but the satisfaction that comes from lucrative toil, and this satisfaction is the right of every human being. At your meeting New York will speak its word for the blind, and when New York speaks the world listens. The true message of New York is not the commercial ticking of busy telegraphs, but the mightier utterances of such gatherings as yours. Of late our periodicals have been filled with depressing revelations of great social evils. Garrulous critics have pointed to every flaw in our civic structure. We have listened long enough to the pessimists. You once told me you were a pessimist, Mr. Clemens, but great men are usually mistaken about themselves. You are an optimist. If you were not, you would not preside at the meeting, for it is an answer to pessimism. It proclaims that the heart and the wisdom of a great city are devoted to the good of mankind, that in this busiest city in the world No cry of distress goes up but receives a compassionate and generous answer. Rejoice that the cause of the blind has been heard in New York, for the day after it shall be heard round the world. Yours sincerely, Helen Keller. End of Section 38, Friday, March 30th, 1906. Section 39 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, April 2, 1906. Government of New Territory of Nevada. Governor Nye and the Practical Jokers. Mr. Clemens begins journalistic life on Virginia City Enterprise. Reports legislative sessions. He and Orion prosper. Orion builds $12,000 house. Governor Nye turns Territory of Nevada into a state. Promotion for Barnes, whom Tillman berated. Had woman ejected from White House to be postmaster. Merritt gets new place. Present postmaster at Washington to be made collector at Niagara. Platt not consulted. Special to the New York Times. Washington, March 31st. President Roosevelt surprised the Capitol this afternoon by announcing that he would appoint Benjamin F. Barnes as postmaster of Washington to succeed John A. Merritt of New York. Mr. Merritt, who for several years has been postmaster here, has been chosen for collector of the port of Niagara, succeeding the late Major James Low. Mr. Barnes is at present Assistant Secretary to the President. Only a short time ago he figured extensively in the newspapers for having ordered the forcible ejection from the White House of Mrs. Minor Morris, a Washington woman who had called to see the President. What attracted attention to the case was not the ejection itself, but the violence with which it was performed. Mrs. Morris, who had been talking to Barnes in an ordinary conversational tone, and with no indications of excitement, so far as the spectators observed, was seized by two policemen and dragged by the arms out of the building and across the asphalt walk in front of the White House, a distance corresponding to that of 2 ordinary city blocks. During a part of the journey a negro carried her by the feet. Her dress was torn and trampled. She was locked up on a charge of disorderly conduct, and when it was learned that she would be released on that charge a policeman, a relative of Barnes's, was sent to the house of detention to prefer a charge of insanity against her, so that she would have to be held. She was held accordingly until 2 physicians had examined her and pronounced her sane. He was denounced by Mrs. Morris, by various newspapers, and by Mr. Tillman in the Senate. The appointment of Barnes to be the postmaster so soon after this incident has created endless talk here. It is taken to be the President's way of expressing confidence in Barnes and repaying him for the pain he suffered as a result of the newspaper criticisms of his course. Orion Clemens again. To continue. The government of the new Territory of Nevada was an interesting menagerie. Governor Nye was an old and seasoned politician from New York. Politician, not statesman. He had white hair. He was in fine physical condition. He had a winningly friendly face and deep, lustrous, brown eyes that could talk as a native language the tongue of every feeling, every passion, every emotion. His eyes could out-talk his tongue, and this is saying a good deal, for he was a very remarkable talker, both in private and on the stump. He was a shrewd man. He generally saw through surfaces and perceived what might be going on inside without being suspected of having an eye on the matter. When grown-up persons indulge in practical jokes, the fact gauges them. They have lived narrow, obscure, and ignorant lives, and at full manhood they still retain and cherish a job lot of left over standards and ideals that would have been discarded with their boyhood if they had then moved out into the world and a broader life. There were many practical jokers in the new territory. I do not take pleasure in exposing this fact, for I liked those people, but what I am to say is true. I wish I could say a kindlier thing about them instead. If I could say they were burglars or hat-rack thieves or something like that, that wouldn't be utterly uncomplimentary. I would prefer it, but I can't say those things. They would not be true. These people were practical jokers, and I will not try to disguise it. In other respects they were plenty good enough people, honest people, reputable and likable. They played practical jokes upon each other with success, and got the admiration and applause, and also the envy of the rest of the community. Naturally they were eager to try their arts on big game, and that was what the Governor was. But they were not able to score. They made several efforts, but the Governor defeated these efforts without any trouble, and went on smiling his pleasant smile as if nothing had happened. Finally the joker chiefs of Carson City and Virginia City conspired together to see if their combined talent couldn't win a victory, for the jokers were getting into a very uncomfortable place. The people were laughing at them instead of at their proposed victim. They banded themselves together to the number of 10 and invited the Governor to what was a most extraordinary attention in those days, a pickled oyster stew and champagne, luxuries very seldom seen in that region, and existing rather as fabrics of the imagination than as facts. The Governor took me with him. He said, disparagingly, "It's a poor invention. It doesn't deceive. Their idea is to get me drunk and leave me under the table, and from their standpoint this will be very funny. But they don't know me. I am familiar with champagne, and have no prejudices against it." The fate of the joke was not decided until 2 o'clock in the morning. At that hour the Governor was serene, genial, comfortable, contented, happy, and sober, although he was so full that he couldn't laugh without shedding champagne tears. Also at that hour the last joker joined his comrades under the table, drunk to the last perfection. The Governor remarked, "This is a dry place, Sam. Let's go and get something to drink and go to bed." The Governor's official menagerie had been drawn from the humblest ranks of his constituents at home, harmless good fellows who had helped in his campaigns, and now they had their reward in petty salaries payable in greenbacks that were worth next to nothing. Those boys had a hard time to make both ends meet. Orion's salary was $1,800 a year, and he couldn't even support his dictionary on it. But the Irishwoman who had come out on the Governor's staff charged the menagerie only $10 a week apiece for board and lodging. Orion and I were of her boarders and lodgers, and so, on these cheap terms, the silver I had brought from home held out very well. At first I roamed about the country seeking silver, but at the end of '62 or the beginning of '63, when I came up from Aurora to begin a journalistic life on the Virginia City Enterprise, I was presently sent down to Carson City to report the legislative session. Orion was soon very popular with the members of the legislature, because they found that whereas they couldn't usually trust each other, nor anybody else, they could trust him. He easily held the belt for honesty in that country, but it didn't do him any good in a pecuniary way, because he had no talent for either persuading or scaring legislators. But I was differently situated. I was there every day in the legislature to distribute compliment and censure with evenly balanced justice, and spread the same over half a page of the Enterprise every morning. Consequently, I was an influence. I got the legislature to pass a law requiring every corporation doing business in the Territory to record its charter in full, without skipping a word, in a record to be kept by the Secretary of the Territory, my brother. All the charters were framed in exactly the same words. For this record service he was authorized to charge 40 cents a folio of 100 words for making the record, $5 for furnishing a certificate of each record, and so on. Everybody had a toll road franchise, but no toll road. But the franchise had to be recorded and paid for. Everybody was a mining corporation, and had to have himself recorded and pay for it. Very well, we prospered. The record service paid an average of $1,000 a month, in gold. Governor Nye was often absent from the Territory. He liked to run down to San Francisco every little while and enjoy a rest from territorial civilization. Nobody complained, for he was prodigiously popular. He had been a stage driver in his early days in New York or New England, and had acquired the habit of remembering names and faces, and of making himself agreeable to his passengers. As a politician this had been valuable to him, and he kept his arts in good condition by practice. By the time he had been governor a year he had shaken hands with every human being in the Territory of Nevada, and after that he always knew these people instantly at sight and could call them by name. The whole population of 20,000 persons were his personal friends, and he could do anything he chose to do, and count upon their being contented with it. Whenever he was absent from the Territory, which was generally, Orion served his office in his place, as acting governor, a title which was soon and easily shortened to governor. Mrs. Governor, or Clemens, enjoyed being a governor's wife. No one on this planet ever enjoyed a distinction more than she enjoyed that one. Her delight in being the head of society was so frank that it disarmed criticism and even envy. Being the governor's wife and head of society, she looked for a proper kind of house to live in, a house commensurate with these dignities, and she easily persuaded Orion to build that house. Orion could be persuaded to do anything. He built and furnished the house at a cost of $12,000, and there was no other house in that capital that could approach this property for style and cost. When Governor Nye's 4-year term was drawing to a close, the mystery of why he had ever consented to leave the great State of New York and help inhabit that sagebrush desert was solved. he had gone out there in order to become a United States Senator. All that was now necessary was to turn the Territory into a State. He did it without any difficulty. That patch of sand and that sparse population were not well fitted for the heavy burden of a State government, but no matter, the people were willing to have the change, and so the Governor's game was made. Orion's game was made, too, apparently, for he was as popular because of his honesty as the Governor was for more substantial reasons. But at the critical moment the inborn capriciousness of his character rose up without warning, and disaster followed. End of Section 39, Monday, April 2, 1906. Section 40 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, April 4, 1906. The Morris case again. Scope of this autobiography, a mirror. More about Nast sale. Laurels for Mr. Clemens. Clippings in regard to Woman's University Club reception. Mr. Clemens comments on them. Vassar benefit at Hudson Theater. Mr. Clemens meets many old friends. Mrs. Morris case in Senate. Nomination of Barnes opens way for an inquiry. Special to the New York Times. Washington, April 3. Criticism of the appointment of Mr. Roosevelt's Assistant Secretary B. F. Barnes to be Postmaster of Washington continues. It now seems likely that the appointment may have a hard time in passing the Senate. Barnes' action in having Mrs. Minor Morris put out of the White House is the chief ground of opposition. The Senate Committee on the Post Offices and Post Roads has determined to investigate Barnes' action in the Morris case, and eyewitnesses of the affair have been summoned to appear before the committee tomorrow and tell what they saw. This is the same investigation which Mr. Tillman requested and which the Senate refused to grant. It now comes as the result of the President's action in appointing Barnes postmaster. The witnesses who are to appear before the committee were not asked to testify in the investigation which the President made when he decided that Barnes' course was justified. There was much speculation today as to who Mr. Barnes' successor as Assistant Secretary would be. The Evening Star tonight devotes a column and a half to suggestions on the subject, saying that the leading candidates are John L. McGrew, a clerk in the White House offices, Warren Young, chief executive clerk, M.C. Latta, the President's personal stenographer, James J. Corbett of New York, Robert Fitzsimmons, Augustus Rulin, and James J. Jeffries. The article is illustrated with two pictures of Corbett and Fitzsimmons. That is neat, and causes me much gentle delight. The point of that whole matter lies in the last four names that are mentioned in it. These four men are prize fighters, the most celebrated ones now living. Is the incident now closed? Again, we cannot tell. The smell of it may linger in American history 1,000 years yet. This autobiography of mine differs from other autobiographies, differs from all other autobiographies, except Benvenuto's, perhaps. The conventional biography of all the ages is an open window. The autobiographer sits there and examines and discusses the people that go by, not all of them, but the notorious ones, the famous ones, those that wear fine uniforms and crowns when it is not raining, and very great poets and great statesmen, illustrious people with whom he has had the high privilege of coming in contact. He likes to toss a wave of recognition to these with his hand as they go by, and he likes to notice that the others are seeing him do this and admiring. He likes to let on that in discussing these occasional people that wear the good clothes he is only interested in interesting his reader, and is in a measure unconscious of himself. But this autobiography of mine is not that kind of an autobiography. This autobiography of mine is a mirror, and I am looking at myself in it all the time. Incidentally, I notice the people that pass along at my back. I get glimpses of them in the mirror, and whenever they say or do anything that can help advertise me and flatter me and raise me in my own estimation, I set these things down in my autobiography. I rejoice when a king or a duke comes my way and makes himself useful to this autobiography, but they are rare customers with wide intervals between. I can use them with good effect as lighthouses and monuments along my way, but for real business I depend upon the common herd. Here is some more about the Nast sale. 30 cents for McCurdy poem. Other literary curiosities from the Nast collection at auction. The sale of autograph letters, wash drawings, and pencil and pen ink sketches, the property of the late Thomas Nast, the cartoonist, was continued yesterday by the Merwin Clayton Company. 5 letters from Theodore Roosevelt as police commissioner, colonel of the Rough Riders, governor, and president, to Mr. Nast, thanking him for sketches and expressing warm friendship for the cartoonist, brought prices ranging from $1.50 to $2.25. Richard A. McCurdy's autograph letter and original autograph poem addressed to Nast, with a typewritten copy of the poem, brought 30 cents the lot. The following letter, written by General Philip H. Sheridan to Nast, was bid in at $12.25 by J. H. Manning, a son of the late Daniel Manning. May 12, 1875. Dear Nast, it is true. I will be married on the 30th of June coming, unless there is a slip between the cup and the lip, which is scarcely possible. I will not have any wedding for many reasons, among them the recent death of my father. I am very happy, but wish the damn thing was over. Yours truly, Sheridan. P.S. and M.I. I send the enclosed for your oldest. Please send me yours to be kept for mine. P.H.S. A letter written by Lincoln, and which was laid over a piece of white silk bearing a faded red stain, sold for $38. The attached certificate stated that the silk was from the dress of Laura Keene, worn on the night of Lincoln's assassination, and that the stain was made by his blood. General W. T. Sherman's letter to Nast, dated March 9, 1879, endorsing a testimonial of the cartoonist's services to the Army and Navy, sold for $6. A scrapbook containing sketches of Lincoln, Sumner, Greeley, Walt Whitman, and many watercolor sketches, brought $75. A sketch of William M. Tweed and his companion Hunt under arrest brought $21. 2 companion Christmas sketches by Nast, representing a child telephoning to Santa Claus, brought $43 each. A sketch of General Grant was bid in for $36. A sketch of the G.O.P. elephant brought $28. A sketch representing the Savior, full face, with nimbus, brought $65. An autograph photograph of Theodore Roosevelt, dated 1884, was bid in at $5. It is a great satisfaction to me to notice that I am still ahead of Roosevelt, ahead of Sherman, ahead of Sheridan, even ahead of Lincoln. These are fine laurels, but they will not last. A time is coming when some of them will wither. A day will come when a mere scratch of Mr. Lincoln's pen will outsell a whole basketful of my letters. A time will come when a scratch of the pens of those immortal soldiers, Sherman and Sheridan, will outsell 1,000 scratches of mine, and so I shall enjoy my supremacy now while I may. I shall read that clipping over 40 or 50 times now while it is new and true, and let the desolating future take care of itself. Day before yesterday all Vassar, ancient and modern, packed itself into the Hudson Theater, and I was there. The occasion was a benefit arranged by Vassar and its friends to raise money to aid poor students of that college in getting through the college course. I was not aware that I was to be a feature of the show, and was distressed and most uncomfortably inflamed with blushes when I found it out. Really the distress and the blushes were manufactured, for at bottom I was glad. I held a reception on that stage for an hour or two, and all Vassar, ancient and modern, shook hands with me. Some of the moderns were too beautiful for words, and I was very friendly with those. I was so hoping somebody would want to kiss me for my mother, but I didn't dare to suggest it myself. Presently, however, when it happened, I did what I could to make it contagious, and succeeded. This required art, but I had it in stock. I seemed to take the old and the new as they came, without discrimination, but I averaged the percentage to my advantage, and without anybody's suspecting, I think. Among that host I met again as many as half a dozen pretty old girls whom I had met in their bloom at Vassar that time that Susy and I visited the college so long ago. Yesterday at the University Club almost all the 500 were of the young and lovely, untouched by care, unfaded by age. There were girls there from Smith, Wellesley, Radcliffe, Vassar, and Barnard, together with a sprinkling of college girls from the South, from the Middle West, and the Pacific Coast. I delivered a moral sermon to the Barnard girls at Columbia University a few weeks ago, and now it was like being among old friends. There were dozens of Barnard girls there, scores of them, and I had already shaken hands with them at Barnard. As I have said, the reporter heard many things there yesterday, but there were several which he didn't hear. One sweet creature wanted to whisper in my ear, and I was nothing loath. She raised her dainty form on tiptoe, lifting herself with a grip of her velvet hands on my shoulders, and put her lips to my ear and said, "How do you like being the belle of New York?" It was so true, and so gratifying that it crimsoned me with blushes, and I could make no reply. The reporter lost that. Two girls, one from Maine, the other from Ohio, were grandchildren of fellow passengers who sailed with me in the Quaker City in the Innocents Abroad excursion 39 years ago. End of Section 40, Wednesday, April 4, 1906. Section 41 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Thursday, April 5, 1906. Ellen Terry's farewell banquet on 50th anniversary. Mr. Clemens's cablegram. Mr. Clemens has fine new idea for a play. Mr. Hammond Trumbull squelches it. Orion Clemens is defeated as Secretary of State. At Mr. Camp's suggestion, Mr. Clemens speculates unfortunately. Mr. Camp offers to buy Tennessee land for $200,000. Orion refuses. Mr. Clemens just discovers that he still owns 1,000 acres of the Tennessee land. Orion comes east, gets position on Hartford Evening Post. After various business ventures, he returns to Keokuk and tries raising chickens. The other day I furnished a sentiment in response to a man's request, to wit, the noblest work of God? Man. Who found it out? Man. I thought it was very good and smart, but the other person didn't. Ellen Terry has been a queen of the English stage for 50 years, and will retire from it on the 28th of this month, which will be the 50th anniversary. She will retire in due form at a great banquet in London, and cablegrams, meet for the occasion, will flow in upon the banqueters from old friends of hers in America and other formerly distant regions of the earth. There are no distant regions now. The American cablegrams are being collected by a committee in New York, and by request I have furnished mine. To do these things by cable at 25 cents a word is the modern way, and the only way. They could go by post at no expense, but it wouldn't be good form. Privately I will remark that they do go by mail, dated to suit the requirements. Cablegram to Ellen Terry, London. Age has not withered, nor custom staled, the admiration and affection I have felt for you so many, many years. I lay them at your honored feet, with the strength and freshness of their youth upon them undiminished. Mark Twain. She is a lovely character, as was also Sir Henry Irving, who lately departed this life. I first knew them 34 years ago in London, and thenceforth held them in high esteem and affection. Orion Clemens resumed. There were several candidates for all the offices in the gift of the new State of Nevada, save two: United States Senator Governor Nye, and Secretary of State Orion Clemens. Nye was certain to get a senatorship, and Orion was so sure to get the secretaryship that no one but him was named for that office. But he was hit with one of his spasms of virtue on the very day that the Republican party was to make its nominations in the convention. Orion refused to go near the convention. He was urged, but all persuasions failed. He said his presence there would be an unfair and improper influence, and that if he was to be nominated the compliment must come to him as a free and unspotted gift. This attitude would have settled his case for him without further effort, but he had another spasm of virtue on the same day, and that made it absolutely sure. It had been his habit for a great many years to change his religion with his shirt, and his ideas about temperance at the same time. He would be a teetotaler for a while, and the champion of the cause. Then he would change to the other side for a time. On nomination day he suddenly changed from a friendly attitude toward whiskey, which was the popular attitude, to uncompromising teetotalism, and went absolutely dry. His friends besought and implored, but all in vain. He could not be persuaded to cross the threshold of a saloon. The paper next morning contained the list of chosen nominees. His name was not in it. He had not received a vote. His rich income ceased when the State government came into power. He was without an occupation. Something had to be done. He put up his sign as attorney at law, but he got no clients. It was strange. It was difficult to account for. I cannot account for it, but if I were going to guess at a solution I should guess that by the make of him he would examine both sides of a case so diligently and so conscientiously that when he got through with his argument neither he nor a jury would know which side he was on. I think that his client would find out his make in laying his case before him, and would take warning and withdraw it in time to save himself from probable disaster. I had taken up my residence in San Francisco about a year before the time I have just been speaking of. One day I got a tip from Mr. Camp, a bold man who was always making big fortunes in ingenious speculations, and losing them again in the course of 6 months by other speculative ingenuities. Camp told me to buy some shares in the Hale and Norcross. I bought 50 shares at $300 a share. I bought on a margin and put up 20%. It exhausted my funds. I wrote Orion and offered him half, and asked him to send his share of the money. I waited and waited. He wrote and said he was going to attend to it. The stock went along up pretty briskly. It went higher and higher. It reached $1,000 a share. It climbed to 2,000, then to 3,000, then to twice that figure. The money did not come, but I was not disturbed. By and by that stock took a turn and began to gallop down. Then I wrote urgently. Orion answered that he had sent the money long ago, said he had sent it to the Occidental Hotel. I inquired for it. They said it was not there. To cut a long story short, that stock went on down until it fell below the price I had paid for it. Then it began to eat up the margin, and when at last I got out I was very badly crippled. When it was too late I found out what had become of Orion's money. Any other human being would have sent a check, but he sent gold. The hotel clerk put it in the safe and never thought of it again, and there it reposed all this time, enjoying its fatal work, no doubt. Another man might have thought to tell me that the money was not in a letter, but was in an express package, but it never occurred to Orion to do that. Later Mr. Camp gave me another chance. He agreed to buy our Tennessee land for $200,000, pay a part of the money in cash, and give long notes for the rest. His scheme was to import foreigners from grape growing and wine making districts in Europe, settle them on the land, and turn it into a wine growing country. He knew what Mr. Longworth thought of those Tennessee grapes, and was satisfied. I sent the contracts and things to Orion for his signature, he being one of the three heirs, but they arrived at a bad time, in a doubly bad time, in fact. The temperance virtue was temporarily upon him in strong force, and he wrote and said he would not be a party to debauching the country with wine. Also, he said, how could he know whether Mr. Camp was going to deal fairly and honestly with those poor people from Europe or not? And so, without waiting to find out, he quashed the whole trade, and there it fell, never to be brought to life again. The land, from being suddenly worth $200,000, became as suddenly worth what it was before, nothing, and taxes to pay. I had paid the taxes and the other expenses for some years, but I dropped the Tennessee land there, and have never taken any interest in it since, pecuniarily or otherwise, until yesterday. I had supposed, until yesterday, that Orion had frittered away the last acre, and indeed that was his impression, but a gentleman arrived yesterday from Tennessee and brought a map showing that by a correction of the ancient surveys we still own 1,000 acres in a coal district, out of the 100,000 acres which my father left us when he died in 1847. The gentleman brought a proposition. Also he brought a reputable and well-to-do citizen of New York. The proposition was that the Tennessean gentleman should sell that land, that the New York gentleman should pay all the expenses and fight all the lawsuits, in case any should turn up, and that of such profit as might eventuate, the Tennessean gentleman should take a third, the New Yorker a third, and Sam Moffett and his sister, Mrs. Charles L. Webster, and I, who are the surviving heirs, the remaining third. This time I hope we shall get rid of the Tennessee land for good and all, and never hear of it again. It was created under a misapprehension. My father loaded himself up with it under a misapprehension. He unloaded it on to us under a misapprehension, and I should like to get rid of the accumulated misapprehensions and what is left of the land as soon as possible. I came East in January, 1867. Orion remained in Carson City perhaps a year longer. Then he sold his $12,000 house and its furniture for $3,500 in greenbacks at about 30% discount. He and his wife took first-class passage in the steamer for New York. In New York they stopped at an expensive hotel, explored the city in an expensive way, then fled to Keokuk, and arrived there about as nearly penniless as they were when they had migrated thence in July, '61. About 1871 or '72 they came to New York. They were obliged to go somewhere. Orion had been trying to make a living in the law ever since he had arrived from the Pacific coast, but he had secured only 2 cases. Those he was to try free of charge, but the possible result will never be known, because the parties settled the case out of court without his help. I had bought my mother a house in Keokuk. I was giving her a stated sum monthly, and Orion another stated sum. They all lived together in the house. But, as I say, they came East, and Orion got a job as proofreader on the New York Evening Post at $10 a week. They took a single small room, and in it they cooked and lived on that money. By and by Orion came to Hartford and wanted me to get him a place as reporter on a Hartford paper. Here was a chance to try my scheme again, and I did it. I made him go to the Hartford Evening Post without any letter of introduction, and propose to scrub and sweep and do all sorts of things for nothing, on the plea that he didn't need money, but only needed work, and that was what he was pining for. Within 6 weeks he was on the editorial staff of that paper at $20 a week, and he was worth the money. He was presently called for by some other paper at better wages, but I made him go to the Post people and tell them about it. They stood the raise and kept him. It was the pleasantest berth he had ever had in his life. It was an easy berth. He was in every way comfortable. But ill luck came. It was bound to come. A new Republican daily was to be started in Ratland, Vermont, by a stock company of well-to-do politicians, and they offered Orion the chief editorship at $3,000 a year. He was eager to accept. His wife was equally eager, no, twice as eager, 3 times as eager. My beseechings and reasonings went for nothing. I said, "You are as weak as water. Those people will find it out right away. They will easily see that you have no backbone, that they can deal with you as they would deal with a slave. You may last 6 months, but not longer. Then they will not dismiss you as they would dismiss a gentleman. They will fling you out as they would fling out an intruding tramp." Well, it happened just so. Then Orion and his wife migrated to that persecuted and unoffending Keokuk once more. Orion wrote from there that he was not resuming the law, that he thought that what his health needed was the open air, in some sort of outdoor occupation; that his old father-in-law had a strip of ground on the river border a mile above Keokuk, with some sort of a house on it, and his idea was to buy that place and start a chicken farm, and provide Keokuk with chickens and eggs, and perhaps butter, but I don't know whether you can raise butter on a chicken farm or not. He said the place could be had for $3,000 cash, and I sent the money. Orion began to raise chickens, and he made a detailed monthly report to me, whereby it appeared that he was able to work off his chickens on the Keokuk people at $1.25 a pair, but it also appeared that it cost $1.60 to raise the pair. This did not seem to discourage Orion, and so I let it go. Meantime he was borrowing $100 per month of me regularly, month by month. Now, to show Orion's stern and rigid business ways, and he really prided himself on his large business capacities, the moment he received the advance of $100 at the beginning of each month he sent me his note for the amount, and with it he sent, out of that money, 3 months' interest on the $100 at 6% per annum, these notes being always for 3 months. I did not keep them, of course. They were of no value to anybody. As I say, he always sent a detailed statement of the month's profit and loss on the chickens, at least the month's loss on the chickens, and this detailed statement included the various items of expense, corn for the chickens, a bonnet for the wife, boots for himself, and so on, even car fares, and the weekly contribution of 10 cents to help out the missionaries who were trying to damn the Chinese after a plan not satisfactory to those people. But at last, when among those details I found $25 for pew rent, I struck. I told him to change his religion and sell the pew. End of Section 41, Thursday, April 5, 1906. Section 42 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Friday, April 6, 1906. Mr. Clemens's present house unsatisfactory because of no sunshine. Mr. Clemens meets Etta in Washington Square. Recalls ballroom in Virginia City 44 years ago. Orion resumed. He invents wood sawing machine. Invents steam canal boat. Orion's autobiography. His death. This house is number 21 Fifth Avenue, and stands on the corner of 9th Street, within a couple of hundred yards of Washington Square. It was built 50 or 60 years ago by Renwick, the architect of the Roman Catholic Cathedral. It is large, and every story has good and spacious rooms, but not enough sunshine. Yesterday I went down to Washington Square, turned out to the left to look at a house that stands on the corner of the square and University Place. Presently I stepped over to the corner of the square to take a general look at the frontage of the house. While crossing the street I met a woman and was conscious that she recognized me, and it seemed to me that there was something in her face that was familiar to me. I had the instinct that she would turn and follow me and speak to me, and the instinct was right. She was a fat little woman, with a gentle and kindly but aged and homely face, and she had white hair, and was neatly but poorly dressed. She said, "Aren't you Mr. Clemens?" "Yes," I said, "I am." She said, "Where is your brother Orion?" "Dead," I said. "Where is his wife?" "Dead," I said, and added, "I seem to know you, but I cannot place you." She said, "Do you remember Etta Booth?" I had known only one Etta Booth in my lifetime, and that Etta rose before me in an instant, and vividly. It was almost as if she stood alongside of this fat little antiquated dame, in the bloom and diffidence and sweetness of her 13 years, her hair in plaited tails down her back, and her fiery red frock stopping short at her knees. Indeed, I remembered Etta very well, and immediately another vision rose before me, with that child in the center of it, and accenting its sober tint like a torch with her red frock. But it was not a quiet vision, not a reposeful one. The scene was a great ballroom in some ramshackle building in Gold Hill or Virginia City, Nevada. There were 200 or 300 stalwart men present and dancing with cordial energy, and in the midst of the turmoil Etta's crimson frock was swirling and flashing, and she was the only dancer of her sex on the floor. Her mother, large, fleshy, pleasant, and smiling, sat on a bench against the wall in lonely and honored state, and watched the festivities in placid contentment. She and Etta were the only persons of their sex in the ballroom. Half of the men represented ladies, and they had a handkerchief tied around the left arm so that they could be told from the men. I did not dance with Etta, for I was a lady myself. I wore a revolver in my belt, and so did all the other ladies, likewise the gentlemen. It was a dismal old barn of a place, and was lighted from end to end by tallow candle chandeliers made of barrel hoops suspended from the ceiling, and the grease dripped all over us. That was in the beginning of the winter of 1862. It has taken 44 years for Etta to cross my orbit again. I asked after her father. Dead, she said. I asked after her mother. Dead, she said. Another question brought out the fact that she had long been married, but had no children. We shook hands and parted. She walked 3 or 4 steps, then turned and came back, and her eyes filled, and she said, "I am a stranger here, and far from my friends. In fact, I have hardly any friends left. Nearly all of them are dead. I must tell my news to you. I must tell it to somebody. I can't bear it myself while it is so new. The doctor has just told me that my husband can live only a very little while, and I was not dreaming it was so bad as this." Orion resumed. I think the poultry experiment lasted only a year, possibly 2 years. It had then cost me $6,000. It is my impression that Orion was not able to give the farm away, and that his father-in-law took it back as a kindly act of self-sacrifice. Orion returned to the law business, and I suppose he remained in that harness off and on for the succeeding quarter of a century, but so far as my knowledge goes he was only a lawyer in name, and had no clients. My mother died in her 88th year, in the summer of 1890. She had saved some money, and she left it to me, because it had come from me. I gave it to Orion, and he said, with thanks, that I had supported him long enough, and now he was going to relieve me of that burden, and would also hope to pay back some of that expense, and maybe the whole of it. Accordingly he proceeded to use up that money in building a considerable addition to the house, with the idea of taking boarders and getting rich. We need not dwell upon this venture. It was another of his failures. His wife tried hard to make the scheme succeed, and if anybody could have made it succeed she would have done it. She was a good woman, and was greatly liked. Her vanity was pretty large and inconvenient, but she had a practical side, too, and she would have made that boarding-house lucrative if circumstances had not been against her. Orion had other projects for recouping me, but as they always required capital I stayed out of them, but they did not materialize. Once he wanted to start a newspaper. It was a ghastly idea, and I squelched it with a promptness that was almost rude. Then he invented a wood sawing machine and patched it together himself, and he really sawed wood with it. It was ingenious, it was capable, and it would have made a comfortable little fortune for him, but just at the wrong time Providence interfered again. Orion applied for a patent and found that the same machine had already been patented and had gone into business and was thriving. Presently the State of New York offered a $50,000 prize for a practical method of navigating the Erie Canal with steam canal boats. Orion worked at that thing 2 or 3 years, invented and completed a method, and was once more ready to reach out and seize upon imminent wealth when somebody pointed out a defect. His steam canal boat could not be used in the winter time, and in the summer time the commotion its wheels would make in the water would wash away the State of New York on both sides. Innumerable were Orion's projects for acquiring the means to pay off his debt to me. These projects extended straight through the succeeding 30 years, but in every case they failed. During all those 30 years Orion's well-established honesty kept him in offices of trust where other people's money had to be taken care of, but where no salary was paid. He was treasurer of all the benevolent institutions. He took care of the money and other property of widows and orphans. He never lost a cent for anybody, and never made one for himself. Every time he changed his religion, the church of his new faith was glad to get him, made him treasurer at once, and at once he stopped the graft and the leaks in that church. He exhibited a facility in changing his political complexion that was a marvel to the whole community. Once this curious thing happened, and he wrote me all about it himself. One morning he was a Republican, and upon invitation he agreed to make a campaign speech at the Republican mass meeting that night. He prepared the speech. After luncheon he became a Democrat, and agreed to write a score of exciting mottos to be painted upon the transparencies which the Democrats would carry in their torchlight procession that night. He wrote these shouting Democratic mottos during the afternoon, and they occupied so much of his time that it was night before he had a chance to change his politics again, so he actually made a rousing Republican campaign speech in the open air while his Democratic transparencies passed by in front of him, to the joy of every witness present. He was a strange creature, but in spite of his eccentricities he was beloved all his life, in whatsoever community he lived, and he was also held in high esteem, for at bottom he was a sterling man. About 25 years ago, along there somewhere, I wrote and suggested to Orion that he write an autobiography. I asked him to try to tell the straight truth in it, to refrain from exhibiting himself in creditable attitudes exclusively, and to honorably set down all the incidents of his life which he had found interesting to him, including those which were burned into his memory because he was ashamed of them. I said that this had never been done, and that if he could do it his autobiography would be a most valuable piece of literature. I said I was offering him a job which I could not duplicate in my own case, but I would cherish the hope that he might succeed with it. I recognize now that I was trying to saddle upon him an impossibility. I have been dictating this autobiography of mine daily for 3 months. I have thought of 1,500 or 2,000 incidents in my life which I am ashamed of, but I have not gotten one of them to consent to go on paper yet. I think that stock will still be complete and unimpaired when I finish this autobiography, if I ever finish it. I believe that if I should put in all those incidents I would be sure to strike them out when I came to revise this book. While we were living in Vienna in 1898 a cablegram came from Keokuk announcing Orion's death. He was 72 years old. He had gone down to the kitchen in the early hours of a bitter December morning. He had built the fire, and then sat down at a table to write something, and there he died, with the pencil in his hand and resting against the paper in the middle of an unfinished word, an indication that his release from the captivity of a long and troubled and pathetic and unprofitable life was swift and painless. End of section 42. Friday, April 6, 1906. Section 43 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Monday, April 9, 1906. Letter from French girl enclosing cable about Huck Finn. The Juggernaut Club. Letter from librarian of Brooklyn Public Library in regard to Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. Mr. Clemens's reply. The deluge of reporters trying to discuss contents of that letter. This morning's mail brings me from France a letter from a French friend of mine, enclosing this New York cablegram. Mark Twain interdit. New York, 27 mars. Par dépêche de notre correspondant particulier. Les directeurs de la bibliothèque de Brooklyn ont mis les 2 derniers livres de Mark Twain à l'index pour les enfants au-dessus de 15 ans, les considérant comme malsains. Le célèbre humoriste a écrit à des fonctionnaires une lettre pleine d'esprit et de sarcasme. Ces messieurs se refusent à la publier, sous le prétexte qu'ils n'ont pas l'autorisation de l'auteur de l'affaire. The letter is from a French girl who lives at Saint-Denis, in Joan of Arc's region. I have never seen this French girl, but she wrote me about 5 years ago, and since then we have exchanged friendly letters 3 or 4 times a year. She closes her letter with this paragraph. Something in a newspaper that I read this morning has surprised me very much. I have cut it out because often these informations are forged, and if this is the case the slip of paper will be my excuse. Please allow me to smile, my dear unseen friend. I cannot imagine for a minute that you have been very sorry about it. In France such a measure would have for immediate result to make every one in the country buy these books, and I for one am going to get them as soon as I go through Paris, perfectly sure that I'll find them as wholesome as all you have written. I know your pen well. I know it has never dipped in anything but clean, clear ink. I must go back now to that French cablegram. Its information is not exactly correct, but it is near enough. Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer are not recent books. Tom is more than 30 years old. The other book has been in existence 21 years. When Huck appeared, 21 years ago, the Public Library of Concord, Massachusetts, flung him out indignantly, partly because he was a liar, and partly because, after deep meditation and careful deliberation, he made up his mind on a difficult point, and said that if he'd got to betray Jim or go to hell, he would go to hell, which was profanity, and those Concord purists couldn't stand it. After this disaster Huck was left in peace for 16 or 17 years. Then the Public Library of Denver flung him out. He had no similar trouble until 4 or 5 months ago, that is to say, last November. At that time I received the following letter: Sheepshead Bay Branch, Brooklyn Public Library, 1657 Shore Road, Brooklyn, New York, November 19, '05. Dear Sir, I happened to be present the other day at a meeting of the children's librarians of the Brooklyn Public Library. In the course of the meeting it was stated that copies of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn were to be found in some of the children's rooms of the system. The superintendent of the children's department, a conscientious and enthusiastic young woman, was greatly shocked to hear this, and at once ordered that they be transferred to the adults' department. Upon this I shamefacedly confessed to having read Huckleberry Finn aloud to my defenseless blind people, without regard to their age, color, or previous condition of servitude. I also reminded them of Brander Matthews' opinion of the book, and stated the fact that I knew it almost at heart, having got more pleasure from it than from any book I have ever read, and reading is the greatest pleasure I have in life. My warm defense elicited some further discussion and criticism, from which I gathered that the prevailing opinion of Huck was that he was a deceitful boy who said sweat when he should have said perspiration. The upshot of the matter was that there is to be further consideration of these books at a meeting early in January, which I am especially invited to attend. Seeing you the other night at the performance of Peter Pan, the thought came to me that you, who know Huck as well as you can't know him better or love him more, might be willing to give me a word or two to say in witness of his good character, though he warn't no more quality than a mudcat. I would ask as a favor that you regard this communication as confidential, whether you find time to reply to it or not, for I am loath, for obvious reasons, to bring the institution from which I draw my salary into ridicule, contempt, or reproach. Yours very respectfully, Asa Don Dickinson, in charge, Department for the Blind and Sheepshead Bay Branch, Brooklyn Public Library. That was a very private letter. I didn't know the author of it, but I thought I perceived that he was a safe man, and that I could venture to write a pretty private letter in return, and trust that he would not allow its dreadful contents to leak out and get into the newspapers. I wrote him on the 21st. 21 Fifth Avenue, November 21, 1905. Dear Sir, I am greatly troubled by what you say. I wrote Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn for adults exclusively, and it always distresses me when I find that boys and girls have been allowed access to them. The mind that becomes soiled in youth can never again be washed clean. I know this by my own experience, and to this day I cherish an unappeasable bitterness against the unfaithful guardians of my young life, who not only permitted but compelled me to read an unexpurgated Bible through before I was 15 years old. None can do that and ever draw a clean, sweet breath again this side of the grave. Ask that young lady; she will tell you so. Most honestly do wish I could say a softening word or two in defense of Huck's character, since you wish it, but really in my opinion it is no better than those of Solomon, David, Satan, and the rest of the sacred brotherhood. If there is an unexpurgated in the children's department, won't you please help that young woman remove Huck and Tom from that questionable companionship? Sincerely yours, (Signed) S. L. Clemens. I shall not show your letter to any one. It is safe with me. A couple of days later I received this handsome rejoinder in return: Sheepshead Bay Branch, Brooklyn Public Library, 1657 Shore Road, Brooklyn, New York, November 23, '05. Dear Sir, your letter received. I am surprised to hear that you think Huck and Tom would have an unwelcome effect on boys and girls, but relieved to hear that you would not place them in the same category with many of the scriptural reprobates. I know of one boy who made the acquaintance of Huck in 1884, at the age of 8, and who has known him intimately ever since, and I can assure you he is not an atom the worse for the 20 years' companionship. On the contrary, he will always feel grateful to Huck's father I don't mean Pop for the many hours spent with him and Jim when sickness and sorrow were forgotten. Huckleberry Finn was the first book I selected to read to my blind, for selfish reasons, I am afraid, and the amount of innocent enjoyment it gave them has never been equaled by anything I have since read. Thanking you for the almost unhoped for courtesy of your reply, I am, yours very respectfully, Asa Don Dickinson. 4 months drifted tranquilly by. Then there was music. There came a freshet of newspaper reporters, and they besieged my secretary all day. Of course I was in bed. I am always in bed. She barred the stairs against them. They were bound to see me, if only for a moment, but none of them got by her guard. They said a report had sprung up that I had written a letter some months before to the Brooklyn Public Library, that, according to that report, the letter was pungent and valuable, and they wanted a copy of it. They said the head officials of the Brooklyn Library declared that they had never seen the letter, and that they had never heard of it until the reporters came and asked for it. I judged by this that my man, who was not in the head library, but in a branch of it, was keeping his secret all right, and I believed he could be trusted to continue to keep that secret, for his own sake as well as mine. That letter would be a bombshell for me if it got out, but it would hoist him, too. So I feel pretty confident that for his own sake, if for no other, he would protect me. My secretary had a hard day of it, but I had a most enjoyable one. She never allowed any reporter to get an idea of the nature of the letter. She smoothed all those young fellows down and sent them away empty. They renewed the assault next day, but I told her to never mind, human nature would win the victory for us. There would be an earthquake somewhere, or a municipal upheaval here, or a threat of war in Europe. Something would be sure to happen in the way of a big excitement that would call the boys away from number 21 Fifth Avenue for 24 hours, and that would answer every purpose. They wouldn't think of that letter again, and we should have peace. I knew the reporters would get on the right track very soon, so I wrote Mr. Dickinson and warned him to keep his mouth hermetically sealed. I told him to be wise and wary. His answer bears date March 28th. Bay Ridge Branch, Brooklyn Public Library, 73rd Street and 2nd Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, March 28, '06. Dear Mr. Clemens, your letter of the 26th inst. Received this moment. As I have now been transferred to the above address, it has been a long time reaching me. I have tried to be wary and wise, and am very grateful to you for your reticence. The poor old B.P.L. has achieved some very undesirable notoriety. I thought my head was coming off when I heard from my chief on the telephone night before last, but yesterday he began to be amused, I think, at the Teapot Tempest. Last night I reached home at 11:30 and found a Herald man sitting on the steps, leaning his head against the door post. He had been there since 7:30, and said he would cheerfully sit there till morning if I would give him the least hint of the letter's contents. But I was wise and wary. At the January meeting it was decided not to place Huck and Tom in the children's room along with Little Nellie's Silver Mine and Dottie Dimple at home, but the books have not been restricted in any sense whatever. They are placed on open shelves among the adult fiction, and any child is free to read adult fiction if he chooses. I am looking forward with great eagerness to seeing and hearing you tomorrow night at the Waldorf, as I have a wild scheme for a national library for the blind. They have been generous enough to place a couple of boxes at my disposal. The young lady whom you mentioned in your letter, the superintendent of the children's department, and several other B.P.L.'s, I hope will be present. I am very sorry to have caused you so much annoyance through reporters, but be sure that I have said nothing, nor will say anything to them about the contents of that letter. And please don't you tell on me. Yours very respectfully, Asa Don Dickinson. I saw him at the Waldorf the next night, where Choate and I made our public appeal in behalf of the blind, and found him to be a very pleasant and safe and satisfactory man. Now that I have heard from France, I think the incident is closed, for it had its brief run in England 2 or 3 weeks ago, and in Germany also. When people let Huck Finn alone he goes peacefully along, damaging a few children here and there and yonder, but there will be plenty of children in heaven without those, so it is no great matter. It is only when well-meaning people expose him that he gets his real chance to do harm. Temporarily, then, he spreads havoc all around in the nurseries, and no doubt does prodigious harm while he has his chance. By and by, let us hope, people that really have the best interests of the rising generation at heart will become wise and not stir Huck up. End of Section 43, Monday, April 9, 1906. Section 44 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Tuesday, April 10, 1906. Child's letter about Huckleberry Finn being flung out of Concord Library. Ambassador White's autobiography. Mr. Clemens's version of the Fisk-Cornell episode. Another example of his great scheme for finding employment for the unemployed. This client wins the Fisk lawsuit. When Huck Finn was flung out of the Concord Public Library 21 years ago, a number of letters of sympathy and indignation reached me, mainly from children, I am obliged to admit, and I kept some of them so that I might reread them now and then and apply them as a salve to my soreness. I have overhauled those ancient letters this morning, and among them I find one from a little girl who resents that library's treatment of Huck, and then goes innocently along and gives me something more of a dig than even the library had done. She says, I am 11 years old, and I live on a farm near Rockville, Maryland. Once this winter we had a boy to work for us named John. We lent him Huck Finn to read, and one night he let his clothes out of the window and left in the night. The last we heard from him he was out in Ohio, and father says if we had lent him Tom Sawyer to read he would not have stopped on this side of the ocean. Bless her gentle heart, she was trying to cheer me up, and her effort is entitled to the praise which the country journalist conferred upon the Essex band after he had praised the whole Fourth of July celebration in detail and had exhausted his stock of compliments. But he was obliged to lay something in the nature of a complimentary egg, and with a final heroic effort he brought forth this: the Essex band done the best they could. I have been reading another chapter or two in Ambassador White's autobiography, and I find the book charming, particularly where he talks about me. I find any book charming that talks about me. I am expecting this one of mine to do something in that line, and it is my purpose that it shall not lose sight of that subject long at a time. Mr. White was the first president of Cornell University, and he gives the university side of the Willard Fisk trouble. I stopped at that point. I didn't read his version, for I want to give another version first, and as this version may conflict with his, I wish to set it down now, before its complexion shall have a chance to undergo a change by coming in contact with his version. This brings me back to another example of my great scheme for finding work for the unemployed. The famous Fisk-Cornell episode of a quarter of a century ago grew up in this way. About 50 years ago, when Willard Fisk was a poor and untaught and friendless boy of 13, he and Bayard Taylor took steerage passage in a sailing ship and crossed the ocean. They found their way to Iceland, and Willard Fisk remained there a year or two. He acquired the Norse languages and perfected himself in them. He also became an expert scholar in the literature of those languages. By and by he returned to America, and while still a very young man and hardly of age, he got a place as instructor in that kind of learning in the infant Cornell University. This seat of learning was at Ithaca, New York, and Mr. McGraw was a citizen of that little town. He had made a fortune in the electric telegraph, and it was his purpose to leave a large part of it to the university. He had a lovely young daughter, and she and young Fiske fell in love with each other. They were aware of this, the girl's parents were aware of it, the university was aware of it, Ithaca was aware of it. All these parties expected Fiske to propose, but he didn't do it. There was no way to account for it, and so all the parties, including the girl, went on from month to month and year to year in a condition of suppressed surprise, waiting for the mystery to solve itself, which it still didn't do. At last Mr. McGraw died, and the fact developed that he had left no will. Therefore the daughter was sole heir. However, she knew what her father's intention had been, so she turned over to the university a good part of the fortune and thus made the intention good. The years drifted along, and the relations between Fiske and Miss McGraw remained the same, but there was no proposal. Fiske had a quite definite reason for not proposing. It was that he was very poor and the girl very rich, and he was not willing to seem to marry her for her money. This was good morals, good principle, good sentiment, but it was not business. Things remained just in this way for years and years, and the devotion of the couple to each other went along unimpaired by time. At last, when they were well stricken in years, and when Miss McGraw had developed pulmonary consumption, she invited Fiske and Charles Dudley Warner and his wife to make a trip up the Nile with her in the old-fashioned dahabeeyeh, a trip which occupied a matter of 3 months. Miss McGraw had already been on the other side of the ocean several months, and she had been buying all sorts of beautiful things, pictures, sculpture, costly rugs, and so on, wherewith to adorn a little palace which she was building in Ithaca. At last, there on board the dahabeeyeh, a sorrowful time came, for Miss McGraw's malady was making great progress, and it was manifest that she could not live long. Then she came out frankly and said she wanted to marry Fiske so that she could leave her fortune to him. Fiske wanted to marry her, but his ideas remained unimpaired in his heart and head, and he was not willing to accept the fortune. The Warrens wrought with him. They used their best persuasions. He was as anxious for the marriage as was Miss McGraw, but he wouldn't accept the fortune. At last he was persuaded to a modification of the terms. He was willing to accept the little palace and its furnishings and $300,000. He would accept nothing more. The marriage took place. Mrs. Fiske made a will, and in the will she left the palace and its furnishings and $300,000 to her husband, Willard Fiske. She left the residue of the fortune to Cornell University. By and by Fiske arrived at an understanding of the fact that he had not acted wisely. The income of $300,000 was wholly inadequate. He could not live in the Ithaca house on any such income as that. He did not try to live in it. There it stood, with all those beautiful things in it which Miss McGraw had gathered in her travels in Europe, and Fiske lived elsewhere, lived most comfortably elsewhere, lived where $300,000 was really a fortune, and he was entirely satisfied. He lived in Italy. He was as dear and sweet a soul as I have ever known. His was a character which won friends for him, and whoso became his friend remained so ever afterward. Now followed this curious circumstance. Cornell had received by Mrs. Fiske's will a noble addition to its endowment, $2,000,000, if I remember rightly. No doubt Cornell University was satisfied, but the university's lawyers, picking and searching around through Mrs. Fiske's will, found a defect in it which neither Mrs. Fiske nor Charlie Warner, who drew the will, suspected was there. It was something about residue. It was the opinion of those lawyers that the university might claim the little palace and its rich equipment, and make the claim good in a court of law. The claim was put forward. Fiske and Warner were outraged by this insolence, this greed. Both knew that it was the desire of the dying wife that her husband should live in that house and have the sacred companionship of those things which had been selected by her own hands for its adornment. Both knew that but for Fiske's stubborn resistance he would have had not only the house, but a great sum of money besides. And now that the university proposed to take the house away from Fiske, well, it was time for the worm to turn. The worm turned. Fiske was the worm. Fiske resisted the university's claim, and the university brought suit. Now then, I must go back to a point antedating the bringing of this suit 3 or 4 years. One day in Hartford a young fellow called and wanted to see me. I think he said he was from Canada. He said he had a strong desire, an irresistible desire, to become a lawyer, and he thought that if he could get some work to do that would support him, he could meantime use his off hours, if he had any, in studying Blackstone. He thought he could be a journalist. He thought he could at least become a good reporter, and his idea was to get me to use my influence with the Hartford newspaper people to the end that he might get the sort of chance he was after. I said, "Certainly, I will get you a berth in any newspaper in the town. Choose your own paper." He was very grateful. These clients of mine always are, until they learn the conditions. I furnished him the conditions in the same old way. He considered a moment and then said, "How simple that is! How sure it is! How certain it is! How actually infallible it is, human nature being constructed as it is! How is it that that has not been thought of before?" Then he added, as he went out of the door, "I choose the Courant, and I will have the job before night." About 3 months afterward he came out to report progress. He had moved along so briskly from sweeper out up through the several grades that he was now on the editorial staff, and was very happy, particularly as staff work allowed him a good deal of off time for the study of law, and the law was where his high ambition lay. I come back now to that Fiske lawsuit. We had gone to Elmira one summer to spend the summer, as usual, at Quarry Farm, and we were visiting Mrs. Clemens's family down in the town for a while. A young man called and said he would like to see me. I went to the library and saw him there. It was the young man of whom I have been talking, but as I had not seen him for 3 or 4 years I did not at first recall him. He said that while he was on the current he saved all the money he could and studied the law diligently in his off hours, that now, recently, he had given up journalism and was going to make a break into the law, that he had canvassed the field and had decided that he would become office assistant to David B. Hill of Elmira, New York. That is to say, he had decided to do this, evidently, without requiring Mr. Hill to state whether he wanted it so or not. Hill was a very distinguished lawyer and a big politician, a man of vast importance and influence, and he is still that today in his old age. The application was made, and Hill said promptly that he didn't need anybody's assistance. But young Bacon said he didn't want any pay. He only wanted a chance to work. He could support himself. He would do anything that could be of any assistance to Mr. Hill, even to sweeping out the office, that he wanted to work, and he wanted to be near a man like Hill because he was determined to become a lawyer. Well, as he was not expensive and showed a determination that pleased Hill, Hill gave him office room. Very well, the usual thing happened, the thing that always happens. Little by little Bacon got to beguiling out of Hill things to do, and presently Hill was furnishing him the things to do without any beguilement. "Now then," Bacon said, "Mr. Clemens, I've got a chance. I've got a chance." Professor Willard Fiske brought his case to Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill examined it carefully and declined to take it. He said Fiske had no case, and therefore he did not to wish to take it merely to lose it. Fiske insisted, and presently Hill said, "Well, here's this young fellow here in my office. If he wants to take your case, all right. I will advise him and help him to the best of my ability, without charge." And he asked if Fiske was willing to put the case into Bacon's hands. Fiske did it. Then young Bacon had this happy idea. There being nothing for Fiske in the apparent conditions, he went to the university charter to see what he might find there. He found a very pleasant thing there. To use a phrase of the day, he struck oil in that charter. He brought the charter to Mr. Hill and showed him this large fact, that Cornell University was not privileged to accept or to acquire any property if, at the time, it already possessed property worth $3 millions. Cornell University possessed property worth more than that at the time that Mrs. Fiske made her will, and it still possessed that amount. Hill said, "Well, Bacon, the case is yours. That is to say, well, Bacon, the case is Fiske's. It is the university now that has no show." Bacon won the case. It was his first case. He charged Fiske $100,000 for his services. Fiske handed him the check, and his thanks therewith. I didn't see Bacon again for some years, I don't know how many, and then he told me that that first lawsuit of his was also his last one, that first fee of his was the only one he had ever received, that he had hardly pocketed his check until he ran across a most charming young widow, possessed of a great fortune, and he took them both in. I think I will say nothing more about my great scheme for providing jobs for the unemployed. I think I have proven that it is a good and effective scheme. End of Section 44, Tuesday, April 10, 1906. Section 45 of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Wednesday, April 11, 1906. Mr. Frank Fuller and his enthusiastic launching of Mr. Clemens's first New York lecture. Results not in fortune but in fame. Leads to a lecture tour under direction of Redpath. Clipping in regard to Frank Fuller and Mr. Clemens's comments. I am not glancing through my books to find out what I have said in them. I refrain from glancing through those books for two reasons. First, and this reason always comes first in every matter connected with my life, laziness. I am too lazy to examine the books. The other reason is, well, let it go. I had another reason, but it had slipped out of my mind while I was arranging the first one. I think it likely that in the book called Roughing It I have mentioned Frank Fuller, but I don't know, and it isn't any matter. When Orion and I crossed the continent in the overland stagecoach in the summer of 1861, we stopped 2 or 3 days in Great Salt Lake City. I do not remember who the governor of Utah Territory was at that time, but I remember that he was absent, which is a common habit of territorial governors, who are nothing but politicians who go out to the outskirts of countries and suffer the privations there in order to build up states and come back as United States senators. But the man who was acting in the governor's place was the secretary of the territory, Frank Fuller, called governor, of course, just as Orion was in the great days when he got that accident title through Governor Nye's absences. Titles of honor and dignity once acquired in a democracy, even by accident and properly usable for only 48 hours, are as permanent here as eternity is in heaven. You can never take away those titles. Once a justice of the peace for a week, always judge afterward. Once a major of militia for a campaign on the 4th of July, always a major. To be called colonel purely by mistake and without intention confers that dignity on a man for the rest of his life. We adore titles and heredities in our hearts, and ridicule them with our mouths. This is our democratic privilege. Well, Fuller was acting governor, and he gave us a very good time during those 2 or 3 days that we rested in Great Salt Lake City. He was an alert and energetic man, a pushing man, a man who was able to take an interest in anything that was going, and not only that, but take 5 times as much interest in it as it was worth, and 10 times as much as anybody else could take in it. A very live man. I was on the Pacific coast thereafter 5 or 6 years, and returned to the States by way of the Isthmus in January, '67. In the previous year I had spent several months in the Sandwich Islands for the Sacramento Union, and had returned to San Francisco empty as to cash, but full of information proper for delivery from the lecture platform. My letters from the islands had given me a large notoriety, local notoriety. It did not extend eastward more than 100 miles or so, but it was a good notoriety to lecture on, and I made use of it on the platform in California and Nevada, and amassed $1200 or $1500 in the few nights that I labored for the instruction and amusement of my public. $1500 was about half, the doorkeeper got the rest. He was an old circus man and knew how to keep door. When I arrived in New York I found Fuller there in some kind of business. He was very hearty, very glad to see me, and wanted to show me his wife. I had not heard of a wife before, had not been aware that he had one. Well, he showed me his wife, a sweet and gentle woman with most hospitable and kindly and winning ways. Then he astonished me by showing me his daughters. Upon my word, they were large and matronly of aspect and married. He didn't say how long. Oh, Fuller was full of surprises. If he had shown me some little children, that would have been well enough and reasonable, but he was too young looking a man to have grown children. Well, I couldn't fathom the mystery, and I let it go. Apparently it was a case where a man was well along in life, but had a handsome gift of not showing his age on the outside. Governor Fuller it is what all his New York friends called him now, of course was in the full storm of one of his enthusiasms. He had one enthusiasm per day, and it was always a storm. He said I must take the biggest hall in New York and deliver that lecture of mine on the Sandwich Islands, said that people would be wild to hear me. There was something catching about that man's prodigious energy. For a moment he almost convinced me that New York was wild to hear me. I knew better. I was well aware that New York had never heard of me, was not expecting to hear of me, and didn't want to hear of me. Yet that man almost persuaded me. I protested, as soon as the fire which he had kindled in me had cooled a little, and went on protesting. It did no good. Fuller was sure that I should make fame and fortune right away, without any trouble. He said, leave it to him, just leave everything to him. Go to the hotel and sit down and be comfortable. He would lay fame and fortune at my feet in 10 days. I was helpless. I was persuadable, but I didn't lose all of my mind, and I begged him to take a very small hall and reduce the rates to side-show prices. No, he would not hear of that. Said he would have the biggest hall in New York City. He would have the basement hall in Cooper Institute, which seated 3,000 people, and there was room for half as many more to stand up. And he said he would fill that place so full, at $1 a head, that those people would smother, and he could charge $2 apiece to let them out. Oh, he was all fire with his project. He went ahead with it. He said it shouldn't cost me anything. I said there would be no profit. He said, "Leave that alone. If there is no profit, that is my affair. If there is profit, it is yours. If it is loss, I stand the loss myself, and you will never hear of it." He hired Cooper Institute, and he began to advertise this lecture in the usual way, a small paragraph in the advertising columns of the newspapers. When this had continued about 3 days, I had not yet heard anybody or any newspaper say anything about that lecture, and I got nervous. "Oh," he said, "it's working around underneath. You don't see it on the surface." He said, "Let it alone now. Let it work." Very well, I allowed it to work until about the 6th or 7th day. The lecture would be due in 3 or 4 days more. Still I was not able to get down underneath where it was working, and so I was filled with doubt and distress. I went to Fuller and said he must advertise more energetically. He said he would. So he got a barrel of little things printed that you hang on a string, 50 in a bunch. They were for the omnibuses. You could see them swinging and dangling around in every omnibus. My anxiety forced me to haunt those omnibuses. I did nothing for 1 or 2 days but sit in buses, and travel from one end of New York to the other, and watch those things dangle, and wait to catch somebody pulling one loose to read it. It never happened. At least it happened only once. A man reached up and pulled one of those things loose, said to his friend, "Lecture on Sandwich Islands by Mark Twain. Who can that be, I wonder?" And he threw it away and changed the subject. I couldn't travel in the omnibus any more. I was sick. I went to Fuller and said, "Fuller, there is not going to be anybody in Cooper Institute that night but you and me. It will be a dead loss, for we shall both have free tickets. Something must be done. I am on the verge of suicide. I would commit suicide if I had the pluck and the outfit." I said, "You must paper the house, Fuller. You must issue thousands of complimentary tickets. You must do this. I shall die if I have to go before an empty house that is not acquainted with me, and that has never heard of me, and that has never traveled in the bus and seen those things dangle." "Well," he said, with his customary enthusiasm, "I'll attend to it. It shall be done. I will paper that house, and when you step on the platform you shall find yourself in the presence of the choicest audience, the most intelligent audience that ever a man stood before in this world." And he was as good as his word. He sent whole baskets full of complimentary tickets to every public school teacher within a radius of 30 miles of New York. He deluged those people with complimentary tickets, and on the appointed night they all came. There wasn't room in Cooper Institute for a third of them. The lecture was to begin at 7:30. I was so anxious that I had to go to that place at 7. I couldn't keep away. I wanted to see that vast, vacant Mammoth Cave and die. But when I got near the building I found that all the streets for a quarter of a mile around were blocked with people, and traffic was stopped. I couldn't believe that those people were trying to get into Cooper Institute, and yet that was just what was happening. I found my way around to the back of the building and got in there by the stage door, and sure enough the seats, the aisles, the great stage itself was packed with bright looking human beings raked in from the centers of intelligence, the schools. I had a deal of difficulty to shoulder my way through the mass of people on the stage, and when I had managed it and stood before the audience, that stage was full. There wasn't room enough left for a child. I was happy, and I was excited beyond expression. I poured the Sandwich Islands out on to those people with a free hand, and they laughed and they shouted to my entire content. For an hour and 15 minutes I was in paradise. From every pore I exuded a divine delight, and when we came to count up we had $35 in the house. Fuller was just as jubilant over it as if it had furnished the fame and the fortune of his prophecy. He was perfectly delighted, perfectly enchanted. He couldn't keep his mouth shut for several days. "Oh," he said, "the fortune didn't come in, that didn't come in. That's all right. That's coming in later. The fame is already here, Mark. Why, in a week you'll be the best known man in the United States. This is no failure. This is a prodigious success." That episode must have cost him $400 or $500, but he never said a word about that. He was as happy, as satisfied, as proud, as delighted as if he had laid the fabled golden egg and hatched it. He was right about the fame. I certainly did get a working quantity of fame out of that lecture. The New York newspapers praised it. The country newspapers copied those praises. The lyceums of the country (it was right in the heyday of the old lyceum lecture system) began to call for me. I put myself in Redpath's hands, and I caught the tail end of the lecture season. I went West and lectured every night for 6 or 8 weeks at $100 a night, and I now considered that the whole of the prophecy was fulfilled. I had acquired fame and also fortune. I don't believe these details are right, but I don't care a rap. They will do just as well as the facts. What I mean to say is that I don't know whether I made that lecturing excursion in that year or whether it was the following year, but the main thing is that I made it, and that the opportunity to make it was created by that wild Frank Fuller and his insane and immortal project. All this was 38 or 39 years ago. 2 or 3 times since then, at intervals of years, I have run across Frank Fuller for a moment, only a moment and no more, but he was always young, never a gray hair, never a suggestion of age about him, always enthusiastic, always happy and glad to be alive. Last fall his wife's brother was murdered in a horrible way. Apparently a robber had concealed himself in Mr. Thompson's room, and in the night had beaten him to death with a club. A couple of months ago I ran across Fuller on the street, and he was looking so very, very old, so withered, so moldy, that I could hardly recognize him. He said his wife was dying of the shock caused by the murder of her brother. that nervous prostration was carrying her off, and she could not live more than a few days. So I went with him to see her. She was sitting upright on a sofa, and was supported all about with pillows. Now and then she leaned her head for a little while on a support. Breathing was difficult for her. It touched me, for I had seen that picture so many, many times. During 2 or 3 months Mrs. Clemens sat up like that, day and night, struggling for breath. When she was made drowsy by opiates and exhaustion, she rested her head a little while on a support, just as Mrs. Fuller was doing, and got naps of 2 minutes or 3 minutes duration. I did not see Mrs. Fuller alive again. She passed to her rest about 3 days later. End of section 45 and end of Mark Twain's Autobiography, Volume 2. Read by John Greenman.